And my phone rang, and it was this guy. He came upon a ground nest.
Everything happened like that.
And we realized that nobody was going to come out. And we are now looking at weather moving in. Rain, snow.
We go back in there.
And it's getting closer to us. It's approaching us.
Now something's up here behind us. Then we knew.
The Pacific Northwest, the quintessential home of Sasquatch. Brimming with pine forests, streams, lakes, deep valleys, and high peaks, the rugged terrain of Washington state does not make the search for Sasquatch easy. Still, there are those who try. A small band of like-minded researchers, the members of the Olympic Project, have been collecting evidence of the elusive creature since 2008. Over the years, they've documented much of their time in the field, capturing the process of Sasquatch seeking as much as the Sasquatch evidence.
That's why I didn't want to be in your way.
It looks good from here.
This heel's freaking awesome, dude.
In the hours of footage shot primarily by Rebecca Slick, she manages to capture the aspects of Sasquatch research that most documentaries do not include. The tedium of true investigation, from setting up trail cameras, to establishing camp, from hiking in the rain, to sitting and taking notes. These activities are hardly television worthy. Yet despite how lackluster these scenes are on the surface, they define the true character of Sasquatch researchers.
I'm interested to see if anything shows up over by the pond.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Is that a porthole?
Don't go towards the light, Chris. Don't go towards the light.
I'm going in.
I almost popped you accidentally.
However, what the Olympic Project is today is different than the original concept of the organization.
So the Olympic Project today is something different than what it was when we started out. When the Olympic Project started, it was an idea between myself and Richard Germeau, who was a sheriff up in La Push, Washington. We had gotten together about 17 years ago, and we were introduced through a mutual friend, and he came up with the idea of putting multiple cameras in very remote places that generally don't have cameras. So got a hold of Wally. Wally loved the idea, Wally Hersom, and he sent us a ton of cameras. So within like a month, we had over 50 cameras deployed on ridge lines, predatory travel routes, elk calving areas, game trails, just places where people generally don't go, where we thought we might have the best idea of catching a Sasquatch or the best possibility of it. So the Olympic Project started out as that, and it's morphed into what it is today, which is about a 36-member study project, where we collect and analyze data that we find and that other researchers find and that witnesses find in the field.
Our main goal is data collection on the Sasquatch subject. We have academics and laymen in our group from all walks of life. And we all have a great time at what we do, but we take this subject matter very serious.
The Olympic Project is a group of people with a interest in Bigfoot, but we also would like to have science take it seriously. So what we're doing is mostly with audio projects right now, that Chris has been spearheading a lot of that in recent years, hoping that in the event that it's discovered as a species, we'll have something we can hand over to science.
I want to say Derek at one point had 30 plus cameras out they were running. And over time, it developed into just a group of like-minded people getting together. And Derek is he's been a guide for hunting. He's done search and rescue. And so people from those groups kind of joined, and I basically became aware of the Olympic Project around 2012 or 2013. So I'd heard Derek on some podcasts when podcasts first came out, kind of, and I really, really enjoyed listening to Derek. And then I heard Shane, and I want to say Shane joined in like 2014 or 13. But I just was attracted to when they spoke. It made sense. Derek has always advocated documenting stuff. And for me, just the way I am, I'm science-minded in the first place. So I would hear them talking about documentation, and I was kind of trying to do that myself, and it developed into, I basically came up and I finally met everybody in 2015. And I was officially made a member in 2017. But
I came in late, lately within the past year or two in the Olympic Project, but it had its founders. Derek started the Olympic Project very early on, initially a Sasquatch research project, but also Derek, I understand, was good in that he had so many contacts in that area with the park and with the Forest Service, and he had a lot of contacts up there, and utilized some of the Olympic Project in order to work with the parks and National Forest in just traditional animal stock population surveys. But then, of course, he was able to use that in order to do Sasquatch research mainly in the northern part of the Olympic Peninsula. And then, fortunately, he found funding in order to get the property and get some wheels under it. So the Olympic Project, in its form, it's a select group of people who are doing different factions of Bigfoot research. And the way I was invited in, David Ellis gave me a ring and he said, "Do you want to be part of the Olympic Project?" And I told David, I'm not a joiner at all. And so I have to think about it. I know I sounded like a jerk, but I was like, can I think about this for a week or two? And he was like, yeah, sure. So I thought about it, talked about it with my family. I was like, okay, I'll be part of the Olympic Project. I knew what kind of contribution I could make into the Olympic Project, but I wasn't sure what my duties were. And it turns out I don't have any duties. Everybody in the Olympic Project has their own specialty within the umbrella of the Bigfoot research community, but everybody does what they're good at and then contributes what they can.
The name of the group, the Olympic Project, stems from their main area of research, the Olympic Peninsula. Located in the northwestern region of Washington state, the Olympic Peninsula offers a wide range of wildlife and unique geological features.
the peninsula takes up about a third of Washington state. You have the Pacific Ocean on one side to the west, you have the Strait of Juan de Fuca on the north side, and then you have the Puget Sound on the east side.
The Olympic Peninsula, geologically, is one of sort of the rarities in Washington state, where the majority of Washington state is all volcanic activity from volcanoes blowing up and creating the landscape that we have. But the Olympic Peninsula is rare in that it's one of the few places where there is, of course, historical volcanic activity up there, but it's mainly uplift. So that's why it kind of looks like a mini Rockies. And so the northern part of the peninsula is incredibly steep, rugged mountains where a lot of them, like mainly Mount Olympus, have year-round snows, and it's surrounded by incredibly dense old-growth forest. You'll see cedar, spruce, and it's incredibly dense forest.
That mountain range captures the rain, and on the west side of the Olympics you have rainforests, temperate rainforests. And then on the east side you have a little bit drier, but into the Puget Sound it becomes some rainforest too. But it's so mountainous in the middle, Even to this day, there are places in the Olympic Peninsula I guarantee people have not walked.
One thing about the Olympic Peninsula that I think is important to know is that it was a very, very short time ago when the first expedition was done around 1898 or 1899 of trying to figure out a route, even just a physical walking route across the peninsula. The interior of the peninsula, nobody knew how to get through those mountains except the, of course, the native nations, but no white people had ever really gone that route. And it was a paid for expedition by the Seattle Times, and that's why this expedition was known as the Press Expedition. And a group of men left Port Angeles around Christmas Day, and they got to Lake Quinault somewhere around May or so. Nobody died, barely, but they almost died. When they almost got to Lake Quinault, they had no tobacco, they had half a pound of flour and a little bit of salt. And they had run out of stores and everything, and were able, at the very end, able to shoot a bear. And that's how they were able to live and not die. But it was that expedition, the Press Expedition, that was only 120 years ago, that found a route from Port Angeles across the Olympics to the ocean. And that addresses how incredibly rugged it is and how impenetrable the mountains and the forest are.
If you look at a map, you'll see Highway 101 kind of skirts around it, and there's towns around along Highway 101, but in the middle, there's nothing but wilderness. If there was something that wanted to hide from humanity, the middle of the Olympics would be the perfect place.
The Olympic Peninsula is an absolutely magnificent area. It's basically 100 miles by 100 miles. It's a rainforest with a ton of different types of fauna and wildlife, including elk, black bear, deer, which mainly is the blacktail. We got mountain lions up here. Lots of different types of animals, lots of different types of plants.
Black bear, bobcat, coyotes. We do have lowland fox on the west side. They're more prevalent on the east side because they're in direct competition with coyotes. Coyotes usually kill the fox.
There are so many birds that I haven't even seen all of them.
We have spruce grouse, ruffed grouse, blue grouse, array of owls. Barred owl is very prevalent. It's actually, the barred owl is not a native species. It's over the last 40 years. It's an example of an animal moving into an area that it, historically has never been, and they're very aggressive, and they push other owls out. So the barred owl is huge. We have great horned owl, northern pygmy owl, saw-whet owls. I think that's all that I can think of off the top of my head right now. There's a lot of animals.
What I love about the Olympics, or Western Washington in general, is the lack of poisonous things, things that want to bite and kill you. We don't have any real poisonous spiders up here. We don't have any poisonous snakes up here in this part of Washington. We don't have any scorpions and stuff like that. We do have ticks, and probably the most annoying thing is the wasps and hornets. Certain times of the year, we've come to find out, they're out and about and make it very difficult to traverse the terrain. It's a very wet environment for most of the year, and just the amount of food sources are amazing. You can climb these ridge lines up here and see the coast. So you can go from one elevation to a lower elevation relatively quickly and follow the weather patterns. If you got snow up high, you come down lower, and if you follow the elk, it seems to be a pattern there with the Sasquatch. But the whole peninsula itself is an absolutely rich environment.
While initially just a camera trap project, the ultimate path of the Olympic project would forever be changed in 2015 after an accidental discovery, which might just be the biggest Sasquatch find of the 21st century, the nest site. While the find has been documented publicly before, The importance of the nest site cannot be understated, as it offers a very rare glimpse into the behavior of this elusive species. Many of the great apes construct nests in similar fashion to what was found on the Olympic Peninsula, suggesting a parallel and adding to the strength of the argument that there is an undiscovered primate in North America. However, to fully appreciate the importance of this discovery, a clear and concise timeline must be given from when it was discovered to the work being done in the area today.
About pushing 20 years ago, I landscaped a man's house, and he was the member of a very large timber company here in Washington State. He was one of the family members. And so I remembered him, actually. I've remembered him all these years because I thought he had a really cool job. And but I hadn't heard from him in like 14, 15 years and never thought about it again. So 6.5 years ago, we were up at the cabin. I was leading an expedition up there, one of our regular Olympic Project expeditions. And my phone rang, and it was this guy. And he remembered my affiliation with Bigfoot research, and he said, I've found something in the woods that you gotta see. You've gotta see it. And so it's important to note that this guy, one of the family members of this timber company, his job for the last 27 years has been to survey and ribbon off proposed timber cut areas, putting in the variances between the timber cut lines and the salmon-bearing streams. So here in Washington State, I believe it's 100 or 150 yards off of a salmon-bearing stream. You can't log down to that point. So what this guy was doing on this particular day, and what he's done for 20 some odd years, was going to remote areas that haven't been logged in 50 to 60 years and hanging ribbon lines, you know, along this variance. And so as he was doing that, he came upon a ground nest that, you know, for lack of whatever, it looked like a giant bird's nest, you know, 5.5, almost 6 feet by 6 feet round, and not woven, but very carefully placed huckleberry boughs to form a foot-thick mattress. And just inexplicable, something you just don't see out in the woods, you know, on the forest floor. So as he was looking at that, he looked around and he found a few more. And he actually got a little bit spooked, and he came out of the woods. He called me because he didn't know what else to attribute these nests to at all. And so he called me, and I got one of my tracker friends, James Million. And he said, will you meet us out there and have a look? And we said, of course. So 2 days after that, we met him out there, and he brought in one of the local officials here for the Department of Natural Resources, or DNR, as it's called out here. And we all met and hiked into the area. And the area was almost impenetrable. An area where people would not go for any reason whatsoever. And it was also an area that was about 115 to 120 yards up from a salmon-bearing creek, very heavy salmon-bearing creek. So that's how the nests were discovered. And then as we're standing around looking at these, you know, several nests that we found initially, including the ones that he found, he was pretty enamored with the subject, and they decided to go ahead and hold off logging in this area for 5 years and give us a key so we could study it and try to figure out what was making these nests.
Back in May of 2015, Derek called me very excited about some nests that were found by a timber surveyor. I was brought in probably on the second trip to the nest area, and by this time they had found, I think, maybe 14 to 15 nests. And so I was brought up there. I got to view the nests in their entirety. I was absolutely blown away. And we spent the next couple of weeks scouring the ravines and every finger, to the point where we eventually discovered a total of 22 nests. And that was over a span of a couple of weeks, and then it went into a couple of months where we kept looking for more nests.
Here we are, one of the other nests up on the ridge, Shane laying down in it. This nest is right on the ridge line, right here, and right here are the two rocks that we found that have a history of being banged together with the score marks on them. And again, the thickness of these nests is all consistent. I don't know if you can tell because they're all dead foliage right now, but they're all a good foot thick in consistency. The initial nest site, there was, I believe, 7 nests there. And then the first thing that we wanted to do, we wanted to give it time because we didn't know how active the areas were. The foliage in the nests was still green, although we could tell it had aged some, but we didn't want to just rush in there and, you know, do it wrong from the beginning. when you have a site like this, it's, you know, we're all amateurs. None of us are scientists. We're just all amateurs that research on the side, basically. We're not experts on how to take a site and, you know, and work that site perfectly, Nat Geo style. You know, we're not those people, but we try really hard. One thing we do is we do call in experts, you know, in the field to look at what we found and documented.
So in the beginning there, when we had found these, you know, 22 nests, we decided to we had gotten a hold of Dr. Meldrum and planned to have him come out.
Dr. Jeff Meldrum is a full professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University. After examining Sasquatch tracks in Washington State in 1996, Dr. Meldrum has done much to further the field of Sasquatch research, including authoring the book Sasquatch: Legend Meets Science. When it comes to bringing Sasquatch to the academic world, one could not hope for a better representative than Dr. Jeff Meldrum. And in 2017, the Olympic Project brought Dr. Meldrum to the nest site.
So Jeff, walking out here seeing this, what's your first impression?
Well, I mean, there's no question that it's a nest, and it's been used as a bedding site by something. And clearly the vegetation has been pointed out, been stripped from areas, and you can see the secondary growth that corresponds to the approximate age, apparent age of the nest. And it is interesting, the fact that it's not a complete circle. I mean,
right.
Most bear nests, and not that this even necessarily bears a resemblance to a bear nest, would be very circumferential and rather circular in shape. They just kind of recline in a fetal position. This gives you the impression of a deep spot, and you know, something extend out, legs presumably, longer legs.
Well, the only thing that I've been able to find that it matches very closely is a gorilla bed.
Right. No, it does bear striking resemblance. And you know, the descriptions of gorilla beds that I've read of, obviously gorillas most of them reside in areas with rather lush vegetation, and you can simply mat down the existing vegetation, lie on top of it, and you're well insulated from the ground. Either that, or they bring materials from very close together, which would more resemble this kind of a situation.
So when we initially found them, I started trying to find out right away what could be making these. I've been a guide here in Washington for years. The gentleman that was with me was also a guide here for years. Then we have this man out here. It's his job to timber cruise every day for over 20 years, plus an official from the DNR. And as we're looking at these nests, none of us had ever seen anything like them. You know, they're absolutely not bear beds. They are not deer beds. They are intelligently made. And as we learned later, the foliage had to be gathered and transported to each nest. So that's an opposable thumb deal right there. So that was just what was so crazy about it, was just trying to figure out, you know, what they were. So I just dove into the research, and after about 3 days of looking into it, the closest thing I could find, almost to a T, is a gorilla bed.
Nest building is a fairly common behavioral practice amongst primates. Chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, and even humans build nests for sleeping, both during night and during the day. Most chimpanzees and orangutans build their nests in trees, leaving the gorilla ground nest as the primary point of comparison for the nests found in the Olympic Peninsula. Gorillas rarely sleep in the same bed twice, and sometimes they will construct a nest solely for a quick nap. Every member of a gorilla troop will create their own nest, aside from the very young that will bed down with their mothers. A gorilla will take leaves and surrounding branches to construct their nests. However, their nighttime nests tend to be a bit more elaborate than their daytime nests. Their nests are fairly large as well, with some reaching 5 feet in diameter. The nests found on the Olympic Peninsula are similar in both size and shape.
And we were hoping to get soil samples to test for eDNA and look for hair. which we did obtain soil for eDNA testing, and a lot of hair that was fits the criteria of possible Sasquatch hair.
With the aid of Dr. Meldrum, samples were collected from the nests for DNA testing, including soil samples for environmental DNA or eDNA testing. An eDNA test will use a sample from the environment to detect from trace DNA samples, like mucus, feces, or skin cells, left in the environment by animals, to determine what kind of species live there. The hope is that through this method, a DNA sample of a Sasquatch will be discovered.
So Dr. Meldrum, we've spent a couple days and went out and explored the nest, and we've done some DNA testing, or DNA sample gathering. And you've got to see the site firsthand, and just curious on your honest opinion of what you saw out there.
It was fascinating. I was really taken aback by the remarkable similarity of these ground nests with those that I've read about and seen photos of that are constructed by gorillas, for example, in Africa. There was remarkable structure to them. I mean, not only did we take core samples from the interior of the nests with the intent of subjecting those to environmental DNA survey, but we also looked very carefully at the structure of the nest itself. And it became very clear that these huckleberry boughs that had been broken off were in some cases essentially stuck into the ground, and then the foliage sort of plated into the rim, the raised rim of these nests. I mean, it wasn't just a haphazard scraping together of material into an insulating layer that is more characteristic, say, of a bear bed, but it was a very intentional construction that actually, to raise the lip to create a little insulative barrier from the moist soil. So I was amazed, and the setting, the positioning on that ridge overlooking the stream drainage, the thickness of the vegetation behind, the difficulty accessing, the number of beds and their arrangement here in that thicket was really quite stunning.
The nests were discovered on a ridge that overlooked a salmon-bearing creek. Uphill, there was a wall of huckleberry bushes that surrounded them, which served as material for the nests themselves, but also may have functioned as an alarm. The thickness of the foliage make any potential visitation extremely difficult and loud, which would signal to the members of the nests to abandon their posts and get away in the ravine below. Combine that with the actual construction of the nests, with the primitive form of a bed frame made from branches that had been broken by hand and not by tools, and the idea of a hoax becomes unlikely.
Okay, so on with phase 2. We're going to actually build a nest similar to all the nests that we've found, and in this depression next to the base of a tree, just to see kind of how long it takes, because we've been wondering how long it takes to build one of these nests with one person doing it, or one Bigfoot doing it, maybe one helping, handing him limbs and whatnot. So we're going to kind of document this and film it as we go. We'll film every few minutes here, but we're going to do it right here and see what happens and see how long it takes. Okay, so we're ways into it here, 2 of us working together, and we have deconstructed one of these nests all the way to the ground, and we're building this one exactly according to what we learned when we deconstructed the other nest. So in several places around the rim of this, there were sideways branches stuck in as if to kind of to support the sides. So we're kind of doing that. But I'll tell you what, this is time consuming. So this nest that we're building is taking shape. As we're stacking the limbs in here, we're trying to do it very, very similar to, or trying to do it identical to what we found actually. And one thing is really, really clear. This is a job for something with an opposable thumb. Because in the initial nests, which you've seen pictures of today, you can see that the limbs are all heading pretty much one direction in a circular fashion. So to conceptualize a bear doing this is really out of the question. Okay, so one thing that's just, we're about done with the consistent thickness of the original nests, which were about 1 foot thick. So that's where we are right now. One thing that just jumped out at us is looking at the limbs and the foliage around here after we got done doing this. Looks exactly identical to the other nest areas. As we were discovering the nests, all of the huckleberry in the immediate vicinity was broken, snapped, pulled, tugged, but no teeth marks anywhere and no cut marks. So we learned a lot doing this, and we learned that with 2 of us doing it rapidly, it took us about a half an hour to do it. And so when you think that we found 21 of these along this ridge line, you know, you've got you've got about 10 hours of construction to build those nests if there are 2 individuals doing it. So, and once again, what just jumped out at us right from the very beginning is that this is absolutely opposable thumb territory. What are your thoughts, Shane?
Yeah, absolutely. You need an opposable thumb to put something like this together with the construction, having some of the huckleberry actually pushed into the ground, and then the nest formulated around it. Just the sheer size of it and the amount of work and time it took, and the fact that every single one of these nests discovered were built exactly the same, and with varying sizes of huckleberry tips. You know, you had some really thick stuff.
And the nests varied in size as well. We had nests from 3.5 to 4 feet to 6 by 8. So they were all different sizes, but on average I would say they were 4 to 5 feet round. But so this is very similar, almost identical to what we found. And now we know how long it takes to build it. So it's just good science for us to document and add to our data.
And very comfy, very comfy. This will keep you insulated, keep you off the ground with the moisture. Of course, we built in a slightly different area, but where the nests were originally built, they had plenty of above tree coverage that could, shear them away from getting wet. And so, yeah, this is pretty awesome.
Pretty much what a mountain gorilla would do if it lived here.
Well, very almost identical.
Yep.
The samples sent in for DNA study found human DNA. However, this result does not completely exclude the possibility of Sasquatch DNA, but there is some explanation necessary. DNA is the part of a cell that contains instructions on development, growth, and reproduction. However, there are 2 types of DNA, mitochondrial and autosomal or nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA is passed down by parents and contains the information of a person's ancestry. Mitochondrial DNA contains information on how to create specific proteins and other metabolic processes. It is important to note this distinction because chimpanzees, considered the closest living relative of humans, share 98.8% of our DNA on the mitochondrial side. So it might be possible, with the similarities between humans and Sasquatch, that percentage might be even closer to 100%. Speculation aside, the Olympic Project would like to conduct more DNA studies, but will have to wait until more nests are found. In the meantime, a new phase of research began.
I'm Shane Corson with the Olympic Project, out here servicing some trail cameras, replacing batteries at the moment, and replacing a SD card.
We're out in the actual nest area right now. We're in the proximity of the biggest nest that we found. Or maybe it's not the biggest, but it's kind of like a recliner. I'll get some footage of it here in a second. Now here it is, and as you can see, it looks like kind of like a giant bird's nest. The branches are not woven, but they are absolutely intelligently placed.
For a while there, we monitored one of the nests with game cameras, and we didn't have any luck. There really wasn't anything passing through these nests for months and months and months. And so we kind of scrapped that idea for a while, placing our cameras in adjacent areas.
So after we looked at the initial nests and we documented what was there, we photographed it heavily, we measured, took samples, we did everything you can think of to do. We decided to work our way up and down this ridge line and see if we could find more.
I came up for a public OP expedition in 2015, and that's where I met Shane in person and Derek and David Ellis. I'd spoken to Derek on the phone several times, but that was May of 2015. And while I was here for that expedition, they got the phone call from the timber company. I had no idea at the time. Shane later shared with me. From 2015 to 2017, me and Shane became pretty good friends. We went on some hikes together, some camping trips together in other areas, and he finally, in 2017, he called me up and asked me, do you want to go to the nest area? And I'm like, yeah. And that's when Todd, about the same time, Todd Hale came on, and me, Shane, Todd, and Rebecca, we all went into the nest area, and it was cold. I want to say it was in January or so, but.
First time I went there, I think was February of 2018. By then it was about 3 years old, but you could still see them. They're broken down and degraded, but they're obviously there.
Like I said, right here, see how it's flat here? There is a trail, but when we found the nest originally, it was, it was up to here. But this was flat, like you could put your feet there, it was perfect for resting.
And I remember the largest nest was so freaking impressive. It was 8 by 6 feet, 8 by 5.5, 6 feet. But when you went into it, just the sheer size was just like, oh my gosh. Because up until that point, you hear rumors, well, they found bear beds or this or that. But actually seeing them in person, even after 2 years of degradation, I was like, holy crap, this is definitely our target subjects. And then actually physically walking into the area, I was like, yeah, this is, no one's hoaxing, there's no one walking down here. These are not bear beds. And so basically after that, that's when I started doing even more with Shane, and here we are.
It definitely rules out any kind of a hoax. No one in their right mind would be down here.
We spent about 5 hours down in that area, hiking down in that ravine and looking for anything.
Okay, we're down at the creek below the nesting site. The nesting site is up, I'd say 150 yards up that way. I'm terrible judge of distance, by the way. But it's straight up and down. It's a good little slide down on your butt type of hill. But this is a very hard to get to place, and for those of you that have seen the OP's presentation, you really don't understand until you actually get out here, and there's no way. Okay, we just hiked up from the creek. The original nests are on that finger over, up and over that way. And then we're on a different finger, and there's actually 2 older nests right on point down below us. And we're kind of investigating this area, see if we can find some more nests. But we're all very soaking wet. I'm soaking wet from mainly sweat.
Yeah.
It's
not even that cold.
We just walked through that. And it wasn't really walking, it was crawling. So, tell you what, this is beautiful and just daunting.
We've been pretty much going there ever since. Whenever I can. I don't go there as often as Chris and Shane, but I go there when I can.
For the next few years, these 4 core members of the Olympic Project placed out audio recorders, trail cameras, and camped out in an attempt to collect any evidence that Sasquatch might frequent the area.
Well, that effort right there took almost 3 years. We're talking about 3/4 of a mile in distance, maybe close to a mile, and probably 7 or 8 finger ridges that run north to south. The main ridge ran north to south, and then the finger ridges jut out towards the river. And so all of the nests, without exception, were all found on these fingers that were jutting out towards the creek. And the crazy thing was they were all within 100 to 150 yards from the creek. So speaking of patterns, that was quite a pattern. These nests could have been anywhere, but they were all stationed or placed, maybe strategically, along these fingers. And so at the end of 3.5 years, we had found and documented 23 nests on this same ridge, and of all sizes, including a very, very large one that was about 7 by 8. Yeah, it's just the craziest thing ever.
I think you should put a camera right there.
The heavy forest is punctuated with steep ridges that rise out of the ravine, making exploring the nest area both difficult and dangerous. And due to its geographical location, the nest site is not always dry. Combine inclement weather, rugged terrain, and a small bit of technical difficulties.
What setting do I put it on here?
What setting do you have it on?
I can't even see it. I don't have my glasses. I don't even know how to set this thing up. I don't even know how to set up this thing. Check this out.
And the true nature of Sasquatch research becomes abundantly clear.
Real research is not made for TV. It's just not. You know, you have these shows that are on TV where they're out at night and they're calling and doing, all that stuff is useless. It's absolutely useless, but it makes people watch television. I hate to say it, but it's crap. It's absolute crap. That is not real research. Real research is boring and tedious. It's tracking waterways. It's going into elk calving areas when the elk are in there and looking for tracks meticulously, slowly, methodically. Not beating on trees and screaming at night. It's finding things and documenting them in a scientific way. And again, it's not made for TV. It's really not. It's made for people that are patient, that want to go the long run, and want to stay the course. You know, whether it's studying a track find and doing everything scientifically that you should do to document that one track. If you aired that on television, people would turn off in 2 minutes because it's not interesting. But that's what real research is. It's not the shit you see on TV. I mean, we gridded like on a 10 to 20 foot grid pattern for years just to make sure we didn't miss anything. So by the time we were done searching, the last nests we were finding were degrading, you know, to where they were not unrecognizable, but nothing like they were when we first discovered them.
So it was just more of a monitoring process as well as looking for newer nests from about 2016 through 2020. We were constantly looking for new nests in different adjacent areas, different ravines, and that was our main goal, was to look for newer nests and old nests, knowing that these cannot be just a one-time phenomenon. There has to be more out there. And so that was our goal.
So I started helping out with the nests by doing what I had been doing with Chris's research near Mount St. Helens. I started just filming things and just trying to keep track of, tracks and plants and things, just what I'm kind of interested in. Eventually was able to get some game cameras, and so Shane had already been doing some cameras in there. I've kind of been focusing on camera-related things, so game cameras, following the guys around with a video camera. So every time they turn around, there's a camera in their face, which is why they're used to it when you're filming and why I'm not.
I did a number of hikes with Shane and Derek in the nest area multiple times, because we would go out into other ravines and just search for more beds. You know, that's the goal. It would be nice to find another one, knowing what we know now that we didn't know back then. It would be nice to find another one. eDNA, when they first were discovered, hadn't come out. It wasn't till 2 or 3 years after their discovery that eDNA became a thing, and Shane and Meldrum actually took a sample from one. But it would be nice to find a new one, like, you know, as fresh like the original ones, and we could collect more samples. We'd do things differently. I mean, not differently, but we would apply the knowledge we have now, we would apply that to another site. So it's, once again, that constant learning.
We're going through this off trail. We came upon something right over here. Big, breaking branches. We both drew our weapons. It went from straight in front of us down to the left.
So February, early February of 2020, Derek Randalls and I had been talking, and we were looking at a whole nother ravine area that we had somehow just avoided. So Derek got a hold of me one day, and we drove out to this area. We hiked around it, and we just explored a portion of this ravine that was very similar to the original nest area. A western-facing slope, a seasonal salmon creek, very thick with huckleberry. So it kind of matched the criteria of what the original nests were discovered in. And we spent a whole day searching a portion of this area and possibly found some older nests, maybe. You know, they would have to be 6, 7 years old, but we couldn't say for sure that they were nests. Well, a couple weeks later, towards the end of February, I invited Todd Hale of the Olympic Project out to camp and search out this ravine. And so he came out with me, and we started setting up our camp at the end of this like logging road area.
There we go. I'm trying to video here.
Sorry.
Big town monsters right here.
Big town. This is a cool spot too. It's colder though, 42.
We parked, we unloaded the trucks real fast. Like in 15 minutes, we were already hiking down this road, and then we broke into an area where he and Derek had found some really old degraded nests, and we were trying to get to that location when that happened.
I wanted to get down there, just show him the ravine, show him where Derek and I had looked and where Todd and I were going to look the following day. And we get right up to the edge of this ravine, and I could kind of make out a little bit of a finger, very familiar to me because of where the original nests are and how they were located.
Everything, it was raining, it was wet. I slipped on like a tree root and fell. And when I fell, I was like, oh, and I cussed. And as soon as I fell, that whatever it was must have heard me, the impact on the ground, because Shane's like, shh, be quiet, there's something up there.
Oh, hold on. Shh, we got movement. Shh. I started hearing movement in front of us, maybe, I don't know, 30, 40 yards away. And I hear sticks breaking, and they're large.
It's big.
So in my mind, you know, I'm thinking black bear, elk. It sounded too big to be a deer. And by this time, you know, Todd doesn't have the best hearing at all. And but he started hearing these breaks. He could hear this thing moving, and it's getting closer to us. It's approaching us. I can't yet see it. I can't yet see the brush movement. And so I'm like, wow, this could be a black bear, but this is weird. It should not be approaching us.
It's still moving.
It sounded like it was coming towards us, just busting through the brush. So we drew our weapons. And then it seemed, the sound was coming towards us, and then it seemed like the sound started going away from us. And then it went down and left. So Shane's like, right, if we're facing this way, this sound is over here. Shane's standing here, I'm behind him. We're staggered, and we have our guns out. And we're waiting to see this bear or whatever it is.
It will eventually, it retreats. It starts retreating, going back to the direction it came from, and then goes down into the ravine, and slowly we could hear it moving, and now it starts going up the hill and circling around behind us.
Now something's up here behind us, and that kind of freaked us out a bit. So I turned around, I'm facing this sound, he's facing this way, we're kind of back to back with our weapons drawn, and we're like, what do you want to do? Because now either this thing is circumvented around or we're dealing with two animals.
So I told Todd Hale, let's get back up to a higher spot location, see if we can spot this thing and at least not be in such a vulnerable spot. I don't want to come up behind us. Let's just
like he's looking right here.
Let's get back up by that tree.
You don't want to move forward to it?
You want to? I just don't want it to circle behind us.
I thought we were going to keep moving forward. We got two guns.
Let's just get up by that tree and listen. So Todd and I go back up where we had originally started, and we could hear it for a little bit, and then it went quiet. And we were probably up there, I don't know, 10 minutes. And Todd Hale said, hey, let's go back down to where we originally heard this thing.
I think we should go back where we first heard it. Let's see what we see. What if there was a nest there?
It would have to be a new one, because we looked at it.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, let's do that.
It went down a little bit and up a little bit. You know, it's where a ravine was beginning. So when we were going up, there was a wide, flat, smashed down trail. And as soon as we saw that, we were like, this is not normal. And we started just thinking maybe Sasquatch.
Oh yeah. This is interesting. You got a lot of movement right here. See this? A lot of fresh movement.
We started going up a little bit more and the sun popped out and you could see different huckleberry stalks broken off.
Oh yeah.
Look at those. Look at the huckleberry.
You see them all?
And the huckleberry is really white inside and it was shiny. So it looked fresh. And we said, oh crap.
The way the sun was coming through and setting just made them shine. You could see how crisp and how wet they were. So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, we walked in on a Sasquatch. There had to have been one here. I mean, just the way their brakes were high, they were low. No, this might not be a good spot to be in. They're all broke, dude. We have to bring Derek here. We're not doing this right now. If we walk in on the
look right there.
I know. I'm telling you, this is all fresh. We'll bring Derek back here.
We got
I'm not liking this. I don't get weirded out, but that's fresh.
We didn't want to go in there because we knew what we were going to find. So he's like, we got to call Derek. We need some more people to come in here.
And I basically did not want to go any further. Didn't want to go any further in there because that's got me all sorts of thinking. If it's circling behind it, yeah. Come on, let's not around. I'm not getting torn up. Yeah, if that's a fresh nest, I don't know. But if it's a fresh one, just like any other animal, you're in a bad spot.
We backed out of there, went back to the trucks, called Derek. So that was that day. The next day, Derek shows up with Tori, his wife. We go back in there, and as soon as you get in there, you see all the different huckleberry plants, all the stalks, branches, just gone. Not snapped, just gone. And everywhere huckleberry destruction. And all this huckleberry was collected and in these huge piles. And it looked like it was collecting all this material to start constructing a nest. Then we knew.
We're gonna DNA test it.
Derek,
look at the bed.
Look at all these snaps right here. This is what I saw yesterday. I was like, oh, look at.
Shane, they're here.
Snip, snip. There could be more nests.
The area is so vast and thick. The chances of walking upon something like that are just nuts, you know?
Look, that's a bed. That is a bed. It's the first one we've seen mixed with a little salal.
And after so many years, we're looking and looking and looking, thinking we might find an older one. I had no idea that we were going to walk in on one, making one.
We got to photograph the shit out of this. Don't get near it though. We're going to DNA test it.
No, I mean, look at all these snaps there. Look at right
the whole place is desolate.
right here, but it's right there. It was in the middle.
There's going to be another bed here.
Oh, I guarantee it.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Look at this and look where it's positioned up under the logs.
That's what I was saying yesterday. All the destruction right here.
It was making its bed when you were here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All these breaks are new.
Holy shit.
I bet you, Derek, there's gonna be some impressions up here, even if it's just flat.
Oh my God. Tori, we did it.
You guys scared me.
I'm excited. This is what we've been looking for 4 years.
But we also hypothesized that they were being made in the months of February and March. And so that hypothesis was spot on. And that's also when we get salmon running up these certain creeks and these rivers. So everything started to click.
Okay, 4 years later, we did it. This is the first new bed we found. We're not going to touch it. We're not even going to get any closer to it because we're going to do DNA testing. Yesterday, Shane and Todd were in here and heard this thing making in this bed in this spot, and it circled around them. And so we just got here, and here is the first new bed that we found in the last 4 years. And we're pretty excited.
Brand new. Brand new.
We were filming, we were taking pictures, we were super excited because we found a fresh new nest in the same month as we thought the other nests were being built. We instantly thought this is a pattern. Now we know when they're building these things. It's on a western facing slope, up on a ridge. I mean, they were it's like an identical situation to the old nests, except the next ravine over. We were taking pictures and videos. We got out of there. We were going to call Meldrum and some primatologists, and I'm sure Shane's told you about it. They were going to get scientists in there to look at it. We weren't going to touch anything. And then COVID happened.
And we realized that nobody was going to come out. And we are now looking at weather moving in. Rain, snow. So we decided to go in there and just collect as much as we could.
Everything happened like that. It was fast. So
jackpot on a tall break, approximately 7 feet off the ground, about 6 foot 3 inches off the ground. Hair with follicle.
Look at that. Jesus Christ. Going over the hillside right there.
Okay.
You guys haven't been over there, have you?
We haven't been anywhere.
No, we just came in and now.
So that's under the log. See the fingers?
Holy
Thumb way the over here?
are you kidding me?
Dude, my hands, I put my hand next to it, see it?
Yes.
Has it got any dermals?
It's like bam, and then it reached up over the log over there, and you can see another impression right there. It's hard to see in the picture.
James Millian had found handprints. Back around where that thing had come up behind us, there was a bear tunnel through the huckleberry, and then there was a game trail. And on that game trail, on the side, it was a steep ridge like this. And something had been on that trail and put its hands on the side of the bank. That's where they found the handprints.
James Millian of the Olympic Project went down to see where this thing had circled around us. He wanted to see if there was a tracks, a trail, and after about 40 minutes of hiking in this area, just searching, he found this right where we basically think this thing started to ascend the hill. There was 2 hand impressions, this being obviously the left, and there was a left and a right. And this was the better of the 2, but it was clear. And then the 2 hand impressions were spread out about 40 inches.
Yep.
So basically, if you want to hold that, I can demonstrate. Basically, what we're looking at is you got a game trail down below where this thing must have walked, and then you have a hill. And there's a large fallen log. And it was behind the log, and you had a hand impression, just like this. But that log kind of shielded it from our vantage point, so we would never have seen it.
So then as they proceeded to collect the nest material, we found footprints, more knuckle prints.
And that's why we brought in Cliff Barrickman to come in and help us cast some of the 14-inch impressions we had discovered, including a handprint that James Millian had discovered, 2 handprints, and a partial.
And that's really about it. That's during that couple-week period. I was coming in there on the weekends. Some of the guys were going there on weekdays. It was like a 3-week period, I want to say. And that was it. I haven't been back to that spot since.
With as much data collected as possible, the Olympic Project shifted to monitoring the area, which they have been doing since then. In the next installment, we'll be taking a look at the results of the monitoring of the second nest site, as well as taking a deep dive into the audio recorded there. For now, though, one lingering question remains. If another nest site is found, what will the Olympic Project do about it?
If we find another nest, we'll probably have to figure it out when the time comes. Because like I said, we are amateurs. Now we have brought Jeffrey Meldrum out here, Dr. Jeff Meldrum. We have brought zoologists out here, a primatologist out here. We would probably do the same. And I would imagine we would run more eDNA, environmental DNA testing on it. And it also depends, it would depend on what degree of degradation it's in. If it's old, then it's like, go for it, mess with it, test it, dig it up, whatever you're gonna do. If it's new and fresh, then you're running the possibility that they could be in country. They could be around there and it could be a used nest, or it could be an area where they're gonna come back too soon. So what we're gonna do with it probably would depend on how fresh it is and just the whole situation.
To look for Sasquatch is to look for a moving needle in an ever-changing haystack. But the incorrigible attitudes of Sasquatch researchers keep the search alive, even when no one is looking. It takes unwavering dedication like this to bring us closer to the goal and bring us further along the road to discovery.
I heard it. It was just a. Well, it looked like it was hugging the tree.
Sasquatch cover their tracks. I don't think they need to cover them. They're careful where they step. And if they're going through that thick huckleberry, it's a miracle sometimes when you actually come across one of these impressions.
The only reason it would make such deep impression is if it was in a hurry to get out of there.
Deep in the forests of the Pacific Northwest, a team of researchers discovered what they believed to be Sasquatch nests. First discovered in 2015, the Olympic Project has been studying the nest area into present day, finding footprints, handprints, and collecting startling audio. To learn as much as I could about this incredible discovery, I visited the location in September of 2023 with Shane Corson and friend of the Olympic Project, Eddie Sanchez.
Let's peel out. Peel out? Peel out. No, let's not. Good. Chris can just pull straight forward.
Since we were waiting on a few others to arrive, our objective was to establish a camp for us to spend a few days in. The members of the Olympic Project have spent so much time in this area that they have code names for various campsites that they've used to study the nest site. They rotate through these campsites based on the time of year, accessibility, and the level of activity.
John Pickering, this is one of the coolest possessions I have. John Pickering, one of the most knowledgeable outdoorsmen as well, made this for me. And what's really cool, he's got my initials there, right? Knowing I'm from Scotland, our national flower is the thistle. He drew the thistle on there. Everywhere I go hiking, I take this stick with me.
Oh gosh. Go for it. I'm gonna follow you now.
Hey, you said just walk. That's all I want.
Our first destination was a campsite near the original nest site, found in 2015, called Mouse Camp. I personally had a hand in the naming of Mouse Camp. In 2021, I visited the nest site for the first time, along with the rest of the Small Town Monsters crew, during the making of On the Trail of Bigfoot, The Discovery. For several days, Alex Pedikov and I camped at an unnamed campsite by the nests, with members of the Olympic Project. Due to the limited space and equipment, Alex and I shared a tent. One night, I went to sleep earlier than everyone else, and when Alex decided to go to bed, a mouse ran out of the tent, probably terrified that I had unknowingly trapped it inside the tent with me. That incident has led to Shane Corson sending me this image every year for my birthday. And since then, that campsite has been called Mouse Camp. Since no one had camped in Mouse Camp for some time, Shane, Eddie, and I were going to see the condition of the camp.
What are those?
Huckleberries. Evergreen, this is what the nests are made out of. Right here. Nothing but huckleberry. Some are a little better taste than others. But I haven't been down here. I don't think I've been down here this year yet. Oh no, I guess I have. It's been a lot of months. Around the corner. Oh, nice.
I filmed that. You guys put in all these trails, right?
Well, we've been hiking in here that they kind of started. Yeah, they started to form a trail. Yeah, they're not usually any. When these nest rubbers are found, there's no trail. It's all pure huckleberry thickness. Just imagine that without a trail.
Yeah.
And then some of the other animals have been using them too. I mean, obviously this right here is a natural game trail you're standing on.
Yeah.
But like stuff like this was just us moving in and out of here over the years.
Our hike down to Mouse Camp seemed promising until disaster struck.
Oh shit! Just got stung. Hold on. Oh.
Back up. Quick.
Shane had inadvertently stepped into a wasp nest, and now we were being chased back up the hill by a swarm of angry wasps.
Well, we took one for the team.
Yeah, no kidding. I got.
Well, they're gonna start to develop. I just got here. I got one on the back of the head here somewhere, right in between. And then, I don't know. Your adrenaline gets going, I'll be feeling them in a minute.
I'm feeling mine.
Where'd he get you?
On the back of the leg. Yeah. That's one, right?
Yeah, I see it clean.
Well, it was definitely, it had to be a ground nest. So I was looking up.
There's a yellow jacket hiding here.
Yeah, hope it's not one of the same tribe.
No.
Yeah, that's.
It's like, hey, dude.
That's what we got into, yellow jackets down there.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, better than bald-faced hornet.
Oh, I'd still be running.
No, I was in that mode.
Oh, I know, because I thought I was gonna get. They were landing on me. I'm swatting them off, but I was trying to see where they were coming from.
You're probably standing right in it.
Well,
Really
yeah.
close.
Well, I stopped because I had something hit my head, and I'm like, oh, I hope that was a horsefly. And then I looked down, and there's one stinging me here. There's one on my band here. And then I fell down the back of my head. I'm like, oh. That's, I don't know, it's like sting 30 this year, at least.
Well.
But that's why this time of year, they've been really bad. The hornets, the wasps. This time of year, it's hard to get in areas like this because you get attacked. And, you don't not want to get stuck down in there with a hive of, angry or
Especially
nest.
when you have to go up.
Yeah, a nest. Oh yeah.
Or you want to go up.
Maybe you're tripping and falling, you get covered. You could be in trouble. Well, I'm trying to think. I thought we were in the clear. I kind of jinxed us there.
Yes, you did.
Oh, no hornet's nest yet. We got a camp called Fresh Camp. You guys will like that one. I think, what time has anybody got time?
It's one.
Chris won't be here for another half hour. We have been down there a few times, so I don't think we're gonna run into any nests down there.
Yeah.
What kind of nest?
Well, yeah, I should say.
Not willing to brave any more potential wasp nests, Mouse Camp would have to wait for another trip.
Well, this actually I think is gonna work out a lot better. See, sometimes things are just meant to be.
We're going to Fresh Camp.
We're going to New Camp. Sorry, I kept calling it Fresh Camp. We're actually going to New Camp.
Wait, so you were wrong?
I'm never wrong.
All right.
New Camp, we've actually never stayed at New Camp, but we made it a camp. So we're gonna be staying there for the first time.
Okay.
But it's right next to what we call Nest Area 1B. And Nest Area 1B is where we seem to have been lately getting a lot of unique and very interesting recordings. Percussives, vocals, and large things, entities walking by, breaking huckleberries. So we haven't been down there in over a month, so it'll be kind of interesting to check out. There's our trail right there. I'm gonna pull up here. A few things in now.
It's the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Spencer. Hey, what's up?
Not much.
Hope you're ready for this candid filming.
I'm ready.
Do you got an audio recorder strapped on the back of your head?
Yes, I do.
Wait, turn around so I can see it. Dang, look at that.
This is an Olympus LS7. They don't make them anymore. My favorite recorder.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
It has really good sound and it has more options for how you record. So Shane.
Yeah.
Should we just go in, set up camp, and then come back and do the audio and the camera pickup and all that?
Yeah, 'cause we have plenty of, what time is it? Let me see. It is only 2:05. We got plenty of daylight.
Yeah, we'll set up camp. I want to scout it out anyways for places to put the thermals. And I'm guessing you're going to take the tree stand down tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that in the back here. So it's going to be a couple of trips.
Yeah. Okay, we'll just get
I'm just going to take a...
all our camp stuff. I left my
Is that a
pack.
wasp again on me?
Yeah. I'm not going to hit it.
No, don't. I'll get stung again. Don't. Yep. Alright. Man. I'm getting tired of getting stung.
Yeah, this is relentless.
Chris was also joined by his partner, Rebecca Slick.
Hello, Rebecca.
Oh, hi.
So, hope you're ready for this candid filming.
Apparently not. That just scared me.
So what's new?
We're going to be camping in a spot we haven't camped before, so that'll be interesting. Brought one of the ghillie suits too, so.
Really?
Yeah. Chris likes this one. I like this one.
You guys wear the ghillie suits for what?
Well, we've walked around before with our cameras. Just tried to see if we could see anything. But hoping to try it again. Because thankfully this color blends into the huckleberry really well.
Does it?
Yep. He'll have to show you some pictures. He took some pictures of me in the huckleberry and I had kind of disappeared in there.
Wow.
So it'll be fun. I'm glad you get to be here and see the area. It's been a while.
It has.
Having decided that this is where we were camping, we grabbed what we could and began the hike down.
You thought you were safe from the camera.
Oh, dang it, Eli.
There's a stump thingy there. Put right on top. Alright, that's good to know. I'm thinking. Alright, real quick.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, they found a ground nest, a hornet's nest, a wasp. So don't walk over there.
All right.
Because you, like they said, vibrate the ground and could agitate them.
Pouring out.
It'll be better this evening, but.
What up, Spence?
What up? This is new camp. No one's ever camped here.
No one's ever camped.
And we've wanted to camp here for a long time, and it's just never worked out.
Now we're
But
doing it.
the main ravines right down there, what we call fresh camp's not really a camp, but the finger that runs parallel to this finger at the very end of it, it's where the largest nest was found. It was like 8 by 5.5, almost 6. And I had a recorder there for 8 months last year.
Yeah.
And it consistently had activity around it. So, and where I'll take you later up to what we call NA1B, there's a recorder at the top of the ridge. Me and Wes were talking about it the other day, and 58.7% of all suspect sounds for the last 2 years has come from this general area. So,
Do you think there's anything to that particular ridge?
it's just where they want. I think they're running the tops of the ridges and going in and out of the ravines, because that's all the audio shows. It's like when they figured out I had a recorder down at Fresh Camp in the thick of it, on a regular basis, September through October, someone was coming by and power knocking next to it, at least once a week. So, and of course we got suspect vocalizations in here, and they're not that far away. So there's something about this general area, and of course the original nests are just a finger or two over where the first 7 nests were found. So
in 2020, after Shane and Todd Hale discovered a new nest area in the process of being made, they placed out audio recorders to survey the area over the course of several weeks. Some of the unknown vocalizations recorded from February to March of 2020 are chilling. The audio shown here is presented with an accompanying spectrogram, which, simply put, is a visual representation of an audio spectrum. Scientists use spectrograms to analyze the different calls of birds and make note at which frequencies their calls are made at. In this way, the Olympic Project aims to discover more about the suspected Sasquatch vocalizations. In addition to vocalizations, Shane and Todd also recorded loud percussive noises, referred to in the Sasquatch community as knocks. The real highlight of audio recorded in 2020 was what the Olympic Project dubbed as singing. The only other time this singing vocal was recorded was in October of 2022. As for what that type of vocal could mean, the Olympic Project does not know. But the fact that this was recorded in the nest area by Shane and Todd set Chris Spencer on a new path.
So back in 2020, after Todd and Shane had walked in on a nest being built, Todd and Shane both recorded some really crazy audio in the nest area that week because they camped out there. And at the time, I'd been working my area, I called it X1 at the time, down by St. Helens, and I'd been steadily over the years constantly trying to upgrade my audio to capture as much as possible, because from the very beginning, I've always thought, to really get an idea of what you're dealing with, you need to record as much as possible and learn everything in that area. Like, each area has its own sound, and I've said it multiple times before, you create a sound picture. You don't actually know an area really well until you've recorded it for months. X1, I felt like I was constantly discovering stuff, but I was always looking to get better audio, to get that sound picture, to learn every animal that's making noise at night. And when you learn all the species of animals that are making noise in your area, when the target subject's making noise, there's no doubt in your mind what it is. And so I had developed what I call LTRs. Back east, they call them LDRs. Same thing. It's a recorder with a time record function. And put it out. I always record dusk till dawn.
So this is my other trial run with this setup. This battery is a Milwaukee rechargeable battery, same type you would use in an impact or a drill motor, but it has a USB adapter to it with an on-off that I've got hooked up. I've never tried this before. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, but I've got the recorder set to record from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. We'll see what happens. I've got the mics are running out of here. This is going to be a trial run. At the time in 2020, I was getting maybe 20 nights. Now, knowing what I know now, we can go about 40 nights in the summertime. It depends also weather, because the weather really saps your batteries. But so 2020 rolls around, and Shane, he's like, I really want to get one of your LTRs up here. And so we set up one. And I'd worked with Wes Liam from Squattrometrics several times, and me and him were talking one night, and he's like, we were talking about the owls. Whether I record a suspect sound or not, I like getting different species of owls, because virtually all the owls you get is barred owl. When I get a different owl, I get excited. So we were just talking about the owls, and he goes, we should just do a spreadsheet and log all the owls. And I'm like, well, why don't we do a spreadsheet and log everything? Everything from dusk till dawn that makes a noise, let's just log it all. And no idea what kind of a monster I was setting myself up for. He's like, yeah, let's do it. So in March of 2021, I officially put out 3 recorders in the nest area and started recording. We'd go up there, me, Shane, and Rebecca would have to go up there twice a month at least to keep up on the batteries and SD cards. And I would review everything in Spectrogram, log it all, and then put it in a spreadsheet and then send it to Wes. And we did that from March of 2021 to March of this year, 2023. 2021, we got 58% of all nights recorded, but 2022, we got 100% of all nights recorded after we added the Wildlife Acoustics SM4s, which are way better than my homemade recorders. I finished up the spreadsheet.
Wes has it right now. He'll run the statistical analysis on it. It's a statistical analysis of every sound that I could identify. I have 3 categories: known sounds, which I identify the species and what kind of sound it's doing. And then we have ambiguous sounds, which are usually distant stuff that could be the target subjects, but I can't say absolute. And then we have unknown sounds, which I'm pretty sure is the target subjects, but because we didn't see the animal, we call it the unknown sounds. So actually nowhere in our report does it say Bigfoot or Sasquatch. It just says unknown sounds or ambiguous sounds.
Currently on the Olympic Project website, there is a light report of the long-term audio project available for public viewing. In it is documented every species that was recorded during the project, as well as the exact number each time one was heard. There is still more work to be done before the full report can be released, but already this is shaping up to be a quality study, not only in Sasquatch research, but in wildlife studies as well.
But you know, overall, there's been a regular presence of, they're not like living here 24/7, but it's pretty much been consistent from 2021 till even through this year. You know, every 5 to 6 days, 4 to 6 days, there's suspect activity. So they're coming through here on a pretty regular basis, whatever they're doing. It kind of slows down in mid-November through January. It kind of slows down, but then there's a huge spike in activity in February, which coincides with when Shane and Derek think the original nests were made. They think they were made around February. And the nest that Shane and Todd found was in early March. So that spike in activity that I got on the audio for the past 2 years coincides with some of the hypotheses we've had about the area. So.
Oh man.
What?
I found him. He's been in the back of my truck this entire time. Mother effer.
All this work for nothing.
Yes, all this work for nothing.
And there's Shane with his bow hunting gear.
I don't bow hunt.
You're gonna kill a Sasquatch with a crossbow?
I don't crossbow hunt, and no, I'm gonna go climb a tree in Therm.
With the rest of our gear gathered, we began the hike back, but we were making a pit stop along the way to a location known as NA1B. In order to keep his audio files organized, Chris has created code names for different areas where he places his recorders. The original nest site he named Nest Area 1, or NA1. There was a nearby pond he dubbed NA2, but nothing significant ever came of it, so he removed the audio recorder, instead turning his attention to NA1B, which was closer to the original nest site than NA2. Most of the suspected Sasquatch vocalizations have come from NA1B, most notably the one Chris refers to as chimp fit. Chris's long-term audio project began in March of 2021, and barely 2 months in, he recorded some of the strangest and unique vocals recorded by any Sasquatch researcher.
Chimp fit occurred in the nest area in 2021. And what was interesting about chimp fit was Shane, Rebecca, and I had gone in to service the audio unit, and we were right above the original nest area. So we were in nest area 1. And I was on the ground messing with my LTR. I didn't have the SM4s yet, unfortunately. I wish I'd had an SM4 recording this, because the mics were going bad on that particular unit, so what we recorded doesn't sound that great, but it's still profound. I'm messing with the LTR, and Shane and Rebecca are looking down in the ravine this way. They're both looking in the same direction. He's like, "Do you hear that?" And Rebecca's like, "Yeah, I hear it. It sounds like people mumbling." They were hearing mumbling, like people in the ravine. And you've been there, Eli. It's deep down there, and there's no reason. And we were the only people there. You know, we have the only key to the gate, and we're back there 2 miles, and they're hearing people mumbling in the ravine. And Shane's getting all weirded out by it. Just as I finish up, I stand up, and not from where they're hearing the mumbling, but up close, we hear, "Woo!" And Shane's like, "Oh, that's gotta be pickers." And we were like, "That's not pickers. There's no pickers this far back." And anyways, we go on our way. We're like, that's cool. That was, I can say that's the first time we were in there, and we'd been going in there for 2 months at that point in time on a regular basis. But that was the first time we heard something while we were there. Well, of course, a month goes by. I pick up the audio and review that night, and 12 hours later, the same vocal, "Woo!" happens at like little after 10 p.m., 10:08 p.m. And I want to say it's a minute to 2 minutes after that vocal, and it's the exact same vocal that we heard in person in the morning. A minute after that vocal is chimp fit, which is an escalation of whoops. A higher pitched individual just starts whooping, and they get building and building and building up, and they escalate into 2 screams. And then a lower voiced individual starts doing what I would describe as pant hoots like a chimpanzee, and it's just like ooh, 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 after the scream. And when you hear it, it's not canine, it's not deer or elk, or it's not recognizable about anything. You can't mistake it, because a lot of people get howls and stuff in the woods, and even whoops. Owls can make whoop-like sounds. Even dogs can make whoop-like sounds. This is hands down just primate. It is literally sounds like chimpanzees. And when I compared it, I went to the Macaulay Library of Sound, and I found chimpanzee vocalizations. And I went through a bunch of them, and there was a section of them where the description of them were chimps getting excited because they recognized their zookeepers coming to them, and they associated the zookeepers with food. And so these chimps were pant hooting, and in this case, the one that I picked to do a comparison with, it's actually on my YouTube channel, was a case where you had a female chimpanzee doing high pant hoots, and the male was underneath doing low pant hoots. Both of them escalated into screams. So you had a buildup of pant hoots by the chimps that built into these screams, that just explosion of screams. And when you look at it, the character and nature of the vocalization is almost exactly what happened in the nest area. I mean, the vocals are a little different because we don't have chimpanzees in the Northwest, but they're so similar in character and nature, it makes you have to pause. It's definitely whatever I recorded May 1st of 2021 in the nest area is primate. You can't mistake it. Even someone who's skeptical and doesn't believe that Bigfoot exists cannot listen to that audio and tell me that I'm mistaking an owl or a coyote. It is primate.
We'll go ahead and play our suspect vocalization with both of these chimpanzees' vocalization. They're not the same. I don't expect them to be the same, and I'm going to repeat myself a couple times. We don't have wild chimpanzees in the Pacific Northwest. This is the main focus, is what is the visual structure of these vocalizations. These are not visually owl or coyote. These are visually primate, in my opinion. When compared to a known primate, the chimpanzee, it's extremely similar. And it's something that should really be looked at by someone a lot smarter than me.
However poor the audio quality of ChimpFit is, the audio is still, as Chris said, profound. Due to the audio recorder failing after ChimpFit, Chris soon upgraded his equipment.
So we're going to deploy my new high-dollar recorder. Sound quality is phenomenal. Compared to what I've been using, it's relative to watching a movie on VHS and then watching it on Blu-ray. The sound is just phenomenal. So we're going to set it up right here. This is Nest Area 1. This is the SM4. And I've got two 128 gig SD cards in it, recording in WAV format. Each card should get 37 nights at 10-hour nights. Turn it on. It's going to go to sleep until 2,000 hours, and then it'll record to 600 hours, which is basically 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. And that's all I got to do. I really like this thing. Bam.
Not long after the installation of the SM4, strange vocalizations began to be recorded, first in February of 2022. A few minutes following these sounds are what Chris refers to as snort grunts. More strange vocalizations were recorded in March. Even more were recorded in April. All of these sounds were recorded by Chris's SM4 in Nest Area 1B, and we were going to that location now to service the audio unit.
This is a full-size SM4, and I've painted it brown. That light turns green when it's on, and it still kind of shines a little bit, but we could get into that later. I'm pretty sure they're aware of a lot of my recorders after a period of time. But this is the Mini.
Maybe that's what
I've been using it, but I don't plan on being up here for a while. This only gets like 21 nights, whereas I can leave that out and with the batteries, just the internal batteries, I've gotten up to like 58 nights with it. So I'd leave that for longer periods of time. Obviously this is for shorter periods of time. And the other thing is, when I have a recorder out in the field for like 6 months, I like to bring it back inside and let it all dry out. Especially in the wintertime. Mics wear out really quick in the wintertime.
How come you've never set a trail camera in here if you think they're moving through?
There is a trail camera here. I'll show you in a minute. Now I gotta set it.
But it got close to that. It got close on one side of that.
Cool, it's running the right. They're just checking the date and time. And it's right on time. Schedule. Edit schedule. So it's set to start at 9. I'm gonna actually change that to I'll change that to 7. 7 to 6. Let's see, start schedule time. Right. So it's gonna go to sleep and start up at 7 p.m. Had this set up.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if it worked. We'll see if it's even got power. Oh wow. So yeah, it's still keeping right time. There's 3,362 photos on it.
Wow.
So it's been working. Hopefully they're consecutively, because sometimes it'll come on and it'll just take a couple and then it'll shut down. But no, that's cool. This has been working. I'm still gonna pull it, but I had it covering this area because this is where we've heard stuff happen.
Yeah.
It's showing full power, so that's really cool. Hey Shane. Yeah. This thing's been working.
The whole time?
Yeah. So I am gonna take it because I want to place it somewhere else, but
that's way cool.
Dude, I'm like excited because last time we were here I was really disappointed.
You can even review it here, can't you?
Yeah, I got my laptop. We'll probably look at it when we get out of here.
Well, I'm thinking about putting the stand right here on this tree.
Why not?
That way I'm away from camp, kind of covering a different kind of area.
No, this is where shit happens, dude. Excuse me.
And I like that tree.
This will probably get redeployed. It might get redeployed here, but kind of will look at some better. That's the problem in here. There's not a lot of places where you have a good view. There is a place down in the ravine me and Shane found earlier this spring, but it's such a pain to get to. We wanted to put something down there that we knew could soak for a long time. And this might be it now that if it's working right, I might be putting it down there. It's actually, you got almost 50 yards worth of view, which that's a long ways in here.
Yeah.
I mean, usually you don't have 5 feet to see.
Oh, dude, it's so dense.
Yeah. The hope is, you would think like a 8-foot tall gorilla-like thing come walking through here, you might get a headshot or something. It's, you've got to try. Because I hear some people that don't even try, and it's like, no, you got to try.
Shane brought with him a tree stand that he intended to deploy that night for the purpose of using a thermal imager to scan the area below NA1B.
Obviously, I'll be tied in for viewership, but
Oh.
It's a good little workout.
Gives you a good ab workout.
Oh man, I could oversee tons from here.
Yeah, you don't have to go up very high right here.
I'll get up a little high. A little bit. Yeah, you can go as high as you feel comfortable.
They recommend you don't go higher than 20 feet.
Yeah.
That's how people die. But that chair is really comfortable. I've spent the night in it, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. I'll never do it again, but...
So basically, I'll fix the angle on it. You sit here, I got my therm. I think I'll go a little bit higher. I think it needs to be just a little bit higher. But I like...
And the backrest goes up against the tree.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But that's the gist of this.
Shane would return later that night to scan the area under the cover of darkness.
You know, the NAWAC, North American Wood Ape Conservancy, Alton Higgins a long time ago started putting string traps up, and that's how they were able to do Take 7. They were figuring out where these things were moving, and so I took that idea and I ran black thread this tree right here back to the tree Rebecca's standing next to, and I had it tied to that tree about 7.5, 8 feet up. Nothing touched it for 6 months, and then finally we came in one day and it was gone. And so I was like, okay. And the way you tie one end so it's secure, and the other end you loosely wrap it on a branch, and you leave a little belly in it, so like if a bird bumps it or whatever, it's not going to release, but something has to walk through it at that height. And at that height, it's high enough that deer's not going to set it off, bear's not going to set it off. Well, that entire string trap was gone. We didn't know where it went, so I replaced it with some monofilament line, and then I actually made some little burrs in hopes that it would drag through whatever ran through it and grab some hair. I set the one with the burr back up here in the winter time. I don't remember exactly what month. I'd have to look at my notes, but we came in, it was about 4 or 5 months later, I want to say it was, and I consistently record heavy movement through here and suspicious vocalizations and suspicious knocks. But we came in, me and Rebecca, and it was down. It was tied off secure to that, so it had been pulled through and it was down and it was going that direction. So whatever walked through it, drug it through here. Nothing was on the burr. We looked, but whatever hit it got tangled up in it, dropped it here, and when I was pulling it, looking through it, I found the black threads. The black thread that had been up prior that went missing, it was in the same spot. So whatever came through the same path within a 6-month period and knocked a string trap down that was 8 feet up, 7.5, 8 feet up. And like I said, this is consistently the area where we get the most suspect vocalizations, the most suspect knocking. So it's kind of cool. I need to set some more. The hope is I'd like to get some hair or something to put with the audio. That's the whole point. It's just the audio is great, but I want more. I want more, whether we get film or thermal or more corroborating evidence. What is cool though, last year, the finger between here and the old nest site, we cast a print. So there's something about this area they like.
How I film.
In May of 2022, Shane, Chris, Rebecca, and Todd visited the nest area in search of any corroborating evidence to the startling audio they had recorded. It is in this footage that Rebecca's talents, not only as a documentarian, but as a wildlife videographer shine, as she takes time to appreciate the other creatures that inhabit the nest area.
So we just came down the hill and let's see.
We're at mouse camp.
Do you want to go stand over?
Actually, yeah, right over here, where Eli made friends with a small little rodent.
Forest friends. Yeah, we haven't camped down here since. We're hiking down in. We've been leaving this area alone, and we're hiking down in. We're camping up on the hill, so we'll see how this goes.
Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah. So, no. That's kind of interesting.
That heel is what gets me. That's not a bear heel.
When I like the flex.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a hand almost.
Dude, that's our target subject.
Well,
that was done recently too.
You can tell from the heel.
That is not that old.
So we're definitely gonna bring a blind out here.
This is not that old at all. You want to cast it? I don't know. About the only thing we're gonna get, we'll get the heel. I don't know if it's gonna cast.
Right.
But, dude, that's our target subjects right there.
Todd has bled for Bigfoot.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
Blood, sweat, and tears in this nest area.
No gloves, no gators.
No glory.
We were looking at that track. It's hard to tell. I mean, it was very fresh. It's made in the last 24 hours. I guarantee that. The heel was very prominent. It was not a bear heel. And then Todd scanned it, and the scan, when he turned it to the sideways profile, I was like, no, we're casting this. I wasn't going to cast it, but as soon as I saw the profile, you could see the toes, you could see the mid-tarsal break, and you could see the heel plainly. We decided to go ahead and cast it, so we'll pull it probably tomorrow morning. It'll probably be set up by this evening, but I don't care.
How much?
All of it. We'll just do all of it.
Watch, we're gonna find a pristine
Whoever
one
created the cast, no doubt, was watching us last night. And then, of course, you guys heard some vocalizations while I was setting up the SM4. So, but yeah, that 3D scan app is just awesome.
Yeah, he's got it done, or not done, but.
In addition to finding a footprint in the area where much of the suspected Sasquatch vocalizations have occurred, the other amazing aspect of this find was the experienced development of technology. With modern smartphones now being able to do 3D scans with integrated LiDAR technology, Sasquatch researchers are able to collect data in a way that was virtually impossible just a few years ago.
That's why I changed my mind. He showed me that, and I was
Look
like,
at that.
we're casting it.
Wow.
Look at that profile.
That is freaking cool. Oh my god.
Tell me about a mid-tarsal break.
Holy crap.
Now watch if I flip
You can
it.
see toes there too.
Look at it.
If I do, I
I'm
need
gonna
to
flip
do
it this way. It's kind of hard to maneuver.
The toes, though, where the toes would
It
be.
could have happened last
Look at that.
I
It's
know.
not. I mean, if it was just a random impression.
You can see him right there.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, wonder what else is back here.
I bet you anything it did happen last night, because that was fresh as
After allowing the casting material to dry for a few days, they returned to the site to pull it from the ground.
Who's going?
This heel's freaking awesome, dude.
That's not a bear heel. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it looks like it's 3D cast. 3D. Ow.
I want to say that is definitely a toe right there. The others can't. That's probably a toe. Two toes are showing up, but what's really impressive is the heel.
Right.
How deep that heel went.
I was gonna give you a high five.
High five.
Good job, guys.
You got toes here, but that heel impression, and looking at just the pictures or looking at it from above, you couldn't tell how deep this heel was. So whatever did it had a lot of weight and came down hard in the ground. So we cast it. And that was maybe 50 yards from where me and Rebecca camped that weekend. And it happened, it was really fresh when we found it. It was very fresh.
It was very fresh, and like Chris said, we were kind of hiking through the Huckleberry, very thick area, going uphill, and I just happened to see one impression leading off into the Huckleberry, and that was this impression. Like Chris said, it was very fresh.
It was on a hill like this.
And what intrigued me was the heel. You may got a couple toes. I mean, the 3D scan that Todd had done is way more impressive than this cast.
Yeah.
And the thing with these, you know, these impressions here, these tracks, they're almost always found, the vast majority of them are found off trail.
Yeah.
They're in the thick stuff where I'm sure they don't, you know, there's a lot of ideas out there to Sasquatch cover their tracks. I don't think they need to cover them. They're careful where they step. And if they're going through that thick Huckleberry and that thick Salal, you're not going to find them unless you go through that stuff. So it's a miracle sometimes when you actually come across one of these impressions.
I think with this one, there's a strong possibility it was up there as we were starting to come up that finger, because it was, not only was it so fresh, the only reason it would make such deep impression is if it was in a hurry to get out of there. So that's a possibility, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
While the cast itself does not preserve details like the 3D scan, it demonstrates the importance of having multiple tools and not relying on any singular method for evidence collection. Each method of collection builds upon another. From audio to 3D scans to physical casts, each plays a role in creating a more complete picture of the Sasquatch phenomenon. But, as we'll see time and time again, no system is infallible.
I'm gonna miss it.
Why are you upset?
Because I forgot to charge the you-know-what batteries.
That's funnier than me just bleeping it out. That's just...
A simple mistake like forgetting to charge batteries can lead to critical pieces of equipment remaining non-operational during an outing.
It was nice.
It was nice.
Rebecca, the AGM's charged. You can use that.
Thank you.
Do you remember how to use it?
Yeah, I still don't have a spot picked out there. The huckleberry's too thick, so I might have to go a little deeper.
Ghillie suit and start monitoring us.
Well, there's a really good spot right over there next to
Yeah, it's all a buzz, I hear.
the bus.
You're gonna get into your ghillie suit?
Yeah.
Why?
To see if I can blend in, and maybe something that isn't here yet. If something's not close by watching us, maybe it won't see me on the approach.
Then you'll jump out and scare it?
You'll get it on therm.
Hopefully get it on therm.
Shortly thereafter, Chris headed back to his vehicle to attempt to charge his batteries, and Shane left for the tree stand. I ran into Chris on his way back, and what he had to say was surprising.
Things aren't charging on my truck. We're gonna have to take them to Shane's house tomorrow morning or something to have them charge on the wall, but I got one up to 75%, one up to 50%, one's at 40%. But with the extra battery packs, they should go most of the night. I set up the one right here pointed down that way, and it was like literally right over here, and Shane had just, he's down by the tree stand by the time I heard it. It was just right over the edge.
Huh.
and then there was a little brush movement. Who knows? I'm not gonna say it's a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
But it's just creepy when it's dusk and you hear something like that and it's calm out.
Yeah. You have any theories as to why they knock?
Usually we don't pick up on it. I think most people don't hear it, you know. And 9 times out of 10 when we're out here, you know, there's been stuff I've reviewed my head recorder just because we heard a knock, and then when I reviewed the recorder, I was like, holy crap, there's a vocal there too. Or, you know, or nothing, and Rebecca will say she heard something, or Shane will say he heard something, and I didn't hear anything, and I'll go back and review the audio, and I was like, oh yeah, there's a couple of these knocks, and then there's a whoop that I didn't hear, you know. So we get so focused, and even when we're out here and we're looking for these things, we're usually talking amongst each other, having fun, and we don't hear it. That's why I always wear the head recorder. While I was setting up my therm on the back trail towards where Shane just went, I heard clear, crisp knock just in the ravine. Was that you guys?
No.
No, it couldn't have been you guys, because it would have been
just one noise.
No, there was a knock, and then a little bit later there was some brush movement, but it was straight down for me, which would have been on the other side of that finger.
You're gonna have to check your audio recorder because he announced the time. He threw 3 big logs that were right here next to the tent.
But it was 3 logs. It was those
That's
ones that were
still,
leaning up
I
right
might have
here.
only heard, that's the thing, I might have heard just one.
I think it was at 7:45. Yeah.
That's about the time. So that's what I heard.
You know, there's 3 right here. Toss them out. I didn't want to
bet
have
you
a
that's what I
tent
heard.
full of logs at night.
I bet you that's what I heard. Because that, you never know how sound's going to carry around here. I have this on my head recorder, so we'll see when I review the audio.
Audio's running here, so you can.
Yeah. We can compare. We're going to set up a thing. I kind of want to get the top of that finger over there, but this tree's going to be right in my way. That's the thing, you only got so much view. That's why I have multiple, kind of try to place them all over. Tomorrow we might do something different. The goal is to have them all around our camp to catch different angles of approach, and since we possibly heard something coming from that finger over there, that's why I'm putting this one up.
Is that the ridge that Mouse Camp is on? Or
no, that's 2 fingers over. That finger over there is where the biggest nest was found. We call it Fresh Camp.
Got you.
See you guys later.
Good luck out there, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Don't slip.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh.
You're cutting that, right? No.
Nope, that's staying in. You gonna set up that last thermal?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to it, and before we go to bed I'll set it up. Got one up on the trail, on our back trail where Shane's posted up, and he just heard movement up there, and that's the trail where I'm recording a lot of stuff in the first place. And then I got the one pointed on the finger, and then this one before we go to bed, I'm just gonna hold on to this one for right now, and then before we go to bed I'll probably set it up looking down into this ravine somewhere. I'm just getting stuff out, so when I'm ready to do that I don't have to fumble around as much.
So what's our plan for now?
Just hang out, laugh, be
belligerent.
Yeah, act like we don't know anything's going on, because
know, if we're acting all sneaky and quiet, it's like we know something might be up. So if they're around, you know, that's basically what we do.
So you think that's the best tactic?
I think it's one tactic that works. It's worked for us in the past, but I also think stealth, if you look at a lot of the reports back east and down south, turkey hunters and guys in tree stands have a lot of sightings. So the NAWAC's approach, I think, works. They've had success in the last couple or 10 years or so with sightings themselves. So, you know, I think there's multiple ways to do this around here. Coming into an area that people don't normally camp in and then just being loud humans a lot of times will attract attention. And that's kind of what we do. Usually hike a lot during the day, stir it up, and then come back to camp and just be campers.
So following the plan of action, we settled in for a relaxed evening of conversation.
Wes flew out from England and was spending, I think he was out here for 3 weeks. And he'd never been here, so of course we brought him in. And we took him down to the original nest site. And you know, I lugged that DSLR camera around. And I hate lugging it around, but it's like, you lug it around for a reason. And we got to Mouse Camp, which is above the original nest site. Well, Shane, Rebecca, and Wes, they went down to where the nest had been to show Wes, and I just stayed up at Mouse Camp. And I set my backpack down, and I set the camera down next to it. I grabbed a bottle of water, and I walked 20 feet away, and I started looking up the ridge, and I was following. I could see where the light shined and opened up to where the finger ended. The finger we were on ended, and then it would go down into the ravine. Anyways, I was following that edge down.
Daytime?
Yeah, it was, I don't know, it's not quite noon yet, I don't think. I think it was around 10 or 11 in the morning. Excuse me. And I'm coming down, and I come to this spot that's just black. I mean, it's black bear black. And it's up against a tree. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, that's gotta be a burnout stump. But it didn't match the shadows. It didn't match anything else. And then if you look around, you don't see a lot of burnout stump in here. But it's black, and I'm looking at it, and it's up against a tree, and it looks like part of a head and part of a shoulder. And it's like it's hugging the tree. And it's about 2 to 3 feet above the huckleberry, and we know the huckleberry is anywhere from 6 to 9 feet tall in here. Mm-hmm. And I sat there and I stared at that thing for at least a minute. It seemed like longer, but it was at least a minute trying to talk myself into, that's not what I think it is. And it did not move whatsoever. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go back. I'm going to grab my camera and I'm going to zoom in on it. And it's going to be an optical illusion. It's going to be a dead tree or something against this other tree. I'm staring at this thing for a good solid minute. I finally am like, I'm gonna grab my camera, come back, zoom in on it, and I zoom in and it's gone. And now I'm mad. My instant reaction was I'm mad because I carry that damn camera around for exactly this scenario. And Rebecca comes up the trail about almost the exact same time, and she just looks at me and she goes, "What's wrong?" Because she could just see on my face I was mad. And I start telling her what happened, and she starts videoing me with her phone. I left my zoom camera over by the bag, and I had my bottle of water, and I was standing here drinking water, and I noticed a dark shape up against a tree that looked like head and shoulders. And it was up there, but I figured it was stump. So I went back to get my camera with the zoom lens to come over and zoom in on it and confirm it was a stump, and it's gone.
I can't rule out that maybe I'm looking at the wrong angle, but whatever I saw was distinctly, it was dark, almost black.
Do you want to stand right back where you were when
I saw it?
Yeah.
I'm guessing I was right about here. But I can't tell which tree I was looking at. It was such a distinctive figure. I knew I would see it again when I came over here, and I'm not seeing it. It's not there.
I'm not seeing it. Whoop, not seeing anything either that's
And it was
stump
well
squatchy.
above the huckleberry. Well above the huckleberry. At least 3 feet above the huckleberry. And I get about 2 to 3 minutes into telling her, and there's a knock from that direction.
Yeah, there's nothing stump squatchy up there too, so. Oh, please tell me my phone picked that up. It's directly in front of you, directly behind me. Don't.
It was that way. I heard a little brush movement down there, but she heard something. It sounded like something moving through the Huckleberry Way. Well, then about that time, Wes and Shane finally come up, and we kind of regroup and talk about what I saw. And Shane tries to walk out there. Yeah, if you keep going, if you went back another 50, 60 feet from where you are, Shane, straight back, that's about where it would probably have been.
Yeah, you can barely even see him back in there now. Keep going.
You don't have to if you don't want to, but it was, I can't tell where you're at. It was, okay. It was a little further than that, Shane.
Okay, I'm just curious.
You know what? That's where the ridge starts right there.
It wasn't right where the ridge starts. That's where it was.
Where's that?
Where the ridge starts over there. For the other ravine?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was at least 4 or 5 feet taller than you.
I was gonna say, I'm standing on a branch. I'm standing on a limb. I'm 2 feet off the ground.
And I kick myself now. We should have just forced it and went out there to the spot, but we didn't, because in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking, I didn't see what I thought I saw. I was making up excuses for it to not be what we think it was. And Shane got out there about 50 yards. He wasn't quite to the spot, but he had to hold up his hat so we could see where he was at. And it was so thick, he was having problems. He's falling down. He came back, and and whatever I saw was a good 2 feet to 3 feet above the huckleberry. I don't know, because we didn't go to the exact spot what the ground looked like. But it was typical. It looked like it was hugging them tree, and it was gone when I went to look at it with the camera, and there was a knock afterwards, and we heard movement going away from us. So
You didn't see any facial?
No, it was just because, like I said,
blob.
it was more than 50 yards. It was less than 100 yards, but it was more than 50 yards, and it was all I saw was just black, and it just looked like the head and a shoulder up against the tree. This one, I kind of, because I have audio that goes with it, I tend to lean towards it was probably one of them, and it moved as soon as I looked away. But either way, it's not the kind of sighting you'd go. Yeah. It's not the one you want. You know, I want the sighting where I get a picture of it too. So
As the night wore on, Chris discussed openly his frustrations with the current state of Sasquatch research and his desire for higher quality investigation.
the vast majority of people that are going out calling themselves Bigfoot researchers are going out in the field to have experiences. They're not going out to collect actual data. If even a fraction of the people went out to collect data, such as tracks, audio, hair, visual, photographs, thermal, what have you, if that was their goal, the subject would be much further ahead than it is. It's not that the subject's not advanced, it's just that hardly anybody's actually putting the time and effort into collecting data. Everybody's going out to have an experience so they can go on a podcast and tell everybody about their experience. Well, great. And then the people that are, a lot of people are taking audio. That's, you know, that's my gig, but that's not what I'm all about. I'm about all of it, collecting as much data, supportive data as you possibly can. But I hear audio all the time where it's a coyote or it's an owl, and people use that as, with their confirmation bias, like I was just talking about, oh, that's a Bigfoot mimicking a coyote. That's a Bigfoot mimicking an owl. We know they mimic. No, we don't know. I've never heard anything that would lead me to believe that they mimic a barred owl. Never. And when I hear that, it drives me nuts. I'm very much aware that I have confirmation bias a lot myself. Everybody's susceptible to it. When we're out here, I hear stuff. My mind wants it to be Bigfoot. And I keep my own mind in check as much as possible, because if I can't verify it, and I've really got to look at what I'm hearing, like if I hear something, my mind wants it to be Bigfoot, and it'll become Bigfoot in my own mind. But when I get home and look at the recording in spectrograph, it's like, no, that's not what that was. And half the time, like I said before, I think I hear something. When I look at it in spectrograph, there's either nothing there, or it's obviously a squirrel or a freaking coyote or something completely explainable. But when I was in the field, in the moment, I was like, oh shit, we got a Bigfoot here. So that's why I'm huge on recording audio and taking field notes. I always take field notes. But also be aware of your own bias, because everybody is susceptible. You're going out in the woods looking for a freaking 8-foot tall hairy ape, and everything you hear is going to be that 8-foot tall hairy ape if you don't keep yourself in check. If that makes sense.
Let me ask you, when you find yourself frustrated, how do you get over it? How do you get past it?
I just put my nose down and keep doing what I do. I start reviewing audio. And, you know, it's about the subject for me. I don't care about the people. I mean, I care about people, but I don't care about the vast majority of the stuff going on in the subject. I mean, I have good friends. I have Shane, Rebecca, and Todd, and then Wes over, and Wes gives me pep talks pretty much daily, because we talk about the spreadsheet, and you know, it's what we're doing is important. It'll be important to the right people someday. I don't expect to prove anything. I just want to see actual data collected that can be used someday by someone smarter than me.
Yeah.
That's what I focus on. I don't focus on, I mean, I'd go on rants all the time, but at the end of the day, I focus on what I'm doing and don't worry about what everybody else is doing.
Right.
No, you're going to edit all of that out, please. No.
As the night grew ever later, people began to trickle slowly back.
Rebecca, you're back.
Oh.
How'd it go?
There was a lot of wind. Excuse me, made it hard to... I've needed to cough for the last hour. There's a lot of wind, so it's hard to hear anything. Couldn't really hear you guys up here unless you were laughing really hard.
It's crazy how the sound travels around here.
Yeah, it actually stayed pretty quiet. But the thermal didn't go as far as I was hoping it was going to. So I had a window excuse me, above the huckleberry and then below where the ridge was.
Right.
But I think I filmed an owl and another bird in the trees, but nothing else that...
However, soon after Rebecca's return, a thermal signature was seen on the top of the hill.
Whatever it is behind bushes.
Gotcha.
Behind bushes?
Anyway, so it's moving.
Keep talking.
I'm filming, so.
Anyways,
We tried to keep the conversation going as most everyone attempted to film whatever was walking around the edge of our camp.
it's got to be Shane. It's Shane.
Yeah, it's Shane.
Mother. He's
Well,
he's therming us.
us.
He's therming us. You jerk. Shane. We see you.
You guys are noisy though, man. I can hear you guys laughing.
That's the point, isn't
Like,
it?
but it was like, are they laughing? I couldn't really quite tell.
We're laughing at you.
Yes.
Good.
That guy has a small head.
Like beetle.
We all just had partial shots of you, so we didn't know if it was you or not.
Oh, I wasn't trying to be inconspicuous. I dropped my headlamp.
Are you serious?
Did it break?
No, I found it. I'm trying to be incognito, you know, be quiet.
Well, is that
I was supposed to text you. Trust me, I was. And I was like, I was up there and it was so quiet. The wind finally died down.
Yes.
As I got out of the tree stand. But then I was just like, dang, it's quiet. I should go back up there. But I'm like, I'm falling asleep. or literally was. I was falling asleep up there.
That chair looks pretty comfy.
Oh, it was too comfy. And it was just like, when Chris left the trail, I heard something moving. He jumped something. I don't know, probably a deer.
I don't know, dude, because so as soon as you took off, I started looking for where to set that therm up.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, when I decided where I have it, I had just gotten, not even 5 minutes had passed since you left me. And it was directly down towards the ravine, but it wasn't that far away from me. It was it was a knock. It wasn't, I have it recorded. We'll listen to it tomorrow. But I'm like, no way. And I sat there for a minute, and then I heard kind of some brush movement.
Yeah, I heard that. I thought some of these guys were coming back towards me. And it's like, that's why I texted you. I said, hey, somebody coming towards me?
But see, when you text me, that's 20 minutes after I'd heard what I'd heard.
Yeah. And I was hearing movement. I never saw anything. But then that went on, never saw it. And
Might have been a bear.
Could have been. I was just shocked I didn't see it on my therm.
Yeah.
I was scanning everywhere, and I had great visibility.
With the way these berries are, it wouldn't surprise me if I spooked a bear or something.
No, there was some big brush movement. It was a deer, at least a deer or something. It wasn't like a rabbit or anything, but yeah, and after that, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Unfortunately for us, Shane was the most exciting thing to happen in camp all night. However, this is often the case with Sasquatch research. 99% of the time, you find nothing. And even when you do think you hear something, you're often wrong, as I soon learned the following morning.
I'm recording now.
There was no Bigfoot out last night, Eli.
So aggressive.
There was a Shane Corson.
Shane was responsible for all the noises.
Shane was responsible for trying to sneak up on us and trick us. And yeah, no, there was nothing out last night.
That's a bummer.
All the audio is inconclusive. I suspect Eddie spooked a deer or something.
When he was throwing
Yeah.
logs.
Yeah, because what I heard, there's brush crash closer to me than you guys, but I think it's something that got spooked, because I did pick up one of the thuds from you guys because it's distant. I can see that it's distant. I can hear that it's distant. And then what happened close to me, I think, was just an animal being spooked by Eddie throwing logs in the bushes. I wish I could say it was Bigfoot, but I'm going to say it's a 99.9% chance it was not Bigfoot. 99.9999999. There was no Bigfoot here.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Well, we're trying a new spot, aren't we?
You got to pay us more money and we'll produce a Bigfoot for you.
More tamales for Shane.
Tamales! Get us tamales and we'll have a Bigfoot for you tonight.
Telling you.
Does that sound like a deal, Shane?
It's all about the tamale.
While our conversation was lighthearted, I was thoroughly impressed with Chris's ability to admit that he was wrong. To admit that his own senses and his own confirmation bias had led him to believe there was something, when in reality, there was no evidence to support it. It is researchers like Chris Spencer and the rest of the Olympic Project that we need more of. People who document meticulously, who analyze their data, people who search for corroborating evidence, and most importantly, admit that they're wrong. It is this attitude that treats not only the subject, but the researchers themselves with respect, and gets us to the proper road to discovery.
You watched a tree fall when?
Boom! Bam! Bam!
And the brush movement was going towards me and Rebecca.
Well, that crack was, I mean, it could have been, I guess because we went through here, maybe we touched a tree or something, but it was a pretty much crack.
What would cause it?
For nearly a decade, the members of the Olympic Project have been studying what they believe to be Sasquatch nests. From footprints to audio, their research efforts have resulted in various types of evidence being gathered, all the while trying different and new methods for data collection. I visited the nest area in 2023 with OP members Shane Corson, Chris Spencer, and Rebecca Slick, and as we began the process of moving from one campsite to another, I was introduced to one of their methods of data collection.
So should we start taking stuff down?
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my camera, and then we can...
Where's your camera? Should I film you?
If you want. It's back side of this hill. It's not too far, just down here. And there's a trail, so I don't think we're gonna run into anything.
Here, I'll go with you.
Up to you.
Track right there. Oh, point it out.
Oh yeah, just not much to look at. Just a heavy, until a bear stepped in here, and there was another one here which I slid on. Heavily used little game trail here, obviously the blacktail and elk and stuff, but that's most definitely a little boo-boo.
As you can see, the path Shane and I were taking was extremely steep, a common feature in the nest area. What the Olympic Project refers to as the nest area is a much greater swath of land than the immediate vicinity of the many nests found. Instead, the nest area is a network of connected ravines and steep and heavily forested gullies. This combination of factors makes for limited visibility and dangerous terrain. Terrain like Shane and I were walking through now.
Kind of sucks though. But no bear took it out. see that sucks. It's probably dead. How many photos? Does that say I can't see that. 13 or 73. So it was still recording. Let me see real quick. So I don't like to strap him in. Just that strap just it stands out, looks so obvious. So I just like to find a stump. But moving forward, I'm gonna be doing less of this kind of camera work. And if you listen, that's that seasonal salmon creek. That's where I want to put cameras, is down there. But in the spring, it gets pretty hard because all the foliage, Devil's Club gets so prevalent. It's hard to find a good spot to put a camera down there. But the water is where I want to put it near. It covers up smell, covers up sound. The water is a distraction, so by placing the camera down there, if you look at a lot of the surprise sightings on both the human side and the Sasquatch side, and like Roger and Patterson's film, it's along a creek bed. So it just makes sense to me that if you want to possibly capture Sasquatch on a camera, your best chance is going to be near a riverbed or creek bed bottom where the water's flowing. Yeah, 74 photos. I guarantee I got a lot of foliage blowing in the wind. Let's see what else I have on here when I check it. I'm just pulling this camera.
When the Olympic project started in 2008, it began as a camera trap project, using trail cameras hidden away to capture evidence of Sasquatch. However, as the focus of the group has shifted away from that method, they still use trail cameras with that same hope, but in a more limited capacity. But trail cameras also serve another purpose, as we'll see when we arrive in the next camp at a location called NA3.
It's my favorite place to camp when we come up here. It gives them the advantage to approaching us. It puts us in a more of a disadvantage. So that's what they like, and hopefully they get close.
Right.
If they're around. They might not even be here. They might have heard us come in yesterday and said, "You," and left.
So why is this called Nest Site 3?
Because when I came in here 3 years ago, we obviously, where the original nests were found, we placed a long-term unit there, and I call it Nest Area 1. And then there was a area we tried recording. Actually, when we did the filming of Discovery, we went up to that area, and that was Nest Area 2. But I never recorded anything there, so I just pulled that unit. Everything was further this direction. And then we put a recorder out here, and obviously, Nest Area 3. And then it just kind of exploded into a number of Nest Area 1B, Nest Area 1A, to the point that Todd Hale hates me now. Because it's confusing on your Onyx map with all these labels. And I don't even record in most of the areas that I have these labels now. There was actually a Nest Area 4 back that direction. Once again, it proved fruitless. Everything was happening down here by this particular ravine, and the ravine that is about 200 yards that way. You have the main ravine coming this way, and then this ravine runs into it. But they found the nest in 2020 back on this ravine. At the end, this road dead ends, and then there's a trail that goes down to a finger, just like over there, and that's where they walked in on one building a nest.
So you call them nest areas, but that doesn't necessarily mean nests have been found here.
Correct. It's just because the nests that were found in 2015, it's just, that's why I call it the nest area. It could easily have been, you know, hardcore coursing area or something of that nature, but yeah. So
Jokes aside, we quickly established camp and then headed out into the bush to check on more trail cameras that Chris and Rebecca had set out.
What's going on?
Am I crushing anything? He's found some impressions. Do you think it's bear or something else?
oh no, you got crush here, crush there, crush there. You see it?
Do you want us to go in a different way so we can check them out?
Something's been moving through here frequently. It's just at this angle. I saw this, and there. I just ruined it. That's just, I mean, it's probably nothing. But something's been walking through here. Oh, yeah, it's flattened down up here. Yeah, I bet you a bear's been sleeping right there.
The last time I was in here,
Actually, those are probably deer beds right there. There's a bed there. See that, how the ferns are there?
this is fresh down over here too. Yeah.
That's fresh, so that's probably deer beds right there. There's a really big bear that Shane got on camera back here. I think last time we were up in July, we found a big pile of bear poop.
I'm looking for breaks, honestly.
Oh. Ah.
You silk blazing for us?
I got a cobweb in the beard. These ones are not quite ripe yet.
I got a couple that weren't too bad back there.
What's cool about these? We've had them up into November. They're ripe.
Those huckleberries?
So this is a red huckleberry.
Yeah.
It's done. They usually come into season sooner. And they're usually at lower elevations. This is about the elevation you'd normally find a lot of these. This is evergreen huckleberry.
Here's a little dehydrated one on there that's still red.
Those were really full this year. It's been actually a pretty good berry year.
But it's neat seeing these next to each other because they have the same branching style in a way, but they're different. Like these will lose their leaves and this will stay evergreen. And those ones are red and these ones are dark blue. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This one's still growing, but we'll find these little twists. I don't know if you can see it.
Twist.
Right on the end. They're
Right
just
there.
kind of twisted, like something kind of just popped it a little bit. This one, it wasn't complete, so it's still staying green. That one died.
You were looking for these twists, why?
We will find these sometimes in an area that we go in consistently. And it's almost like something came through where we've put new cameras and everything and it's just kind of marked. We don't know.
This
We're
another
not
one?
sure what it means. Yeah, that's an older one. It's hard to tell when they're just little. Some of the bigger ones are really interesting because there's no branches that have come down and
Well, what
and
would
knocked
cause?
it down.
What would twist something?
That's the thing. It's not something that other animals do. I mean, they can break something when they're going through, but we're finding it at higher. So we'll find this stuff even up higher and it's bigger like this. I don't want to break it, but it looks like it's just been twisted and popped and twisted down. So one of the things too with all the rain that we're not getting, you're going to have plants are going to naturally, like right here, this isn't broken, but it's dying back because we're not getting any rain.
Yeah.
So plants will just naturally sacrifice some of the leaves on their branch to conserve water. So that's why it's a little difficult finding right away what's a break and what's just dead. Like this is kind of broken and dead, but we also have a limb that came down too, so that could have sheared all this off. I'm actually thinking this is from this branch. This is older anyway, but so you'll see you've got multiples over here, but there's a dead branch came down.
So this is officially Nest Area 3 where I recorded for the 2-year project. I had my recorder in this stump, and actually technically it was Todd Hale's recorder. It was in the stump and I had moss over it. It was here for pretty much 2 years. We'd come in and service it, obviously. Most of the activity happened over in Nest Area 1. That's where the majority of stuff happened. But that way, 500 yards maybe is where the new nest was found that Todd and Shane walked in on. So that's why this recorder was here. But this is where I had game camera, and I forgot that I put a game camera out here last time on this stump right here. I had a game camera right here where this bear would walk by every week for months on end, and then the minute I changed the batteries in it, he came by and walked straight to the camera and picked it up and chewed it up.
Oh, dang.
But I'm a glutton for punishment, and I totally forgot, but back in June, I placed a new one in the same spot, basically. And this is a kind of cool spot, because obviously I got the bear here multiple times, lots of coyote, lots of deer, and I actually got a bobcat 3 or 4 times on it right here. And then Rebecca got a bobcat. She's gonna put cameras out now. I'm pulling this because I forgot it was even there. But she got a cool shot of a coyote that kind of sits down on a log right in front of her camera. She's got bobcat too, I think.
While obviously the hope of setting up trail cameras is to capture video evidence of Sasquatch, they are useful tools in learning about the other animals that share the environment. From small to large, these animals live in the nest area, and trail cameras provide a window into moments that may never be seen in person. However, the usage of a trail camera does not come without risk.
So this is the catwalk game cam area, and just came down to service it and noticed that it's been opened. I have yet to check and see if the SD card is in it. I don't know if an animal messed with it or if a person was in here. I don't see anything very evident on it. There are cobwebs here, so it's not super recent. Okay, SD card's still in there. And it's still on. I'm curious if anything touched it. Oh, it's a bear. Stinking little bear played with it.
While this camera remained where Rebecca had put it, not all trail cameras are so lucky.
I originally had a Cam Park camera back here for close to 2 years.
Yeah.
And then I was so excited to put my stealth cam in that he got me for my birthday. And the first time I deployed it, so excited, came back to change the batteries and a bear had chomped it. That's the video I showed you. So I'm gonna put it back because it's been dry, and that way rain won't get in the holes.
camp park. It's $40 on Amazon. Takes good video, takes good photographs. They're cheap. And if a bear chomps it, it's not as big a deal as if it's $100 and some odd camera. But I've got a number of these. They last pretty long. All the ones that I have are still working except for the ones that have been eaten by bears.
Just left the strap here because I fed it through under the dirt.
Man, it's so dry in here.
I like formatting the card on here. But let's see how this works. I hate pulling up this moss, but I have to try to just kind of break it up a little bit. As long as it's not just standing out.
This particular grove where Chris and Rebecca have placed their trail cameras was the scene of a startling encounter. In March of 2022, something happened that may have brought them closer to their target subject than ever before.
For the last year and a half, Shane, Rebecca, and I have gone into the nest area repetitively the same way. And we go and service the audio units in the same order every time. And we're just really doing the same thing every time, about once a month. We've suspected we've been noticed before. We have recorded some other vocals and heard vocals while we were there before. Not a lot. And most times we go in, we don't hear anything and nothing happens. And that's pretty much most of the time we go in. And this is actually a good example of a time that something odd happened, but we didn't hear anything that I'm about to play for you. And this is why I always stress to people, if you're going to go out in the field, especially investigating this subject, bring a recorder and turn it on. Turn it on before you get out of your vehicle. We went into the area and Rebecca was servicing her game cameras and I was servicing the LTR, long-term recording unit. And Shane decided to peel off and go set up another game camera in a different area on our back trail.
Where are you putting a camera?
I'm going to go down here towards that. You know that?
Okay.
There's a stump down there. I put them on before.
While he was gone, he got back towards where the rig was. And he was only 150, 200 yards from us. So he could actually hear me and Rebecca talking. Rebecca was excited. She had a bobcat, I believe, on her game camera that she was telling me about. And from his position, he couldn't see us because the huckleberry is about 9 feet tall in this area, but he could hear us. But what he also heard was some large brush movement. And the brush movement, the huckleberry movement, was going towards me and Rebecca. He tried to call me on his cell phone. I didn't answer because my cell phone was on airplane mode. So the battery wouldn't die, looking for a signal that it normally doesn't have. When I didn't pick up, he got worried. It was because something large was moving through the brush towards us, and he started going back towards the trail to let us know, hey, something's moving towards you. In the meantime, I didn't hear any of this. Rebecca had heard the brush movement. I didn't hear any of it. I was in my own little world messing with the recorder, and she assumed she was hearing Shane. Anyways, we met Shane halfway on the trail on the way out, and he was all kind of worried.
You?
No, that big one?
Yeah. That wasn't you.
No, that sounded like it came from right down here.
That's where I heard it from, but I thought it was you putting up.
I was up here by the truck. I just drew my weapon because I'm like, oh crap, they're coming through, and there's something parallel and coming right through here somewhere. Could be a bear, but I was like, oh crap, it sounded
I'm
big.
an old man. I was oblivious.
No, I heard the crack. I just thought it was you pushing something out of your way.
I'm trying to hurry you up.
I didn't hear it.
No, because I was going to put my camera in that usual stump, but all the moss fell off. I said, screw it. So then I came over here to look. I'm like, screw that. So I went up to the truck and I was going to put it down there, and I heard something moving down here. I'm like,
that's about 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
So
Maybe 6 now.
I'll check my audio.
But there's so, if that wasn't you guys, I heard you guys moving down here. Boys,
Yeah.
But there was something bigger moving back here.
And I assumed it was you.
This is where those whoops came from.
Well, that crack was, I mean, it could have been, I guess because we went through here, maybe we touched a tree or something, but it was a good sized crack. I couldn't tell if it was something hitting the tree or just a...
Pretty much all our suspect audio for January came from here.
So we went back and we kind of stuck around and looked around. We didn't see anything. We didn't hear anything else, and went about our day. Went over to Nest Area 1 and took care of those recorders and the game cameras we had over there, and came home. Well, when I got home, I started reviewing, and sure enough, the minute we get out of the rig, there's actually a whoop that we didn't hear because me and Shane were talking. And several minutes later, as we're going into the area this particular clip happens, there's 3 vocals. There's a vocal right here. There's a perfect slide whistle whoop right here. And there's another whoop right here, but that's me moving. We didn't hear any of this, but my recorder picked it up. And that's why you carry a recorder. Moving through the brush, talking, you're going to miss stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. Like I said, we didn't hear any of this, and that's why you always carry a recorder on your person.
This event serves as an example of the fallibility of human senses. While only 2 people heard the crashing through the brush, not one of them heard the whoops that Chris's recorder captured that day, proving that the quest to discover the Sasquatch's existence has to be a multifaceted approach, one that involves boots on the ground, trail cameras, and audio recorders. In the 2 years since Shane and Todd Hale walked into a nest being made in NA3, Chris has recorded multiple suspect sounds in the area, like this set of sounds from January of 2022. The audio captured at NA3, in combination with the audio presented in the previous episode, paints a compelling picture of a Sasquatch that moves from ravine to ravine in search of food within the greater nest area. A track find in November of 2021 in an area called NA4 helps to more concretely define this image.
Okay, check this out. This is right on the side of the road where all these huckleberry breaks are. And this is 17 inches. I'm gonna scan it. We just took pictures with a tape, but it's massive. And it's stomped down about 3 inches in that mud. So we found an impression over this way where there's a bunch of huckleberry breaks, and it's also 17 inches. Have you measured these over here?
This one? Yeah.
There's impressions over here. How long are those?
About the same, about 17.
Again, we got impressions over here. Huckleberry breaks, 17 inches.
The 17-inch track seen here in Todd's 3D scan was several inches deep in an area surrounded by broken huckleberry branches.
Okay, so the guys are coming through here, but they didn't do this. So we have broken huckleberry on both sides of the road.
Like I would say, we can't say it's Bigfoot, but it's either human or Bigfoot. This isn't bear ungulate behavior. It's just broke off and dropped. This stuff wasn't here last week, so this is new. Broke, pulled, broke. You know, and this is the material the nests were made out of. Obviously, this is not being transported anywhere, but everything's just broke, and it's not necessarily dropped right where the branch is broken, but in the general area, like it was held for a while.
Okay, so here's one that's broken. And for whatever reason, wasn't taken. That almost looks like it was ripped out of the ground.
Broke off. Yeah. You got ones down low and ones up tall. It's like a troop came through here. Possibly.
Here's another incomplete break. I can't focus with a GoPro like I can other ones. Just twist it around.
You got this big one right here. Yeah. That is not something. I mean, look how high up it is. Look, the tops of those are all broke off. Those are over 6 foot up. 6.5 feet up. Look at that big one up there. That one's broke off. That's like 7 foot up right there. That's just doesn't make sense. A human's not doing that. I don't see a human walking in this anyways.
Okay, so this one's broken. That's about my height. I'd say about 5 foot.
The realization of what these breaks could imply is caught on the Olympic Project's cameras.
Interesting to note that even though they're all kind of broken down about the same height, they're not really going after the rhododendrons. So if they were clearing these just so that they had a clear view, they would probably also be taking down the rhododendrons, but it seems like they're going solely after the huckleberry.
Look at the trail. Look at it, it's littered with huckleberry. Just looking at the trail. Yeah. You don't even have to. They're stripping the berries off it. Dude, look at this. Look at this beautiful berries. Yep. Just like that. Just grab the branch, put your mouth on it. Rip it. Just like that. That's what they're doing. And all of these branches that have been broke off and laying on the ground, not one of them has a berry on them. Every single one of them is lacking berries. I'm strongly leaning to that. This is evidence of them grazing on the berries. See, look how loaded this plant is. It's November and these things are good through almost through December, I know that much. And see, that's what all these are like back here. And the ones that are broke off have none. These berries are actually really delicious right now. Not as big as they usually are. We had a dry summer, but yeah. November, huckleberries are in season.
The presence of berries demonstrates that there is a viable food source for a large animal in the nest area. Other great apes, like gorillas, have been observed to eat berries and other nutrient-rich resources, leaving behind stripped leaves, much like the Olympic Project was finding. In a location like the nest area, where human presence is minimal, spots like this might never be noticed by anyone. In addition to the evergreen huckleberries, there are also red huckleberries, blackberries, and salal berries, All these berries are ripe in different seasons throughout the year, providing a plentiful food source for many animals.
Yeah, this is actually edible, by the way. So this is something, well, no, I'm not gonna. What I'm saying is that this is something that they could eat.
I'm gonna throw this down in the ravine.
Witch's butter.
Pretty cheap.
We're following huckleberry breaks from up in here. There's a bunch up here. There's a path right here. It's really steep down into this ravine. There's a creek down there, obviously.
I like this little trail.
Obviously, an animal the size of a Sasquatch could not subsist off of berries alone, probably needing a more protein-rich food source, something exactly like what the streams in the nest area contain. The assumption that Sasquatch eats meat is not necessarily the most obvious one. After all, the other great apes, like gorillas, subsist off a diet of fruit and leaves, and they get enough protein from their diet to live that way. But the secret to the gorilla muscular physique on a vegetarian diet lies in the way their bodies digest the leaves they eat. Gorillas have extra long intestines that ferment the leaves, creating bacteria which is then broken down by their bodies. This bacteria generates more than enough protein for even the large silverbacks to live off of, a process which human beings are physically incapable of. Most other great apes subsist off mostly vegetarian diets as well, although some orangutans and chimpanzees have been observed to hunt monkeys and eat them. However, it doesn't seem to be a large part of their diet. The Sasquatch's dietary habits remains mostly in the speculative realm of whether they have a gut that can ferment leaves, or if they need to get their protein externally. Throughout the past few decades, there have been reports of Sasquatches eating squirrels, clams, fish, as well as berries, leaves, and other plants, suggesting an omnivorous diet similar to a bear. There is even some evidence to suggest that Sasquatch goes for larger animals like deer, from several eyewitness testimonies claiming to have seen Sasquatch in action. Typically, Sasquatch is thought to be an ambush predator, meaning that they strike at close range and kill their prey, usually breaking its neck or back. Most kills associated with Sasquatch are absent of bite marks, claw marks, bullet holes, arrow wounds, or anything that would suggest a different type of predation. Most of the time, these kills are torn open, with many of the internal organs missing. When the pieces are put together, it portrays a compelling image of a large omnivorous animal in the Pacific Northwest. And like many animals in the PNW, the idea of a Sasquatch traveling over ridges to get to different salmon-bearing streams is not at all far-fetched. This trail camera, set high up on a ridge, managed to capture an otter making the trek to climb over the ridge and down the other side. This rarely observed behavior is a prime example of how learning about the surrounding wildlife can provide clues to the behavior of Sasquatch.
She's hiding now.
I forgot.
Yeah, it's amazing how many rocks end up in the truck that I never knew were there. It's like they're magic rocks.
I saw that rock. I was like, "What's?"
Oh, she put she put another rock in the truck.
That's what the subject came.
Okay.
Who likes collecting rocks? You do?
The lovely Rebecca is a rock collector.
She's a rock. Yeah, I'll be in my truck, and then where'd Rebecca go? Oh, I don't know. Here she comes with a rock.
Not small rocks.
No, and sometimes they're big rocks.
One time, we were hiking down
It's like the Flintstones.
in the valley, the last zone valley of Mount St. Helens, and it's it's a 3-4 mile hike down, and then you got to go straight uphill. It's a 3 mile hike straight uphill. It's not hard, but you're worn out when you're done. We're down there, and she's eyeballing this rock about this big. And I look at her, I go, I'm not packing that, and you're not bringing that out of the valley. And she just gave me this look, and she packed it by herself out of the valley just to spite me. Yeah, there's also a collection of rocks from this area, from several other research areas in the backyard.
Nice.
It's kind of cool, though, because we go back to, oh, yeah, that's from that camp out. You remember that camp out? She remembers it better than I do.
You like collecting rocks?
Well, he just talked about rocks. He didn't talk about pine cones and
You
all
collect
kinds of things.
There's a couple rocks in my bedroom right now with moss on them that she mists every so often from her Alaskan trip.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's got Alaskan moss and rocks.
So you got lichen, moss.
In my bedroom.
It's like Rainforest Cafe, baby.
So, like, this is one of the recording units. It's a Olympus DM720. It has a time record function. I have, like, the one I carry is another Olympus. They get good quality audio. And I'm pretty sure, I know there's other recorders out there that have time record functions, but this is kind of the most affordable and quality audio. And it's just, once you start using one, you just kind of get stuck, because it took me forever to learn all the functions, and believe me, there was a lot of cursing when I'd go on the field and the dang thing didn't turn on because I didn't know how to set it. Make sure the time and date is right. Definitely not 7 in the morning. Mics are working. Alright, good to go. Back in March, it was March. I was sitting at the campfire in my chair looking this way, and I see this old tree doing this back here, and then it crashes to the ground.
Oh, jeez.
Me and Shane found it. There was nothing around it. I mean, it's just kind of odd. Kind of tripped me out. I was all by myself. I was about to eat a grilled cheese sandwich. And that's kind of a thing. Tree falls. Yes, some of them are probably perfectly natural, but pretty sure some of them are pushovers. Yeah, I'm not really trying to hide it. If I was putting it out here for a long period of time, I would find a stump that I could hollow out, and I'd stick the unit actually in the stump and then have the mics clipped out and cover it with moss and stuff. I'm not really caring right now. If I was setting a long-term out here, I would note which mic is which you can do by looking at the recorder. Actually, I'll just do it right now. So, okay. And it turned off. Good thing I checked. You can cut this part out. It's 1:13 now. And so that's the left mic. Left mic is pointing west. Right mic is going north. So when I review inspectogram, I know my left mic's pointed southwest, my right mic's pointed kind of northwest. So cool. If something's obviously hitting harder here, we know they're coming from that direction. If something's hitting harder over there, we know it's coming from that direction.
With the audio recorder placed, Chris, Rebecca, and I headed out to go check on the time-lapse camera.
Yeah, bears recently dug on this stuff right here. See, that's been dug into within the last couple weeks. So that's bear.
Let's point out, this is natural. This happens in storms, but there's a lot of that gets called Bigfoot activity a lot, where it falls.
Big branches and sticks stuck in the ground. See, these are all cottonwood and alder, and as they get bigger, they rot out, and in a storm, branches break out off, and they fall to the ground, and they stick down into the ground up to feet, and yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Nature's terrifying sometimes.
I've never pitched a tent in an alder patch.
Yeah.
Why?
Because if the wind picks up, you're likely to wake up with a tree on top of you. Alder and cottonwood are notorious for falling down. I'm not an expert on the trees, but a lot of times after a company logs an area, anywhere where there's like marshes, like you could go on Google Earth, if you want to find marshes, look for deciduous tree patches. You'll see patches of deciduous trees among the conifers. Well, there's going to be a freshwater spring there or a marsh, because cottonwoods and alders suck a lot of water. They're always going to be growing next to marshes. And this area is usually really marshy.
Alders will grow pretty easily in a newly logged area.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see tons of alders along logging roads and such.
Gonna grow like weeds, but
so as you can see, there's not a lot of views around here. This is one view where I had kind of this little side ravine runs down into the main ravine, so I put this time lapse. It's a Dosen camera running down this way. I have it hooked up on that solar panel there, and I had it set to a picture every 3 seconds from sunrise to about 8 in the morning, and then from 8 p.m. to sunset. Actually, I had it set to 7 p.m. Most I've gotten out of it was 14 or 15 days, but I haven't checked it in a while. I'm actually going to pull it out of here. It does better in the summertime. Wintertime, it does really bad because you get snow. We had a lot of snow this year up here. I mean, everything blanketed, so the solar panel gets blanketed by snow, and then you don't have any more power.
The purpose of using a time-lapse camera rather than a regular trail camera is that a time-lapse camera does not have to be triggered in order to record. Most trail cameras are motion activated, meaning that when something passes in front of the camera, within a close enough range to be detected, it will record. Most of the time, things have to be relatively close to the camera in order to activate it, making it blind to the things that may be in the field of view, but out of the range of the motion detector. The time-lapse camera records for several seconds at a time, going every 3 seconds, capturing whatever comes through the field of view. The hope is that if a Sasquatch passes in front of it, it will be captured, even if it's far away.
And I'm just actually very thankful to see it's here, has full power, and not been eaten by a bear. Usually if a camera survives its first couple months out here and you don't touch it, the bears aren't going to mess with it because your scent's gone anyways. The scents that they're going to pick up on are food scents, so if you're placing cameras, just make sure you don't eat before you place them, for one, and then make sure your hands are scent free when you do place them.
looks pretty cool.
What's going on here?
Pileated woodpeckers. They're those ones that get about that big.
Wait, how big?
They're like that long on a tree when they're up there.
That's huge.
Yeah, they're a big bird. That's some of the knocks that people report are actually those, because it'll sound like a single knock or a couple knocks, and they're testing to find where the spots are in the tree with the larvae. And so they'll just be tapping around, and some of them can sound really, really loud. And then usually if you stick around long enough, or you've recorded it long enough, you can end up hearing one of those either banging on the tree, or you'll hear their call. So they get blamed for a lot of stuff. Not everything, but if you dig into it, sometimes you can find out, oh, it's a woodpecker.
The sounds of the forest can be deceiving, especially when one is not familiar with them. The pileated woodpecker, the largest woodpecker in North America, uses its beak to eat bugs hidden in trees. The resulting sounds made by its eating habits can sound very close to what people call a Sasquatch knock. However, when compared to a genuine Sasquatch knock, the difference is audible. Additionally, owls can make vocalizations that sound incredibly similar to a Sasquatch, making the possibility of misidentification more likely. However, as Chris will demonstrate, there are differences, and by reviewing the audio, both by listening closely and looking at it visually, you can make out those differences.
Now this is a clip, and I've talked about it before, in March while servicing audio in Nest Area 3, where actually this particular owl vocalization came from the same area. But I wanted to just show you the comparison. So this is the fundamental, and you can see it's starting down low in the 300s, and it's only peaking just below 500 hertz here. Hertz are over here. And I know I say hertz don't matter, but in this case it does. This is the barred owl. It's starting out up in the 700s, and it's peaking up to 1,000. This is the barred owl scream, and you notice how long the barred owl scream is and how flat this is. So it's shaped different. It has a similar look, and if you're not familiar with it and you haven't seen a lot of it, I can totally get how someone would think it might be a Bigfoot if it's distant, especially if they don't do this other vocal, and that happens a lot. And so I'm not blaming anybody. That's why I'm showing it to you, and I'm hopefully helping some people out here. But I'll go ahead and play this, and you'll hear a definite difference in tone and pitch and what it actually sounds like.
As a researcher, one should be able to discern the differences between the sounds of known animals and the sounds of the target subject, to better cultivate an evidence base and present the most convincing data possible for the existence of Sasquatch.
Oh, here it is.
With the time-lapse camera in hand, Chris, Rebecca, and I trekked back to camp. But Chris was eager to take us on a detour to show us the results of a tree fall he had witnessed.
You watched a tree fall? When?
Remember I told you I saw that tree doing this and then fell over?
When did you tell me that?
What's this got here?
Oh, see, I don't remember. Sorry.
Yeah, it was back in March.
This past March?
Yeah. This guy right here. It fell down and you had two pieces here. And I just saw the top of one, but I just saw the top of it kind of shimmying and then boom, bam, bam. And this was all fresh when me and Shane came back. We wanted to find it.
So where were you standing?
You know where our camp is?
Yeah.
I was sitting, looking this direction, getting ready to eat a grilled cheese sandwich because it was about 1 in the afternoon. There was a little wind earlier, but at the time it was calm. And that was the same day that later on that evening when I was sitting in camp again, something got crashed in the huckleberry right behind me. I told you about that. There was just some unusualness going on, and this tree obviously was dead, and it might have just finally decided it was time to fall. But, you know, there's other times where when you have like 3 or 4 tree falls within the same hour and you get something large yelling and screaming, plus you get wood knocks, then the tree falls become a little more suspect. So. Well, I'm at the top, so that's probably 50 plus feet, a little over 50 feet.
Close by, we found something even more interesting.
That was pulled, broke down. That's newer.
Well, I'm saying that's live.
Yeah, this tree's still alive.
This tree's still alive, and when we were walking under that, I noticed the needles were dead and falling off. There's sap dripping.
That's kind of interesting, honestly, because I'm not seeing where something fell on it, another tree didn't fall on it. That's been pole broke down. That's actually
Do you want me to stand
notable.
For height scale? It's got to be old enough that.
It's been a while, but
Let me stand under it. So I'm 5'5".
You know, it's funny. This is about where, in March, when me and Todd were in camp, we heard a huge crack. There was a huge branch break after Shane had left.
It's brittle.
And that's what I would expect. That's funny.
It's brittle. What does that mean?
This is brittle. It's not. There's sap. There's still sap, which means this part's alive. But this is brittle and dead where it was broken. So if it was broken alive, it's old enough that this has had time to dry and weather. So, so it would have been alive when it was broken because the needles are dying.
Right.
There.
Well, the way that
they've dropped there,
you can tell that's not rotted out. That's living wood that got broke. It's old. It's probably several months old. That's what I mean. I'm thinking about that huge branch break that me and Todd heard, and this would kind of fit the expectation. I mean, there's no. What would cause that? Something pole broke that down. That's not because it got old and just fell over and broke. That's living wood that got broken, and I'm not seeing a tree fall right here.
Right.
I can't say it's Bigfoot, but that's very, very suspicious. Sorry for repeating myself, but you can tell by looking at the inside of it, that's not rotted wood. When this was broken, this was alive. Or not very, because that's what live wood does. It splinters like that.
That's like a stress tear as opposed to just breaking off from being dead.
Cool. Actually, that's more impressive to me than that tree over there that I watched fall.
Well, because that one back there is already dead.
Something with force broke that, and that's, I don't have my tape, but
I have.
That's not a branch one of us could just break. Yeah, just right
Probably
below
right
it.
About there.
Yeah.
Come around your way so you can.
So it's an 8.5 circumference. Just put the tape straight across and we'll get just a guesstimate on the diameter. So 3 inches.
The significance of the tree breaks and possibly a tree pushdown may indicate that Sasquatch engages in territorial displays, either as a way to mark their territory or to intimidate unwelcome visitors away from it, a trait common amongst the great apes. It is important to learn about the natural world and try to figure out how Sasquatch might fit in it. In the following episode, we'll be taking a look at other similarities between the Sasquatch and the great apes, as well as delving into more of the reasons why the Olympic Project does what they do, and exploring whether fear is something that holds them back, or if their desire for answers pushes them further along the road to discovery. Over the course of the past few years, members of the Olympic Project have studied what's known as the Nest Area. Located deep in the Olympic Peninsula of Washington State, their research into the Nest Area has led to a diverse array of different types of evidence. This evidence points to a biological ape that lives in the Pacific Northwest. And with so much of the evidence being similar to the other great apes, it raises the question of what other parallels can be drawn between the Sasquatch and its potential cousins.
So looking at the Sasquatch phenomenon as a whole, there's obviously similarities with to humans, but so many similarities to non-human primates like gorillas, chimpanzees, and definitely orangutans.
The orangutan model, basically a male will have a territory, and within that territory there'll be several females that have their own territory, but it's smaller, and he just kind of works his territory around and visits each female, and usually the female will have their offspring with them, and that kind of is the model we've applied to the Sasquatch. And honestly, my audio, what I've recorded in the nest area, kind of supports that. It fits nicely. It's a good model for that.
I mean, there's so many comparisons and parallels with orangutans. Some of the things we've heard in person and recorded are long howls. They're usually in vast areas like the Olympics. You don't tend to hear them in smaller little wooded areas, with not a whole lot of terrain, or near a lot of humans. You hear these long howls usually in remote areas. And I look at the orangutan kind of model for that, where you get these solitary males, and the alpha males, the larger orangutans with the big phalanges, they'll do a long howl in one direction, and what it's announcing is that it's going that direction, and it's telling the males, look out, but it's telling the females to be, hey, get ready. You know, I'm coming to get you.
In my recording experience in the Northwest, we don't get a lot of long howls. I've recorded one really good long howl in X1 and I recorded there for about 5 years. I've recorded one good long howl during the 2-year nest area project. I've recorded several up here on the Opry property, but it's not something that happens very often. For my experience, there might be others that are recording more, but I record a lot, and if it was happening a lot, I record a lot in a lot of different areas around Washington. If it was a thing they're doing all the time, I would expect to get a lot more. So I think it's done for a specific reason, and I think it has something to do with the males announcing themselves to possible females and rivals.
Absolute ton of Sasquatch reports talk about cinnamon colored or reddish color. And I think there'd be more, except a lot of the sightings are at nighttime from a distance, and so you wouldn't be able to differentiate if it was black or brown or red. And then under a microscope, when you're looking at some of this suspect hair, if you look, I mean, other than lacking a medulla, the centerpiece of the hair, a lot of it has red pigmentation underneath a microscope, red granules, and I think that's fascinating. And you also get like the fact that orangutans are generally solitary individuals. Sasquatch, I tend to believe that they travel in more than 1, 2, 3, sometimes maybe family units, who knows? Some of the recordings we have, Chris has labeled them, you know, chimp fit, because it sounds like chimps. And then visually looking at some of the whoops and stuff, match chimpanzees, and then some of the grunts recorded and the huffs kind of match gorillas.
Most of the vocals are whoops or just one-off primate-like vocals. And it's usually 2 or 3 individuals that I've recorded. But on 2 occasions, one occasion in 2021, I had at least 5 different individuals vocalizing. In 2022, we had another night like that. So I hypothesized, for whatever reason, one night a year, at one period in time, another individual or several individuals came into the area. But during the rest of the time of year, there's only 2 or 3 in there on a regular basis. So that kind of fits that model of maybe the nest area is a site where there's a female and she has 2 juveniles or young ones with her, and then every 6 to 8 months, a male comes into town and he might have a couple younger males with him or what have you, and makes his presence known. That's a hypothesis, because they could, I mean, what are my recorders not picking up 1.5 miles, 2 miles away? You don't know. But the model fits nicely. And, you know, if it fits, go with it for right now. It's not set in stone. Everything I tell you is subject to change in the future. Absolutely subject to change. I'm not married to any one idea.
Orangutans are the only gray ape to not live in large social groups. Adult female orangutans typically have a home range of 3.5 square miles, while males have a home range of 15. If the Sasquatch is real and displays similar home range behavior to orangutans, it could be reasoned that they would have a larger home range due to their greater overall size. This would also mean that there aren't very many, even in a large patch of woods, leading some in the Olympic project to speculate that the population numbers for Sasquatch are very low.
I really don't think there is a lot of Sasquatch, and I don't think there needs to be. You look at certain populations of great apes, they live in small pockets relatively well and survive and thrive and have a great genetic pool. I think if there were a lot of Sasquatch, they would have been discovered. You know, I don't know their age. That's always been a question of mine. How long do they live? You know, you can look at some known animals. I think generally speaking, they probably live anywhere from 40 to 60 years, maybe longer. But if you have a small number, I mean, look at the nests, for example. I don't think nests are being made all the time. I think they're periodic. They're made for a purpose. And as I've stated time and time again, they're almost always found by somebody in the timber company, a timber cruiser, a surveyor, because they have a job to do. They have to get way off trail and go in these nasty areas and mark timber that's going to be logged. And every once in a while, these nests are discovered, and they have been found throughout history. These aren't the first nests to be discovered. In fact, they've been found in places like California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, British Columbia, Idaho, Montana, they have been found, but not all the time and very rarely. And I think that speaks to probably these nests are made for a birthing scenario, which I do believe. A nursery, so to speak, and it's kind of the perfect storm. They find spots where they can hunker down in complete privacy, have birth, but have nutrients like all, huckleberry, slowberry, blueberry, wild strawberry, all these different berries. And then you have the salmon, and then you have the deer, you have the rabbits, the raccoons, the possums, and then all the other plants in the area. Besides huckleberry leaves, you have moss and skunk cabbage and devil's club. You have this perfect storm. If Sasquatch is anything like an orangutan, which basically gives birth every 4 to 8 years, if they're anything like that model, then Sasquatch is not giving birth every year, and it's every 4 to 8 years. And that means there's not gonna be a tremendous number of these things. The PNW does not have good tamales.
Raven's back.
Do you remember the first time you ever heard about Bigfoot?
Yeah, I don't remember how old I was, but it was when In Search of came out with Leonard Nimoy, and we watched it with my parents in the 70s, and it had the Patterson-Gimlin film in it. I remember my dad saying, "That's a guy in a suit." But that was the first time I became aware of it, and I was probably 6 or 7. And it was shortly after that me and my dad found the tracks in Packwood, which I've told that story a number of times.
Have you?
Yeah.
In this one?
Well, do you want me to tell the story?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So like I said, I don't know exactly how old I was. It was in the late 70s. My parents had a cabin in Packwood, Washington. And it was springtime. We were out cutting wood for the cabin, and there was a fresh clear cut where you could see down the valley and you could see Packwood, the town, and Dad wanted to take pictures of it. And he parked, and I noticed there was tracks along the side of the road, and when I was a kid I was really into tracks, animal tracks and stuff. And it had been not long after seeing the In Search of show. Well, I get out and I walk over to these tracks, and they're walking up the side of the road, and it was like a combination of slush and mud, because there were still some little patches of snow up there. And the track that I sat over, I don't remember exact details, but it was a barefoot and it was really big. And I told Dad, "Bigfoot." And my dad comes over, and I'm, a little kid squatted down on the ground, and I'm pointing at the track, and Dad's like, "Oh, it's probably just a hunter's track." And I'm like, "If it is, Dad, he doesn't have shoes on." And my dad, I just turned at that point and I look at my dad, and this is what I really remember, his eyes just bugging out of his head. And he goes, "Get in the truck." And we left.
Wow.
And actually, a couple years ago, Dad's 80 now, he asked me, he goes, "Do you remember those tracks we found?" I'm like, "Yeah, I remember those tracks we found." He goes, "You think those were Bigfoot?" I said, "I do now."
So you didn't believe in Bigfoot?
No, I've always been interested in it, but I was like, my dad always was really skeptical. But when I had Grover Krantz as my teacher in college, that's when I was convinced that it was a real animal. Up to that point, I was interested, but I wasn't into it. I wasn't into it the way I would become.
Dr. Grover Krantz. While holding a teaching position at Washington State University, he was the first academically affiliated physical anthropologist to associate himself with the Sasquatch subject. In his career, he published 4 books on the topic, and was a major proponent of the theory that Sasquatch sightings were the result of an extant population of Gigantopithecus, the largest ape that ever lived. He is also considered one of the 4 horsemen of Sasquatchery, alongside researchers John Green, Rene Dehinden, and Peter Byrne.
Wow, I didn't know you had Grover Krantz as a professor.
Oh yeah.
I feel like you've told me that, but I didn't. I couldn't have.
Come on, get with the times, man. I've told everybody that story.
I know. Dang.
But
Sorry.
yeah, what was cool about that though was that I was blown away. I didn't know that he had anything to do with Bigfoot, and after he devoted one lecture a semester to the subject, and I just had him for Anthropology 101, and I went in and he had all the tracks out, and he did a lecture on it. He had a copy of the Patterson-Gimlin film. I got to see it on an actual projector. When I left that class, it's like, Dad's wrong. That's a real animal. He explained exactly why that was an animal, and what blew me away was the fact that here you had an actual scientist talking about it, and I never knew that there was actual scientists even interested in the subject. I mean, to me, you hear about Bigfoot, you know about Bigfoot, you live up here, but it's kind of a semi-joke. And some people, you're like, well, maybe there's some to it, maybe there's not. But after that, I was just like, oh yeah, there's something really to this. So,
when was the first time you ever heard about Bigfoot?
When I was in Scotland, when I lived on a little island called Isla. Either a TV show, I'm sure it was a TV show. But then again, I mean, I was into Loch Ness Monster. So I heard about Loch Ness Monster, and then I kind of fell in love with cryptids in general. And then from there, you got the Yeti and all that stuff. My mom got me a couple of books on Sasquatch and cryptids in general. So it was in Scotland that I kind of became fascinated with the Sasquatch phenomena. That's when.
Did you ever think you would be looking for it?
Not when I was there in Scotland, no. I moved over here in '93, but not while I was in Scotland, no. That wasn't even on the radar.
Were you always a believer in Sasquatch?
No. I wasn't always a believer in Sasquatch, far from it. I always thought there's a possibility, and I didn't even like the word believer, and I don't even like the word knower. I mean, but I do. I know they exist, but it wasn't until 2011 when I actually had an experience and saw one of these things. Up until then, I was like 50-50. Even with the Patterson-Gimlin film, I always thought that was real, but I was like, hey, you just never know. So, yeah. So I get why there's a lot of skeptics out there, and you need to see it to believe it, sort of thing. But yeah, I'm past that point now. I think a lot of us are past that point. We know they're real. It's just like, how do they survive and thrive, and what do they do, and where do they go, and what makes them tick, and it's just learning about them now at this point. I mean, of course, I want to get more footage and all that, but just knowing that anytime, anywhere, they're out here somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Pretty dang cool.
What about you, Rebecca? When was the first time you heard about Bigfoot?
That's an interesting question, because I was out east, out in Pennsylvania.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah, I'm from western Pennsylvania. Yeah, my dad had mentioned a little bit about Bigfoot and a little bit about the Yeti. And so he grew up, he was born in 51, so he grew up hearing about all of that in that time period, and he thought it was all fake. He thought it was all, but we, as kids, I think we gravitated more to the Yeti than we did anything about the Bigfoot.
Because
I don't know, I just think it was maybe because it was from another country. I don't know, when you're little kids, so we'd be camping and we'd be pretending we were Yetis running around trying to scare each other. I seem to remember him having some kind of book when we were really little. He mentioned Sasquatch and about how she would scoop kids up and put them in a basket, and that was the most I can remember about that. And then he mentioned that there were some sightings locally when he was younger, but he said, oh, those were just people on drugs. And so we just kind of wrote it off, and life went on, and then I learned more about Bigfoot. But,
how? When? You had a class with Grover Krantz.
Oh no, nothing that cool.
You started talking to your grandpa.
No.
Tom Slick.
No. Yeah. Yeah, I'm secretly a millionaire. Yeah. Sorry.
Or your quasi-uncle Peter Byrne.
What? It's Poopy!
Yes, if you listen to one of the most recent episodes of Bigfoot and Beyond, Cliff's show, one of the guests was calling scat that. So we were listening to that on the ride up here, and
Chris just kept repeating it, and it's now part of his vocabulary. Thanks, Cliff.
As the night wore on, Chris began to position himself for the planned night operation.
What are you doing, Chris?
So, I'm going to climb up in this tree, and I'm going to pull up all my thermals. I'm going to have thermals sticking behind me, in case anything comes up behind me. And then I'll be watching out here with another thermal in case something sneaks up around the camp. But my pack is full, and it doesn't fit in here, so I'm going to have to pull it up.
So you're just gonna go up and set up the therms and come back down?
No, I'm gonna sit up there.
Oh. What did you say?
I said, Eli, I know you're out here doing a production and whatnot. You got a job to do, but you're a friend and we want to hear you play some freaking guitar. So drop the camera, pick up the guitar and strum. Thank you.
I don't strum, I pick.
He's a picker.
There's a difference.
There's plenty of pickers that come out here. They leave trash everywhere. So don't be a picker, be a strummer.
All right, fine.
However, before the night came to a close, we were joined by the most important member of the team.
Where's Shane Parker? Look who it is, Todd Hale.
That was a joy.
What?
What's up, brother man?
What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Yeah.
What's up?
Here, hold on. I guess I'll hug her too. You want a hug?
He's like,
Why are you here?
Me in the gut?
I don't know.
Glad you made it.
I was forced to come here. I was trying to stay home and relax.
They just bugged me for 2 days to come over here.
Yeah.
Bugging me.
Todd.
So, yay, here I am.
Are you ready? It's time for the hailstorm.
Corona is the hub of the Inland Empire. The Inland Empire.
It's like inland. Only
Inland?
Inland.
Is that like lanolin?
Tell me about how you used to cut down oak trees.
Cut down oak trees?
You used to move oak trees.
Yeah, I was a tree transplanter. I moved trees for a living. It was epic. Sorry.
Oh, shit.
This is going to end up viral.
Have you ever been to Corona?
I bet my tailgate in Corona picking up a part. Yeah, I've been to Corona. Corona sucks.
Corona's the hub of the Inland Empire. You realize that? Once you reach Corona, you can go north. You can keep going east. You can go south to Temecula.
Yeah, Corona sucks.
Temecula, bro.
Temecula, bro.
Soon after Todd's arrival, both Rebecca and Shane headed out on different paths to use thermal imagers.
What we're doing out here, so we got Chris Spencer down here at base camp. He's up in the tree stand. And we had some success out here in the past where someone's at base camp, whether they're in a tree stand or just at base camp, and then an individual like myself would walk a couple hundred yards away and sit in the wood line. Now out here, you have to find a high point, even therm. That's what I do. I like to hike out a couple hundred yards from camp, kind of sit myself in the woods, listen, and therm. With the intention of attracting something either back to camp or whatnot. And what we usually do is we like to hike around all day, hike around all day long, just explore the woods. We're not big on night walks, doing all that stuff, you see on TV. and not that there's anything wrong with that, but we like to basically explore during the day, get in some areas we've not been in before, make ourselves known, and just see if we attract something back to camp. And it's paid off a few times, many times, nothing goes on. But we have Chris Spencer in the tree stand right now, but we don't always do that. What I love about the base camp is that's the point of attraction. You have a fire, you have people there, just like naturally, So what I like to do is peel away from that base camp and park myself somewhere that maybe if something's watching the base camp, it doesn't even realize that there's another party outside of that. And I think that's some of your best opportunities to get that thermal footage. And that's what I'm about.
As Shane disappeared into the darkness, back at camp, we played the role of unsuspecting campers.
Oh, Chris, you're not down. They told me you were down.
No, I was just ready to come down. Well, that's as far as I can go. That's where
You're pretty low to the ground.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's where I started. Now I'm warm again. I was starting to get cold. My feet were freezing. That's the seat is insulated, so your butt stays pretty warm and your upper body stays warm. But your feet down here and your legs get cold. I left those two therms up there for the night. I got the one. It was perfect when you and when you and Shane, you guys are about 100 yards down that way. I could see you guys perfectly from about the waist, about this high up. I was able to zoom in on you. I'd say you're easily 100 yards. And I could tell the difference between who you were.
Really?
I'm really, really happy with these thermals. I recorded it. We'll see how it looks, because usually what you record is not the same quality as what you see with the thermals, but still, if there had been a Sasquatch down there, you would know it wasn't a person.
Yeah.
No, they're probably around just ignoring us, doing whatever they do.
So Chris, was Krantz a cool teacher?
Honestly, dude, I was 19. He was a teacher, and
yeah,
I grew up. You treat your teachers with a certain amount of respect, and he was Professor Krantz to me. And I wish I knew what if I knew half of what I know now. I wish I'd talked to him more, because when I actually went in and got his book signed, he was down in his lab, and I went in his lab, and I was nervous, and I just asked him if he would sign it. He's like, "Oh yeah, sure." And he's like, "You want me to write anything?" I'm like, "Whatever you want." And he just wrote down, "Enjoy, Grover Krantz." And then I asked if I could buy one of the prints, and he showed me his cast collection and the copies, and I bought the Dermal's cast. He talks about it in that book, Big Footprints, and that was about it. I didn't hang out. I was just like, "Thank you," and he's like, "Yeah, enjoy," and that was it.
He was just kind of a teacher to you.
Yeah, it wasn't like I didn't. I mean, now, man, there's a ton of things I'd love to talk to him about. But even, I'll tell you what, even when I talk to Meldrum now,
yeah,
it's the same deal. He's like up on this pedestal kind of, because it's like,
I'm supposed to listen to him. I'm not supposed to be telling him what to do. I don't know if that makes any sense at all.
It does. You snuck up on us.
I did. Very easily.
And I didn't even film it.
I know. I circumvented the camp. Like it went around here, around the back. So easy. So easy. Because people are involved in conversation and noise, and they're completely not listening to what's going on around them. So easy. And I'm not a Sasquatch. I'm a human.
That's a lesson.
Dang right, it's a lesson. It's just funny how easily it is to walk on up a group of people or anything. So that was pretty interesting.
With Shane and Chris back at camp, we headed out to meet Rebecca, who was still out walking a road and therming the forest.
I'm glad you showed up, Hale.
Yeah?
I am. I'm really glad.
I'm not sure if I'm glad or not. Thanks. Great. You're the star of the show.
She's at the top of the hill. I told her to come down to get the therm, and she sent me a map of where she was.
Right there.
I.e., bring me the therm.
I haven't even seen these thermals yet.
Here you go, Todd. You can use focus this to focus it for your eye. If you want to record something, the button closest to you records. It starts recording.
Right on. I'm gonna get the best footage known to man right now.
But unfortunately, Todd did not get the best footage known to man right then. But something happened that my camera did not pick up.
What's that? Are we hearing something?
There's a big crash down that way.
I didn't hear it.
Sorry for interrupting.
Where's Rebecca?
She's up the road.
Don't run her over.
Have you seen her?
Yeah.
She's good?
I just thermed her.
All right. Later, guys.
Take it easy.
Thanks for having us.
What did you guys hear?
So,
Find Rebecca. Just before Derek pulled out, I heard it sound like a tree crash.
Mm-hmm.
And I just went up and met Rebecca, and we traded thermals. And she's like, "Did you hear that down there?" And she heard the same thing. So it'll be on the audio now.
that's basically what I was going to say. I was up higher, so I felt like I heard it pretty clearly because you guys had already come up here and were talking. But he said possibly a tree fall. I wasn't quite sure. I thought maybe something was going on at camp. Something fell over or crashed over or something, because it was pretty loud.
Coming from the woods behind you there?
No, coming from, I thought it sounded like it was coming from down by camp, but it's throwing off my perspective because I'm up the road enough and there's been enough curves. I know camp's that way, so it could have been anywhere in between there. But
When Derek left, huh?
Yeah.
What do you know? That's what happened when Shane left in April.
I know.
It's the same kind of pattern.
I know.
When someone leaves in a vehicle, something always happens down there. And we've got it on audio a few times. But it's always beyond sight. It's never right in front of you. It's always in the woods.
Crash, big branch break or tree crash. Trees comes down a lot around here. Notice the wind? Or lack of wind?
Oh, it's super windy, man. These trees are coming down.
hi, Eli.
Hello.
You got totally out of focus because you're so close. This thermal is so much better than the one I was using. You guys actually look like people. The other one, you were just blobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I'm heading back down the hill. I'm sorry to make you guys come all the way up.
It's okay.
I come back Friday. I have to.
that I could
just
hear.
keep thinking about that damn cat.
Well, no, that crossed
I don't
my
like
mind
it.
a few times.
I
That's
get
why
irritated
was-
with Shane when Shane goes off and does that. I don't like
that's
it when any of
why-
us go off by themselves.
That's why I either stand in the middle of the road or I like to get in a flat spot where there's nothing high for something to jump out
Right.
at me. And if something's gonna jump out at me, I have my back to the ravine because something has to run up at me. I don't know if that makes any sense. That's the logic I do out here, so I don't get chicken shit.
I just think it's a good policy of at least 2 people together at all times.
Chris's primary concern here was for Rebecca's safety, especially knowing that there is a large mountain lion in this area.
There's a huge cougar we get on this road right here. We've got it on the camera at least twice. And one time it was the same day Chris either set the camera or walked by the camera, I forget. But it's on this road right here in this area. This is its territory. Yeah, there's a lot of big toms in here. But this one in particular has a cut off tail. We were calling it Stubby. I don't know what happened to its tail, but it's a big sucker. And here we are. No animals bother me in the woods except cats. Those suckers, they get big up here.
Are you scared of Bigfoot?
Not as much as I used to be. I used to be a lot more scared, but the last few years we've had a lot of different interactions with them, and I'm not nearly as afraid as I used to be. So these days, not so much.
When we returned to camp, I decided to dig deeper into my question. I found it important to ask if the members of the Olympic Project were afraid of Sasquatch, because any underlying fear of the very animal they are seeking would factor into how they search for it. But I also knew that no matter what the answer, their fascination of the subject still brought them out into the woods, far from civilization.
Are you scared of Bigfoot?
Yeah, I am actually. But I'm not scared enough not to try to go out and record it. I mean, I hear people talk all the time about, oh, if I see a Bigfoot, I'm going to do this or that. If I see a Bigfoot up close, I'm probably going to be scared out of my mind. I mean, can you imagine being like from me to you to a silverback gorilla that's pissed off?
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, exactly. And they're, for all intensive purposes, a lot bigger than a silverback gorilla. I forced myself back in 2015. Before me and my son had our experience in 2013, I used to go out camping and hunting by myself all the time, and never a thought, because, you know, I'm not afraid of a black bear. I'm a little afraid of cougars, but I'm not worried about those things. But then you tell me, you know, once you have the realization that, wait a second, there's something like an 8-foot tall ape walking around the woods too, that's a totally different thing to think about. That's smart. That's like way more intelligent than the other animals in the woods. Then the things get a little creepy.
Right, but if they wanted to hurt you, they would have done so by now, right?
I don't know. I don't care what people say. It doesn't matter. It still makes me nervous. Anything of that size and intelligence makes me nervous.
What about you, Rebecca?
What?
Are you scared?
Of Bigfoot?
Yeah.
I find that it depends on what area I'm in. There's areas that we research in and I'm uncomfortable the whole time. I don't want to see them there, but we're there. I don't get scared in this area. It's weird. There's only been a couple times I got a little nervous, and it was just because we didn't know what was going on necessarily. But yeah, I think it's just they're large, they're intelligent, like Chris said, but I think they're also you never know what they're gonna do. They can do whatever they want, when they want, and they might not. They could be able to plan ahead, or maybe they just act in emotion, or, you know, like some wild animals, you can jump them and scare them, and, you know, they wouldn't have attacked you if they hadn't been scared. So it's just that, the unpredictable, that's the word I was looking for, unpredictable aspect. Well, gives you a little bit of healthy fear, I think. But in general, I don't feel as much fear as I worked through from one encounter in a certain area. But I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't get scared here, which is kind of weird. They've never given me any reason to be scared here, I guess.
Well, we had that one instance back last year in March where they got really close to us. That freaked me out, because why were they getting so close to us?
I know, but at the same time, I never felt that we were in danger.
Right.
I think you felt the weight of having to protect us. I think that hit you differently, but I didn't get any kind of, I hate saying even a feeling, but I didn't get that from it.
But the behavior's the behavior of an ambush predator, and that makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Sneaking up as close as they can. What are they doing? Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe part of it was it was the hopefulness that they were getting used to us and getting comfortable, and because we were doing the same thing every time. And so maybe they were just trusting us a little bit. And then we went and just changed up the whole routine and threw it all off.
Caused confusion. And well, even after that instance, like we said, that instance might have happened, you know, multiple times, and we just didn't realize they were that close to us before. So
yeah.
Hey, are you scared of Bigfoot?
Am I scared?
Yeah.
No.
Not of Sasquatch?
No. Do I have a healthy respect for Sasquatch? Sure. Am I afraid of bear? No. Do I respect bear? Yes. Am I afraid of mountain lions? No. Do I respect them? Yeah. So there's a healthy fear there, is what I'm saying. I don't fear Sasquatch or mountain lions or bear, but do I respect them? Hell yeah. They can kill you. You know? So no, I do not fear them. I wouldn't be up in a freaking tree stand in the middle of the woods. I wouldn't be out doing what we do if I feared stuff. So no, don't fear them. But I do respect them.
I just want a daytime sighting on my GoPro or film. Not for the public, but for myself. And I haven't been able to get it. That's my only frustration. We've been around these things plenty of times. But getting one on film is difficult. And you know what the skeptics say, but we already know these things are real.
You know, as we've talked about before, I have a buddy who works for a zoo here in North America. The cool thing is that I learned a long time ago was that he had a buddy that went out to South Africa, or Africa. Where exactly, I don't know. But this individual went out there to basically film cross-river gorillas. In his 10 years, or 8 to 10 years that he was out there, he got 8 seconds of footage of a cross-river gorilla. We already know they exist. But to spend that amount of time out there, and they could find nests, and they could find scat, and they could kind of track them, but they could never set eyes on one of these cross-river gorillas. In this one individual's career, he got 8 seconds, you know, of something they know exists. But that was it.
What kind of funding was behind the cross-river gorilla?
Exactly. And that's a great point, Todd. No, exactly. That was a funded expedition. We're talking, what, 10 years? So think about the
That's
money.
Like a full study.
Full study.
Yeah.
The amount of money went into filming them or whatever they were doing at that time. Well, guess what? Is Sasquatch, is what we're doing funded by science? Are scientists out there doing this now? No, very few. Meldrum, Dr. Meldrum, and a few others are out there doing stuff like this, but they're not funded, and so they have a limited amount of time to get out there in the woods. And being in habitat like we're at, we're in a great area. We're in a fantastic area, and we have, I guess, better chances than most. But we're not funded, so it makes it very difficult. So, do I get frustrated? No, because first of all, Sasquatch has not been proven to exist. I know they exist, and I'm pretty dang sure they're small in number, very small in number. We just have to put ourselves out there. You have to be out there in the woods as much as one possibly can, and it's very difficult because, like all of us here, we have jobs, we have families, we have careers. Nobody right here is getting paid to do this, but this is our passion.
It's just having the time to do it and be out here consistently. That's why we did the audio project, because that could be consistently out here monitoring. And like I've said before, what I recorded in 2 years is what I expected from an animal that avoids us. You know, there's a presence here. They're not making a ton of noise because they're ambush predators, and that's what they do. They make a living being quiet, but when they do, it's for a purpose, and they are consistently making noise that I would expect from a primate living out here in the Northwest. It's just, we don't have we can't sit out here 24/7, you know, with our therms and our cameras. And that's what it takes. You got to be out in the woods. And most people can't do that.
Everybody wants to do the Jane Goodall approach, and I keep hearing this word. I mean, it's like a fad now. Jane Goodall, Jane Goodall. Jane Goodall was an amazing person, and is an amazing person as to what she had done. But we can't do Jane Goodall because we're not funded. We can't have the time to be out here 24/7. And even if we did, I'm not promising any results. I'm saying that's what it's going to take.
You can spend years walking around in the woods and not find a thing or hear a thing or have a quote-unquote experience.
But if you want an experience, you want something to possibly happen, or you want to study this subject matter, you're not going to do it behind a keyboard or computer. You have to be out in the woods. And there's no guarantees. In the subject matter, I mean, Sasquatch aside, try studying any animal out there. It can be very difficult, especially in this environment, as Eli has witnessed. It's thick, it's brutal. We get a ton of rain up here. We ran into wasp nests. I mean, it's brutal. But we keep coming back. Why? Because we know there's something to this. And that's important, you know?
As the Olympic Project has demonstrated, the search for Sasquatch is difficult to say the least. Collecting evidence is not easy, and maintaining and reviewing captured footage and audio is time-consuming and often unrewarding. But I admire the Olympic Project for their dedication and their unrelenting efforts to obtain as much as they can, even if it does not come as quickly as some might hope.
This is definitely not a sprint. This is, this research is definitely a marathon. And I can speak for myself and I can speak for the Olympic Project. We're ready to take on that marathon. I think a lot of people get frustrated when they get into this. They expect immediate results. I'll be the one to prove it. I'll be a blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm sorry, it's just not how it works. I mean, maybe somebody will get lucky, but we're not necessarily out to prove something that we know is out there, the Sasquatch. That may happen through our work, who knows? Probably not. We're there to collect as much data as we can. And I know people claim that we've been at this for 50, 60 years. Well, who cares? To me, that's minuscule when studying something like this. Absolutely minuscule. We're building on the shoulders of giants. And by giants, I'm not talking about Sasquatch. I'm talking about your Grover Crances, your Rene Dehindens, your John Bindernagels, John Meinzinskis, your Jeff Meldrums. We're building upon their work. They laid the foundation. And now we're moving forward and standing on their shoulders and utilizing new methods, new ideas, coming up with different hypotheses. This research is in its infancy. So I'm always excited. I'm so non-pessimistic on the subject matter because we are getting results. We are finding things. We are testing our hypothesis. We're using newer equipment. We're trying new methods. And so I don't understand the frustration. We have the arrogance to say, we should get them on game camera. We should blah, blah, blah. No, not at all. Because our arrogance is part of the problem of this whole research. Because you place a game camera on a tree and you think you know where you don't know diddly squat about Sasquatch. Nobody really does. But you've got a moving needle in a haystack. So it's no surprise to me that we're not further along. But we're taking baby steps, and we're doing that marathon and not a sprint.
Demanding instant results from an inconsistent and elusive animal is foolish and makes the field of Sasquatch research ripe for disappointment. The Olympic Project continues the research laid out by investigators of decades past, utilizing their knowledge to move further along the road to discovery.
Shane was standing right there. I go, look, Shane, there's a track. And then he goes, look behind you. And
we had individuals camping on the property that heard stuff back in this general direction.
And they said where the tracks were, and I came over here to look at them. And you turn around and see, well, what was this thing doing here? Here's what it's doing. It's watching the door.
But this is exactly how you discover hair.
On the edges of the Olympic Peninsula, nestled in the foothills of the coastal range, Sasquatch researchers have gathered in a red building dubbed the Olympic Project Cabin. For over a decade, this building has served as a sort of headquarters for members of the Olympic Project, as well as other researchers from around the country. Within its walls is a variety of research material, from books to footprint casts, and the nearby mountains serve as an ideal environment in which to conduct their work. But the location of the cabin and the property on which it sits was not chosen by accident.
The Olympic Project headquarters is a unique property because it's almost alone in the sea of wilderness. On one side is Olympic National Park. On the other side is Olympic National Forest. There are no neighbors. I think the closest neighbor is at least a half mile away, and they're very, very sparse.
In the early days, we put cameras all around that place, not on the property there, but on the Mueller Trail, up the Mueller Trail on Appleton Ridge, on Aurora Ridge, which is right across the highway. So I had known about that place for quite some time because I'd hiked by it. I'd also known about it because it was kind of like grandfathered in. There's no neighbors. And this place just sits in an amazing place. So in about a 1.5-year span, I believe, I investigated 3 road crossing sightings there. One of them through the BFRO, and then 2 of them were people that had just come to me. All 3 sightings were credible. One of the sightings had the creature crossing over almost directly onto the property right there. And so I always thought in the back of my head, this place is, for whatever reason, there's a crossing here. They just cross the road here in this general area, you know, within a few mile span right there. And so it was really, really funny that Wally was up here. Again, early days of the Olympic Project, and Wally wanted to drive all the way around the Olympics. So I drove him the entire circle, and it takes the better part of a day. It's a long drive. And as we did, I would point out different ridges where we had cameras. And he was just all over it. He thought that was so cool. And it was very ambitious. I mean, we were operating 60 cameras in remote places was very ambitious because we're talking about 3,000 foot up a ridge, off trail. I mean, it was pretty crazy. So he was really liking that. But as we drove by that place, the OP, I had told him, I said that, you know, 3 road crossing sightings right in here. And he's like, that place is amazing. It sits all by itself. And then he goes, man, if that ever goes for sale, we got to buy it. So cool, catalog that, you know, and off we went. Well, about a week later, I was on my way to CQ, Washington, to go fishing. And I drove by and there was a real estate sign there. And I was just like, oh my God, oh my God. So I called the realtor, called Wally. By the end of the day, he had it bought. And he said, Derek, half of this is yours. We'll partner in on this and take care of the place, and let's roll forward and do our Bigfoot stuff here. So that's what we did. That's how it came to be. And then since then, you know, we've ran multiple expeditions there, private and public, and used the area very heavily for research, and it's been fantastic.
So this is a unique opportunity to study Sasquatches long term on a property where they apparently come. If they're not going exactly to the property, then they're going around the property. 3 sightings within a half mile of the driveway, and now 2 or 3 track finds and countless vocalizations over the years, because there's researchers not living there, but visiting there quite frequently. It serves as headquarters, it serves as a hangout place, it serves as a flop house for people like me when I need a place to stay and I'm passing through. It is a fantastic property.
The unique location and history of the Olympic Project cabin make it a perfect spot to conduct Sasquatch research, in a place that gets results fairly often. In August of 2023, while hosting an expedition at the Olympic Project headquarters, a trackway was discovered by Shane Corson and Chris Spencer towards the foothills of the mountains. This trackway was still being researched and cataloged by the time I arrived a few weeks later, and our objective was to go straight to the headquarters and finish the work Chris Spencer had begun.
You want to interview me right here? Yeah, we're going to interview Todd right on the side of the highway. As you can see, we have California poppies here, but we're not in California. We are on the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State. I don't know if you know this, but Corona is kind of like the hub of Riverside County, the Inland Empire. But we're nowhere near there.
Before we resume our regularly scheduled program, I would like to take a moment to tell you about the 2024 Small Town Monsters Kickstarter. Already we are very close to achieving our goal, but you can continue to help out because we'll be aiming for a stretch reward. If you like this series and you like what I produce, maybe you can help us reach our stretch reward, which is an entire new film directed by yours truly, called Cursed Waters, The Creature of Lake Okanagan, which will feature me and my good friend Jason Hewlett as we travel to British Columbia in search of the infamous Ogopogo. So if you haven't yet, please consider backing the project. There's plenty of rewards you can get, including all of our movies for 2024 on Blu-ray and DVD, and much, much more. Click the link in the description of this video and that'll take you straight to the Kickstarter page, where you can back and become part of the Small Town Monsters family. Now, back to the program. After stretching our legs for a bit, Chris Spencer was quick to start reviewing audio.
All right, what do you want me to do?
I was inspired in the car to ask a question.
All right.
If you guys were given $1 million to do research, what would you do?
$1 million?
$1 million to study this thing.
Yeah. or to attempt to study this thing. But if I was given $1 million, you know, and it had to all go towards the subject matter research, I'd live in the woods. I'd live in the woods. I'd buy the gear I need. Chris can speak to this as well. I'd get a bunch of thermal units. I would actually pay somebody like a wildlife biologist to come out with us, a professional.
Yeah, get some professionals.
Outside of the Bigfoot world, and no offense to anybody in the Bigfoot world that's even a wildlife biologist, but I want somebody that it's not been tainted, that has no bias, and maybe more than one, maybe two. And
well, with inflation, $1 million really ain't that much anymore.
That's true. So
all right, raise the ante. $10 million.
Yeah, we'd live in the woods. Period. We'd find a location, which we have multiple locations, and we'd spend all of our time literally being out there, not to habituate Sasquatch, but to, you know.
I know if we had enough remote therms that could record constantly, placed out there, eventually you'd get one.
Well, what kind of equipment would you get?
Like Chris said,
thermal gear.
I get LiDAR, DNA collection kits. I wouldn't even mind getting into the realm of ground sensors. When you sense.
Seismic sensors.
Seismic sensors, yeah. I love those things.
That's because I know our government has stuff like that. Some of it you can't even buy, I don't think, legally. But that you can place ground sensors out there, and you can get not only the position of whatever's walking, you can get its weight.
Its weight is huge.
And you get something out there walking around that's 600 pounds, you know it's not a black bear, you know it's not a black-tailed deer.
Or SM4s.
So you can have GPS put in them, and if you have at least 3, they will automatically triangulate where the sound's coming from. I don't know how accurate it is, but I do know you can do that.
So. Yeah. So the sky's the limit when you're talking that kind of money. We all have jobs, we have lives and families, you know, just like a lot of the other researchers out there, you know, unless you're retired. But right now, in my prime, I call myself, as far as my physical capabilities, when I retire, I'm probably going to be limited.
Well, that's like, I think about that all the time. I'm 51. I still am capable of doing a lot. But as a construction worker, I know when I hit my 60s, I'm not going to be able to hike what I'm hiking right now.
Exactly.
I'm not going to be able to physically do what I do right now, and that's why I get so... That's, you know, you asked about frustration. That's where I get frustrated. I get frustrated that I don't have the time to go do everything I want to do. Because I'm looking at, I'm getting ready to retire, but I'm not going to be able to do it. That's frustrating to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you got to capitalize on the time, and you got to capitalize on the money that you have, because we're not, we're self-sustained, you know. We have to go with what we got within our means, and we are limited. You know, we're not we're definitely not funded by an institution like, you know, like some of these scientists, you know, when they do a project, you know, we're gonna go study cross-river gorillas. They have a budget, they have funds, and they have time. That's their job. This is about as much as a job as one can do without getting paid. But it's a job we love to do, but still, it's not a full-time job. It can't be, unfortunately. And that's, I think, one of the biggest issues with this research. You know, money can get you so far, but it's all about the time. And as Chris said, none of us are getting any younger. You know, but we're fortunate, though. We have a couple key areas that we pump the money in, we pump the time in, and it's paying off. It's slowly paying off, and we're seeing results. We're seeing patterns. We're seeing trends. And scientists actually, you know, academics are starting to pay attention. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then we got Todd Hell here. He's an absolute beast of a man. This guy is legendary. Under the radar, but legendary.
At the present moment, the Olympic project is not funded by any external source. However, part of the group's unique history involves wealthy benefactor Wally Hersom backing the group.
I had the pleasure of knowing Wally, and I spent a lot of time in the field with Wally Hersom. He became a very, very good friend for a long time. He's just a sweet, sweet guy, and we have so much in common too, by the way, which is really interesting. He had a degree in music. I've got a degree in music, and I don't work in the music field, but I have a degree in music, and he did too. But he's one of these guys that he went into the Army and took an aptitude test, and he's a clarinet player, and he took an aptitude test, and they say, well, I guess we'll just stick you in electronics. And Wally goes, what? And he says, well, yeah, you aced your electronics section of your aptitude test for the Army. He goes, I don't know the first thing about electronics. He goes, not according to your test. And he started working with electronics in the Army, even though he had never been exposed to it before. And it turns out life is a fortuitous stumbling forward, I think, in a lot of ways. And Wally's fortuitous stumbling forward eventually had him invent a technology that essentially today powers every cell phone in the world. Basically, he invented some sort of technology that would change a power source the size of a warehouse to the size of a car. So he made a lot of money doing that, basically, because he's a brilliant, brilliant man. And when you have so much money, you want to play with it a little bit. And Wally has been really interested in the Bigfoot thing for a long time. He was the main funder of the BFRO for many, many years. He's funded a few other folks through time, including the Olympic Project, by getting them various cameras and whatnot, and helping obtain the property itself. And Wally is just a wonderful guy who ended up being a benefactor for a lot of good people in Bigfoot. But more than anything, for me, he's a friend.
When Wally Hersom was backing the Olympic Project, the funding was used primarily for the camera trap project that the group began as. That experiment allowed the members of the group to learn from it and pivot into trying different and more conducive research methods. Shane and Chris's response to the question of having financial backing reflects what they have learned from that experiment, as well as what they have learned from their own self-funded research efforts. While Wally does not actively participate in Sasquatch research these days, his presence is still felt in the community, especially in the property that he purchased.
So we'll be tomorrow going into this thick patch, and you see the deciduous trees, the alders, and then you see the fir trees. Right as it transitions into those fir trees is where we found the trackway, and the individual that made the trackway was coming straight in line, perfectly north-south line, straight towards the property. So I'm setting up the therm back here just on this edge, just in case if something does come in close, because obviously it was coming in to check out what was going on here because we had a guy playing bagpipes. So we'll set this up tonight, and then I always put an audio recorder out here anyways, you never know. Captured some interesting stuff sometimes.
So what are you setting up right now?
The thermal. Okay, that'll go 11.5 hours. I use these a lot. It's Tascam DR05, and this is a cordless drill battery pack, and with this basically a USB adapter, it's like 15 bucks on Amazon. This is from my cordless drill. Fully charged, you can run one of these for 4 days straight. That's recording 24/7. So I use these when we camp a lot. It is 8:05 p.m. Wednesday, September 6th, OP property. It was this record too. I had this recorder out here. Me, Shane, and Rebecca came up because we got a report of a trackway, and it, not here, but in a different area, basically over in the national forest. And we were just spending the night in the shop and then going out in the morning to go try to find this trackway. It was some friends of ours were camping on the property with their kids and stuff, and they were outside here goofing off. They didn't know I had the recorder in the stump, and our friend Sonny his friends were prodding him, oh, do a Sasquatch call. So Sonny does this goofy call, and like 10-15 seconds after he does the call, he gets a response from back here, and he comes in the shop. We're all in the shop, and he's got this weird look on his face, and he goes, Chris, you don't happen to have a recorder out there, do you? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, I'm pretty sure I just got a response call. And when I reviewed it, it's funny. You hear them all laugh, and he does his call, and they're all like giggling and laughing, and then the response comes, and everybody goes quiet, and they're like, did you hear that? Was that you? What the heck? So it was funny, but it's a good call. So. That's what's cool. You never know about this property. We come up here when we can, but it's so far away from me. It's like 6-hour drive for me. So eventually someday I would do more of an extensive audio project here, but I've recorded horn vocals here, long howls here, weird howls and whoops and knocks on and off. We've had everybody who's been a member of the Olympic Project has had at least one occasion where they've been in the shop and something's come up and slapped the side of the shop before. So, and actually when we did Discovery, when you and Alex left, 10 minutes after you left, something slapped the shop. So scared Rebecca. I thought it was the fireplace popping, but scared Rebecca, who was sleeping outside by the fireplace, and she's like, no, it was the wall. The whole wall shook. So
wow. What Chris is referring to is the time that I visited the Olympic Project cabin in 2021 with the rest of the Small Town Monsters crew. Alex Pedikov and I had stayed a night at the cabin before leaving early in the morning to head to the airport. Shortly after we had left, this was recorded. Rebecca Slick said she saw the wall of the cabin shake as something presumably slapped the cabin's side. The sound itself is not very impressive because Chris's recorder was not near the wall that was slapped, but still the sound was audible even at a distance. Before and after this event, Chris's recorder picked up several other anomalous sounds. Strange audio is not the only thing that has been collected at the Olympic Project cabin. A few years ago, Cliff Barrickman actually found tracks there.
I was on a multi-day expedition to the Olympic Peninsula. I like going out there. It's one of my favorite spots to go bigfooting. If I'm not going to my regular spots, I'm going to go somewhere where I just love it, and the Olympic Peninsula has, I love that place. I was, I think 3 or 4 days in, and it was getting late at night. I was having a hard time finding a place to camp, and I said, well, the property's just down the road like an hour. I think I was out by Forks somewhere. I'll just go sleep there, right? Because they're all my friends and everything. As long as nobody's there, I'm sure they'd let me. So I'm driving in there, and I have a hard time getting a hold of Derek. And I find that there's a gate there. I can't get inside the property. It turns out gates aren't going to stop me. I figure out a way to get inside the property is the bottom line. And I get there, and I know there's cell phone reception there. And if you stand just right and you hold your leg just right. So I call Derek, hey man, I'm at the property, is that cool? He says, yeah, no problem, just stay there. And it was getting dark. I remember it was like the second half of the afternoon, probably at 4 or 5, 6 at night. I think it was during the springtime. So, well, I'm going to look around for tracks because that's what I do. And I started circling around, and then behind one of the buildings on the property, I found a trackway.
All right, check it out. So there's a hole, there's one in here, there's one there. It's a big wide spot. I'm assuming right here this is the butt of the palm. I don't know. I'm just here to document, man.
with like something like 42, 43-inch steps. The footprints themselves were about 13 to 14 inches long. It was quite impressive, and at first I was trying to talk myself out of it, like there's no way. But the more I looked, I realized, oh no, I can see toes. Yeah, these are Sasquatch footprints.
It was Memorial Day weekend. Cliff had stopped by the property and found a trackway back there. It's the second one that I know of. There was one like 2 years ago, I believe.
In the same spot?
Yes. So it seems like this thing's coming out of the woods over here, hiding behind the cabin and the shed, walking this way, and there's tracks right here, right in this area. And if you look, if you stand right here, you can see the door to the barn. Shane's truck is in the way, but normally you can see the door to the barn. And the tracks went up here and probably crossed the road. We had them flagged, but obviously the ground looks different right now. But to make an impression in this, it's got to be a heavy animal.
Yep.
So a lot of times in that time of year, it's really cold and people are in the barn or in their trailers. So if something was standing there watching the door, you could see every time someone comes in or out. And they said where the tracks were, and I came over here to look at them, and you turn around and see, well, what was this thing doing here? Here's what it's doing. It's watching the door. And it can easily just come back here and be hidden, especially if it was at night. But that's it.
Look at Chris just shut down. He was just singing Metallica and he just went.
After a quick breakfast the following morning, we headed out to the Trackway, where Chris was going to do the final tasks to accurately catalog the scene of the find.
So that week for 4 days we had a large group of people up here camping out, and one individual in the group had a bagpipes, and he asked if he could play the bagpipes, and we're like, yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's ever done it up here.
Nobody's done it up here.
Go for it. And there's a clear cut, about a mile, 3/4 of a mile that way. So a group went out to that clear cut, and he played his bagpipes, and then he sporadically played them along the horse trail till he got back to the property, and he had played them a little bit on the property. And I want to say that was around 10 p.m. or so. And so it was something really unusual that's never been done, and target subjects were evidently in the area, and it probably inspired some intrigue in what's going on now. What are they doing?
Well, that was the reason we kind of gave the go-ahead. First of all, we like the bagpipes. I'm from Scotland. I love bagpipes, but it was something new. Maybe it would entice something to come check us out. I was in a tree stand at the other end of the property here while the bagpipes were going off. I did hear a percussive. I kind of tossed it off as to being one of the attendees here, one of the individuals here, possibly doing a knock, but apparently it wasn't. We had individuals camping on the property, as Chris said, that heard stuff back in this general direction, large sticks breaking. That's what they described it as. So, it's where Chris and I have been out this long time. We're like, yeah, there's animals out here. We have elk and deer and bear. And we were just very fortunate the next following day to come back here looking for a place to put a tree stand and a couple of game cameras to stumble on this, like literally stumble on this little trackway.
It is August 25th, 2023, around 2 o'clock this afternoon. Me and Shane came up to put out a trail camera and we stumbled upon a trackway. This was track number 1. It's just crushed ferns, but what we found first, 9 feet this direction, were these tracks. Toes were visible in several of them. I've cast them. And there's actually 4 tracks here, because we got another crushed fern track right here where it stepped in the ferns. And it's all heading towards the shop, heading south, due south. Horse trails that direction. We had people on the horse trail last night speculating that it felt exposed for some reason and took off quickly, causing to leave tracks. Slowed down in here because there's no tracks in here, and as it got past this stump and the horse trails that way, it decided to speed up again, felt exposed or what have you. It hit part of this dead log. We got a slide track there, and then another compression track into the ferns, and then into the thick stuff again. And we have people camped here. People heard branches snapping last night, so we've got 8 total tracks, and we will pull them tomorrow.
With a total of 8 tracks found, Chris and Shane began to walk me through the path this creature had taken in greater detail.
The first track was actually right here. Yeah. And actually, no one stepped on it. That's cool. So you can still see the heel. The ferns have popped up. This was crushed down.
Oh yeah.
But this is the heel, and that's where the toes were. A deer or something stepped right there. That's a deer track.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was the very first track. Then you had 9 feet to the second track. But it
that was obviously wasn't a 9 foot.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it visibly left tracks.
I know exactly what you're saying.
No, it does not have a 9 foot step. But this was the first noticeable damage. It's 14 by 7 like the others. Second track, the cast shows terrible. It's nothing. I mean, there's actually more detail in the photograph than the actual casting.
Well, that happens a lot.
But the ground here was way harder, so it just basically, all this track was the breaking of the fir needles, making the outline. So this is going to be labeled track number 2. It measures the same as the first, 14 by 7.5. With the heel down here, toes this way, heading the same direction as the other tracks. On this track, when we look at the cast, mostly the front of the foot did damage, and it was deeper down here in the toe region to the back here. You could barely make out where the heel was. It was on the front part of the foot here.
Front part of its pad, yeah.
Which kind of, I'm envisioning sneaking, on its...
You got these, you got not much cover here, but you have a little bit of cover. This would be a spot where you're probably, I'm imagining kind of looking around because you're getting into an open spot. And then that's when you're gonna take off.
This is where the fourth track was, and it was once again harder ground. It doesn't show a lot of detail, but you could visibly in the photograph and on my 3D scan, you can see where the toes were, and I think one of the toes shows up in the actual cast.
Yeah, and you could actually see a toe at least on this particular track here, which got me really excited. Another thing about these, the measurements, the 14 by 7. If you look at the Patterson Gimlin film, Patty was a size 14, and I think that's also interesting. We've over the years in 2 different areas have cataloged and casted multiple 14-inch tracks, including the nest area, which goes along with some of my ideas and theories as far as a possible female Sasquatch being in the area.
Okay, this is number 5. It's crushed on the ferns. I honestly can't tell much because of the ferns, but it's 38 inches from number 4. And I never lifted this.
Yeah, I did. It was the only problem is we've had people up here.
Yeah, and see that fern crushed there, and it's been what, 3 weeks? Yeah. But yeah, track number 5 is there, but this was, we had a bunch of people here. I think people walked over this one. Okay, this is track number 6. We're sliding off this log. It is 27 feet from track number 5. And nothing was determined between them, and you have this logs running here. And once again, we have 14 sliding off the log by 8. You can see where it broke off the log. It hit the back end of the heel, hit this log, and slid down. I don't think anybody with wooden feet on would be trying to step on this log.
You can see the abrasion on the root here, but it pushed off the moss, like, you know, pushed off the moss like that and skidded. So when Chris cast it, you'll see one of the casts in there. It's kind of got a, it looks like it's got a funny arch to it. It's just because it slid down this fashion, cast it this way, but it was just really interesting how it scooped that off.
When you look at the 3D scan, you see how the foot's flexed in an arch as it came down. The whole foot kind of flexed up like this, and the toes hit on kind of on that side. I'm pretty sure the cast has some toes in it, but you see move in the scan. You can see the foot was flexing as it hit that log and skidded into the ground. But for whatever reason, it was moving fast where Eddie's standing around those trees there. Then it slowed down and it didn't create any tracks through here, and then it took off right here, because this one from heel to heel on this one was 46 inches, which was the longest length. So it launched right here, and then the rest of them, they're all about 35 to 38 inches heel to heel.
My thought is it didn't actually come through here, because when I actually think it circled around this way, because there was a good smash mark here and fresh. At first I thought it was a bear, you know, it looked like someone had been digging, but pretty sure probably for cover, because as Chris astutely pointed out to me, and I thought he was spot on, and Chris, you can explain this, but Chris was looking at this area, and if you stand here, you look where the tracks are, this is the most open area in this little location. So as Chris was thinking, you know, this would be the one spot where you need to kind of move rather briskly if you feel exposed. Whereas, you know, you get down here, and that's probably why there's actual impressions here, but you get on this other side, now you're back into cover. You got cover back there, you got cover here, but here you're exposed, so you're gonna move rather briskly.
The trails, it's coming up here and then it loops up and around this way. So you have this open spot and you can't see the trail, but if someone's on the trail, it's only maybe 20 yards, if that, right over there. If our target subject was back here and there were people making noise on that trail, it would have felt semi-exposed right here, and that's why I think it created these tracks. It hurried through here, because the only reason I think they're in stealth mode usually, and they're not damaging the ground, but when they're in a hurry, you're hurrying up, you're not paying attention to how you're stepping, and that's why it created the damage, created the tracks. It slowed down when it got to this stump, which is cover, and then it sped up again when it got around here for 3 steps. And the distance between the heel of number 6 and number 7, like I said, was 46 inches. But that's the longest length between heel to heel on all these tracks. So I know when it hit that stump, it launched and was in a hurry to get into that deeper stuff. And the people there were people camped right along the edge of the property right here. And there were people that night that said, we heard branch breaks and we heard movement back here.
And in all honesty, me and Shane kind of blew it off. We're like, yeah, whatever, you know.
Each footprint is unique due to the variations in the ground, especially track 7, which features a stick that was stepped on in the middle of the track.
You had a limb like this where the foot had come down and the toes almost flopped down on me, so it almost like a hand come down. Unfortunately, we stood on this one, it popped up, it kind of messed it up, but this was really interesting how it the foot conformed over a limb, actually the same limb, just Chris cut off the other piece to it.
Then we took a look at track 8, which was a track that had not yet been cast.
This is track number 8.
Yeah. You can see where the fern was smashed. We did not cast this one, obviously.
I'm going to scan it. I'll scan it and we're going to cast it. But yeah, that would be track number 8. Mix up another bag to make a full track.
Do you have enough?
Yeah. Cool beans. And look, I didn't get it all over me.
Say, not too bad.
Usually I'm wider than the tracks when I'm done doing this.
Not too shabby.
With the track cast, Chris began his work taking measurements and notes to document the site. By measuring everything from the stride of the foot to the width of the trees and the length of logs, Chris is able to properly convey the site in a map. Since the time of filming this, Chris has completed a 70-page report, complete with photographs and diagrams that contains all the information that relates to this particular track find, including the circumstances leading up to its discovery and how they processed the scene afterwards. This report is now available on the Olympic Project website.
And I actually collected some of the soil from a few of the casts. I have that saved just in case we want to do any, or can do any, eDNA on it or some sort of DNA analysis on it. Just you got to find the right lab at the right cost, the right individuals to look at it, and they're out there.
As we let the cast dry, we gathered our things for a quick trip up to the mountainside to look at other locations and campsites where the members of the OP have had activity before.
There's my water.
You're bringing your donuts?
I was going to share with everybody.
Victor!
For dinner?
What about your...
You don't want any donuts?
When?
Whenever you want them. I figured...
They're for coffee in the morning.
Shane looks so done.
Done?
You look like you're done.
No, I'm just saying you're filming donuts.
I'm not going to use that. I was filming this sign and you guys packing up. It looked cool. And then you guys just...
Well, you do like one of the slow motion, like...
I don't have any slow-mo cameras, so I can't do it.
You can edit all that later. You can slow everything down. I've done it. I'm a rookie. Well, there's a really cool bench for you, just a little short long walk up there, which I'd like, it'd be really good for you to go there. Someone's been up here.
Yeah, I was.
You drive up there?
Yeah. So we came up here, my first time up here was 2017, May. And we parked down below in the clear cut, and we would hike everything up here. It's all uphill. So we came up here about 10:30 at night, raining. We came around this bend right here where the road turns down, and as we were hiking up, we got yelled at right down over there. And nothing really happened that night. We were just here in camp and we went to bed. 4:30 in the morning, we put out audio. So 4:30 in the morning, I got a nice clear knock right here in camp. And that's really it. There's, nothing really happened while we were awake after that yell. So we just got up in the morning and left. But that's the clearest, loudest knock, like my first good one that I had recorded here. So here we are.
Well, I was up here solo camping. It was May 20 something. It's up here solo camping. My kids over here around this corner. It's about just a little bit after 2 in the morning. Dead quiet night like we experienced last night. I hear a stick break from up in the hill, so I'm laying in my tent listening. And then I heard some other movement. You could hear like the stuff moving up here, the salal and the ferns, but I hear just a And at first I had no idea what I was listening to. I was like, what the heck was that? You get all these thoughts from your head. Do you have an elk up here? Do you have a bird flapping its wings? And then you hear something move, take off. And that was it. That was it that night. Not very exciting. I mean, sure, you hear something like that, you don't know what it is. It's a little exciting. But, after reviewing the audio, I started thinking to myself, that sounds like a chest slap. So I sent the audio to David Ellis to really do a little more analysis on it. And he comes back and he goes, that's a chest slap. He visually compared it to a known gorilla chest slap, visually on a spectrogram. And it's not identical, but so dang close to signature. Obviously, the gorilla, I think, was in a controlled environment. Here we're out in the woods, so it wasn't controlled, but the signature visually was so similar. It was crazy, and he, in his analysis, he confirmed that there was someone had stepped on a branch, snapped it, and there was some sort of movement, and then that chest slap sound. So this little area, this little bowl right here, it's produced a lot of cool stuff, and hopefully down the road here we'll get some therm signatures out of here.
As strange as that audio is, it is just one piece to the larger puzzle of the Sasquatch. Taken by itself, it doesn't provide much information, but when collected together with the other experiences shared by multiple people over the years at the OP property, it becomes much more interesting. The location of this particular site is in the mountains behind the OP cabin, the direction in which the Trackway had been coming from. Perhaps being here at this campsite is seen as an encroachment on their territory, leading to several territorial displays over the years. However, without being able to study one directly, one can only speculate on the nature of these creatures. We did not stay in the area for long, and headed back to the cabin to clean off the previous casts Chris had made.
Oh yeah, gotta get it on video. Shane Corson, adventurer.
Oh, I finally found that damn thing. I got something This is gonna make the cut. This is the best you have. I'm sorry, that sucks. Sasquatch research at its finest right here.
After some dinner, Chris and Shane were ready to begin cleaning off the recently cast tracks. Their process involved removing the residual dirt, searching for possible hair samples.
It does.
There's a lot of little roots.
Yeah, there's a lot of lichen too. That's the thing is, that lichen looks like hair.
I'm looking for that sheen.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not gonna be curly like a pube.
No.
Has the Olympic project found hair before?
So the Olympic project has found hair in and outside of the nest area. I mean, as far as in the past, yes, hair has been found before the nests were discovered by the timber sprayer. When we were led down there to just, into the nest area, we did obtain multiple hair samples. I spent countless hours scouring the material, the debris that we collected, and I found multiple samples of hair in the nest that sent out to Dr. Jeff Meldrum in his lab, but also Cindy Dosen of Homini Enigma. And her determination was from, she found a lot of known animals, of course, which didn't shock me. But whatever made those nests left the most amount of hair. I mean, so those nests were made by the subject matter. That might be a hair.
That looks like a hair.
That might be a hair. But the subject that made those nests left a lot of hair. And that hair lacked a medulla. If you think of a pencil, it's the lead in between the pencil. So it has no medulla. It doesn't match anything out here in the Pacific Northwest. It matches primate hair. So yes, that has been verified. So yes, hair has been discovered in the nest area.
This is track 3. So.
We'll bag this one. I think it might be lichen. I can't really tell it here, but it might be hair. That might be hair. I'm thinking root. I see a couple of nubs on there.
That's what I just caught it going to the nubs. It's black though.
Yeah, well, that's what bag and tag, yeah. It's not off yet. There it is, yeah.
So have you gotten those hairs DNA tested?
No, so the funny thing about hair, or the unfunny thing about hair, even within, if you look at crime labs, hair deteriorates really quickly. And really what you want to look at is the follicles on the hair. So you want that little, someone wants to pluck a hair and they have a little follicle at the end of it. That's where the DNA really is going to be tested. Most of the hair we have found over the years is older. You can look at it visually, but there's nothing to take away from that. But honestly, with the hair that we're looking at now, it's older, it's more of a visual scientific look at rather than an eDNA or DNA study on that. If we had follicles on it, sure, there's a chance. So what we're trying to do right now, these impressions are fresh. We're looking for hair. To find a follicle would be amazing on a hair. Most likely what we're going to find is a lot of rodent hair, elk hair, deer hair. By chance we may come across a hair that fell off of this individual that left these tracks, and we'll be able to collect that and look at that visually. Send it to a lab, they can look at it visually, but it's so difficult to test this stuff DNA wise.
The last detailed hair analysis was conducted by Cindy Dosen in 2017. Her analysis concluded that the hair samples she had received from the Olympic project were uncut hair, lacking a medulla, and from an unknown animal. However, as Shane stated, with no follicle and no medulla, there is no DNA data to be collected from the hair samples.
We have something running around here that lacks medulla in their hair. And under a microscope too, which is really fascinating, is a lot of these hairs have red pigmentation in the hair. So you look at it visually, it looks dark or black. But underneath a microscope, some of these hairs have a red pigmentation or granules in there. And if you look at a lot of the Sasquatch sightings, especially here on the West Coast and British Columbia, People talk about a cinnamon-colored Sasquatch or a reddish-colored Sasquatch. That fascinates me because a lot of reports talk about, oh, it's black or it's brown. But most of those encounters happen at nighttime. But are you actually looking at something that's more cinnamon or reddish in color, which would match the fauna out here perfectly?
Although these tracks are not the picture-perfect tracks many Sasquatch enthusiasts would like, the detail captured throughout the several tracks paint a picture of a foot, while superficially looking like ours, actually bends and moves in different ways. It is difficult to fully capture on camera, but each track displays something unique about the foot that made it. Some demonstrate toes in a much more prominent light, while others show a curving foot wrapping around debris on the ground, as seen in track 7.
What's really cool about this in particular print or impression was that it stepped over a limb on the ground, like a large limb on the ground, and the toes wrapped around. So it's almost like a hand, which I would expect to find. It's almost like a hand. So if you imagine, here's the heel back here, you have this large limb. It didn't just, it's not cookie cutter, it just didn't go flat. The toes kind of wrapped around this end right here and flexed. So it was just like a hand on the ground almost, which I expect from a primate.
In the weeks following, Chris finished cleaning the tracks in his home, and then traveled to the North American Bigfoot Center, where Cliff Barrickman took a look at them.
Olympic Peninsula, I take it?
Yeah, the OP headquarters.
I'm dialed in with the people at the Olympic Project. I mean, they're all pretty much my friends, you know? So when they get footprints, or let alone a trackway, I hear about it pretty soon. And I heard that they had cast a trackway actually at the Olympic Project headquarters, right? The cabin that they have in the woods, which is phenomenal because, number one, the Olympic Project are excellent researchers. They are going to do their best to document the site and cast everything that even has a chance of showing detail. So I was thrilled to hear that they had discovered that. So that is now, to my knowledge, at least the second time that footprints had been found and cast at the site, which I love because at my 2 main study areas down in Oregon, I am finding the same individuals' footprints in almost exactly the same places months and months apart. They're going to the same areas again and again and again. And the fact that we have now 2, maybe even 3 track finds at the headquarters itself, that implies that they're coming back. We are going to find more at the headquarters.
3 of them pretty clearly here. These 2 are kind of lost, but and then there's a slight indication of a mid-tarsal right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I mean, this isn't. I mean, you show it to 100 people, they're going to say, "Oh," but you know.
That's cool. I'm glad you're seeing that because I can see it when I put everything together. When I look at my photographs and then look at the scans and then look at the tracks, I'm seeing stuff.
Yeah.
If I was to just look at that by myself, I'm like, I don't see as much.
You got to look at a lot of casts, man.
I know you have. That's why we're here.
Yeah. There's one.
Almost all the tracks that we cast and that I scanned show that there was more weight put on the front of the foot than the back of the foot in most cases.
I think that's the way they roll.
Yeah.
And not only because that's where they push off from, but I think that's the way. I don't think the heels. I think they come down flat-footed more often than not, and then push off.
Right.
Isn't it nice heel shape and whatnot? And actually, kind of looks like it does this.
Yeah.
Like that's where the turn happens, which of course is at the metatarsals. If people, I mean, Bigfooters understand that, like, if they move like that, what they don't understand is that they move like that, like, you know, like that,
right,
and also like this.
Okay.
Yeah, the flexibility
that makes sense.
Is off the chart. It's not just like this.
That makes total sense.
But people think because they see it in books, they think 2-dimensional, but it's not. It's that and that and that.
You can, yeah, you'll see it in track 3. It's. I almost no heel shows up in track 3, but the front of the foot's moving weird like. You'll see it. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the big toe's just missing. And that was the left foot, and it was right by the tree, right after the second one. And like we looked on that tree for hair, didn't find anything, but I told Chance that it touched this tree, dude.
Yeah, I can totally see the shape. Yeah, the big toe is like up at this time. dorsiflexed. Is the word.
Dorsiflexed?
Yeah, like dorsal fin on the back of a
Okay.
shark or a dolphin. Dorsiflex means flex upwards. So that's what was going on here, and then these just impress more deeply. Yeah, so I'd say those are toes. I think all four of those are toes, and the
That's
three
what I
toes
thought. Cool.
over here somehow just dorsiflexed out of the way. Yeah, that's a cool one. That's a really cool one. And it's a cat's only a mother can love, as I say, but you know.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think to bring my clippers. Oh, this will be a fun one to clean. I didn't even know that stick was there. This one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Doubt this is going to show much, but at least we did it. There might be something in here. It'll be like the others where the scans and the scans actually show more detail than the cast anymore. That's why I like doing the scans, because a lot of tracks it's hard to get. I mean, because of this fur duff stuff, it doesn't hold a lot of detail, and the scan will actually show the impression better than the pour, as you've seen with the other tracks down there. There she be.
As our time at the cabin drew to a close, I was reminded once again of the important work being done by the Olympic Project, and by Chris Spencer in particular. Hardly any track find gets the level of documentation Chris has provided for this trackway. Few people meticulously clean tracks in search of hair, and even fewer get their tracks vetted by an external source. This level of effort might be the only way one could hope that the subject of Sasquatch research is taken seriously. The Olympic Project cabin is full of stories, but at the end of the day, it is not the stories that will prove the existence of Sasquatch, but rather well-documented facts and evidence collected. And this trackway is just another step along the road to discovery.
I just remember when I needed to prove it to the world.
I want to film one in the daytime, clear, close-up sighting. I want to see its face, I want to see its eyes.
Of course, we're out there trying to obtain video footage and thermal footage, but why? Because it's a mystery.
Before I took off down the hill, I just turned around and looked at where we just were, and this thing had stepped out of the timber.
It didn't move, it's just standing there.
For decades, people have been dedicating their lives to Sasquatch research. For many, it is an undertaking of great personal significance, but for others, it is an extension of their love for the woods and nature. To get to the heart of why someone would search for Sasquatch requires an examination of their first exposure to the topic, potential encounters with the Sasquatch, and how their life has been affected by that experience. In the entirety of the Sasquatch field, there are few who hold stronger convictions than those of the Olympic Project, and their answers to these questions were both enlightening and moving.
What got me started in Bigfoot was a sighting from about 60 feet when I was 20 years old in August of 1985. So I grew up off-trail hiking in the Olympics, the Olympic National Park. The park is an area where there's still areas that are unexplored. It's about 100 miles by 100 miles. It's a young mountain range, so it's very dramatic. The peaks are crazy sharp and the climbing is amazing. The trails are amazing and it's all virgin wilderness, never been logged. So it's very appealing to a hiker. What I did from about 15 on was off trail in the Olympics. Me and a couple friends of mine would go up so far and then we would leave trail just to get away from the trail and just kind of learn how to mountaineer on our own, being young people, and use ropes and do all this stuff. And then once we all could drive, we would end up stashing a car at another trailhead like 20 miles away, and we would be dropped off, and a week later we'd come out where the other car was, you know, and we would just use compasses. Back then there was no GPS or anything like that back then. On this particular trip, I was 20 years old. We were still doing the same thing, and we left from the Staircase Trail up near Lake Cushman, which would be on the eastern slopes of the Olympics. And we drove up late in the day and got kind of a late start. So the three of us were in top shape and we were fast hikers. So we actually put in almost 7 miles before the sun started to go down, even though we started late. What we would do back in those days is we would leave trail if we were going to camp overnight and get maybe 100, 200 yards to a quarter mile off trail, find a level place and camp there. And the reason was, in the mornings we would always eat breakfast and explore around, and we didn't want other hikers coming upon our stuff, so we would always camp off trail. So it was just one of those days, and that's what we did. We went up this slope and we found a level bench and then a timber line, and then the mountain progressed up, and it was just beautiful. It was like out of a postcard. So we went up to it, and back in those days I used to carry pruning shears in my backpack because I tried to travel light, you know, as light as I could, because the off-trail stuff was demanding and you don't want to carry a 60-pound pack on your back when you're off-trailing. So I would take my pruning shears and I would go around to hemlock trees and I'd snip hemlock boughs and I would put them down under my tent for a mattress so I didn't have to carry a pad. So I was in the process of snipping these boughs, and Mike and Jim were rolling their bedrolls out, and we just heard this crash, you know, quartered away and up to the left from us. So we all just stopped and looked, and we're standing there staring, and then this rock flew, and it didn't come in a down angle, it arced and landed about 10 foot to the left of us, and it was probably the size of a softball or so. And in that environment where you're 8 miles up in virgin wilderness, no roads, no people, and something is throwing a rock at you, you know, we had no idea what that something was, but it's very alarming, to say the least. And then another rock sailed and landed to the left of us, and it was like they were being very intelligently placed. And after the whole ordeal, when we looked back, it was like they were obviously not being thrown at us, they were being thrown around us. And then another rock came to our left. Well, by the time the third rock hit, we decided we needed to get the hell out of there. And we still had no clue what we were dealing with. And it was just about dark, so we picked our stuff up off the ground, literally didn't even take time to put our backpacks on, just grabbed our stuff up and started running down this mountain back towards the trail, without even a clue as to where we were gonna go when we hit the trail. And I took about 10 steps, and Jim and Mike were right in front of me, and then I remembered I had a gun in my backpack. And I had no idea if it was what was happening, a person, who knew? So I slid to a stop and got my gun, my .357 out of my backpack, and stood back up, and before I took off down the hill, I just turned around and looked at where we just were, and this thing had stepped out of the timber and was just standing there staring at me. And it changed my life. It absolutely changed my life, rerouted my life. And it was just, at the time, it was just incredibly frightening. I wanted away from it, didn't want to know what it was, wasn't even really thinking about what it was, just wanted out of there. And so down the hill I went, met up with Jim and Mike at the bottom, and then we ran for about 1.5 miles in the dark with our lamps. And that's as far as we were going to run. It was pitch dark. 3 other hikers were coming from the bottom, and we got there at the same time they did, and I still had my gun in my hand. And we were exasperated. We were almost at a dead run. And we're trying to explain to them what had happened, and then we started hearing noises again up on the ridge as if this thing had paced us. We did go down later and report that to the ranger. Got laughed at. He did tell me that somebody would contact me and talk to me more about it, and nobody ever did. But that was my first experience with Bigfoot.
Forever changed because of this experience, Derek Randles founded the Olympic Project in 2008 as a camera trap project. In more recent years, it has shifted to a multidisciplinary study involving many researchers. One of these researchers is Shane Corson.
When was the first time you ever heard about Bigfoot?
When I was in Scotland, when I lived on a little island called Isla. It's either a TV show, sure it was a TV show. But then again, I mean, I was into Loch Ness Monster. So I heard about Loch Ness Monster, and then I kind of fell in love with cryptids in general. And then from there, you know, you got the Yeti and all that stuff. My mom got me a couple of books on Sasquatch and cryptids in general. So it was in Scotland that I kind of became fascinated with the Sasquatch phenomena. That's when.
Did you ever think you would be looking for it?
Not when I was there in Scotland, no. I moved over here in '93, but not while I was in Scotland, no. That wasn't even on the radar.
Did you move to look for Sasquatch?
No. My mom's American, my dad's Scottish, and just wanted to come to the States. But landed up in Southern California. Eventually started doing some research up in San Bernardino, Southern California, Yosemite, Sierras. But in my wildest dreams, I never thought I'd be doing that. It was very, very surreal. Very surreal.
Were you always a believer in Sasquatch?
No. I wasn't always a believer in Sasquatch, far from it. I always thought there's a possibility. And I didn't even like the word believer. And I don't even like the word knower. I mean, but I do. I know they exist. But it wasn't until 2011 when I actually had an experience and saw one of these things. Up until then, I was like 50-50. Even with the Patterson-Gimlin film, I always thought that was real, but I was like, hey, you just never know. And so I get why there's a lot of skeptics out there. And you need to see it to believe it, sort of thing. But yeah, I'm past that point now. I think a lot of us are past that point. We know they're real. It's just like, you know, how do they survive and thrive, and what do they do, and where do they go, and what makes them tick, and it's just learning about them now at this point. I mean, of course, I want to get more footage and all that, but just knowing that anytime, anywhere, they're out here somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Pretty dang cool.
Shane's first possible encounter with a Sasquatch occurred in the Mount Hood National Forest in Oregon. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to visit the exact location with Shane to get an in-depth explanation of what he saw.
So back in August of 2011, a couple of buddies of mine, co-workers, came out here to do some remote backpacking, fishing, came down to this lake to set up camp, and headed out to find some of these other lakes. Circled around up here, up above behind us, which you can't see right now, but there's a big ridge line up here. We headed up the wrong direction, got lost up on this ridge line, to the point where we ended up hiking about 17 miles that day. While we're up there, we were seeing bear sign. A buddy of mine, Ian from Boston, was definitely afraid of bears, and so what he would do is he literally brought a pot and pan and would bang them together, to the point of that it really started to irk us, like, you know, stop knocking these pot and pans together. We were all armed, we're good to go. Yes, there's bear up here, but they avoid humans like the plague for the most part. So you put the pot and pans away, but after hiking all day, running out of water, really low in water, arguing with each other and all that, we finally find this other lake, the original lake we're supposed to be looking for. But by that time it was dark. It was getting dark, and so we had a couple mile hike back to this spot we're at now. And so that's what we did. We got on the trail, we made our way back here, and built a fire, cooked our food. We talk about our day's next plans, which lakes we're gonna go to. Now that we know where the trail's at, how to find these different lakes, we're gonna make our way to these other areas tomorrow. We go to bed. About 1:32 in the morning, I wake up to what I hear sounds like consistent rock clanking sounds coming down this trail, coming from this direction anyways, getting closer and closer, probably 75 yards away, but getting closer and closer and closer. Ian's snoring away. Mitch wakes up and goes, hey Shane, do you hear that? And I said, yeah, I hear that. He said, what do you think it is? And I said, I have no idea. It sounds like rocks being, you know, smashed together, clanked together. And we're trying to rationalize what is going on here. What are we hearing? Could it be antlers? You know, is it elk? Is it deer? Didn't make sense. Well, after a couple of minutes of this, coming closer, closer, and closer to us, it stops. And then right behind me, up in this area up here, we start hearing what sounds like sticks being broken, something bipedal, possibly. Well, after a couple of minutes of that, you know, kind of going back and forth up on this little knoll here, this little hill, it stops. And then I hear what I think it's percussive, you know, some sort of knock, but I couldn't be sure. A couple of minutes go by and it's kind of quiet, and then I hear that rock clank sound start up again, but it's moving away. It's moving away to the point where eventually it just dissipates and I don't hear it anymore. Mitch and I are talking and he's going, I guess it's gone or whatever. So we go to sleep. And so the next morning we wake up, make our breakfast, and then head off down the trail, the right direction this time. We didn't get lost. We actually made it to our quota, our lakes that we're supposed to be fishing. And we fished all day. Same thing. We go to bed about 11:30. Ian, who's definitely afraid of bears, he typically would build a huge fire. So the second night, the fire was even bigger, which was off in this direction. He built this humongous, obnoxious, ridiculous looking fire. We go to bed about the same time, 11:30, maybe a little bit closer to midnight, once again with plans to go out the next day and go fishing again. So 1:30, 2 in the morning, the second night, once again, I hear that same sound. Sounds like rocks coming down the trail, coming from this direction over here. My buddy Mitch is awake again. He goes, hey, it's back. And I said, I know, I can hear it. Ian, over here in this general area, was in his tent snoring away. He didn't hear anything. And so as it's getting closer and closer, I'm thinking, what can this be? This is not an elk. This is not a deer. This isn't, I mean, what could it be? Is there somebody out here messing with us? I mean, which I found ridiculous. And then it stopped. Once again, it got really close to camp and stopped. And then up behind us, once again, you hear the cracking and breaking of branches. But this time, it escalated. It was much louder this time around. It was breaking stuff. I couldn't tell at the time if it was breaking branches off the trees or stepping on them. It was just so loud. It sounded like an elephant going through the woods. Mitch is kind of going, whoa, crap, what is this? And I'm thinking the same thing, what is going on here? And then it stops, and there's silence. And then right behind me, up the hill here, 5 really, really powerful percussives, really powerful wood knocks, what you may call power knocks. Bam, 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 bam. It echoed in this little valley here. It echoed around this area tremendously. That was freaky by itself. The sheer power of the knocks was freaky. What really freaked me out was that in my tent, underneath my tent, I mean, literally I'm on my back, my heart's in my head, and I can feel the vibration of these knocks. They were so powerful. I literally was paralyzed with fear. I don't mind saying that. I was paralyzed with fear because I thought, what the frick? Whatever this is came back. And don't get me wrong, at this time I'm thinking, could this be what I think it is? I mean, I'm not gonna lie about that. I thought, could it be? What could be the tree like that? Well, Ian, guess what? Ian's now awake. Ian, the guy that's been snoring the last 2 nights, is now awake. And he's freaking out. He goes, what is this? And I said, shut up, shut up. Right after that, back here once again, I hear something come through the trees up high. And it's just hitting branches. And then thud, right next to my buddy Mitch's tent, over here closest to the lake. When it hit the ground, I knew instantly what it was. That was a rock. So I knew that something had tossed a rock from behind us down here and hit the ground. A little bit smaller than a softball, but really close to a softball-sized rock. Well, right then I was pretty confident what we were dealing with based on the years of research I've done and people I've talked to, and, you know, never had anything like that happen in my life. Ian is freaking out. And I had done something stupid. I'd given Ian a 9mm during the day to calm his nerves. Said, hey, no more pots and pans, all that junk. Here's a gun. But I was afraid that he might come out blasting. After all this stuff happened, and he was freaking out. I mean, he's a city boy. He's from Boston. He's never really camped. I was just paralyzed with fear. But I walked myself out of it. I calmed my breathing down, and I walked myself out of it going, well, you're still alive. Nothing's happened to you. And whatever this is, if it wanted to hurt you, it would have done it by now. So I calmed myself down. I said, you need to get that gun away from me. And so I sit up on my knees and unzip my tent. The fire's still going. I'm looking around. I didn't want to get out of my tent. And just when I was just about to step out of my tent, I noticed movement almost to my 12 o'clock. And what I see is something standing behind a tree, but swaying back and forth. I see a hand, an arm, a shoulder, and every once in a while, a head. And it's just doing this. And it looks massive. It looks absolutely massive. It freaked me out. And I'm looking at this thing. It seemed like an eternity. I remember thinking, God, they are real. Holy crap. They're real. I mean, I'll never forget that moment. I'll never forget that moment when I saw things swaying back and forth. I don't know if it saw me or heard the tent unzip or whatever, but it just took its arm down, went down by its side, it peeled around and walked up the trail or off trail, and it was gone. Ian, at this time, was quiet. Mitch was quiet. I could hear Mitch breathing heavily, but he was quiet. I mean, they were quiet. And I watched this thing walk off, and I sat there and I just zipped my tent up and I just sat down, and it was just quiet. You could hear a pin drop. I don't know why I sat back. It was kind of a thing like I knew that it was done. I knew that it was it in my head. I don't know if I've ever shared that before. I haven't even thought about that till now, but I just kind of knew that when it walked away, that was it. Maybe, and I didn't know if I was right or wrong, but in my head I thought, okay. I didn't feel the pull to go get the gun from Ian. I just felt like sitting there and soaking it in and hoping that it didn't come back, honestly. Well, as soon as daylight hit, we collectively, without speaking, packed up our camp and headed out of here. And that was it. We headed home, almost quiet the whole time. I was still in shock because I thought, I've been at this for years, but it just blew my mind that 3 guys out here doing our thing just had a 2-night experience with Sasquatch. That right there solidified to me that these suckers are real. They're real. They're real. Absolutely real. 100%. Blew my freaking mind. And really launched me into what I'm doing now with the Olympic project, period. That really explained a lot to me and totally shifted my direction in life. Not just in life, but also within my research.
While Shane had always had an interest in the subject prior to this encounter, he became far more fervent in his search for the Sasquatch after it, eventually leading him to be a part of the Olympic project a year later.
So I got involved in an Olympic project back in 2012. I had met Derek Randalls down at an event called the Hopsquatch, put on by Guy Edwards down in Portland, Oregon. And I got to talking with Derek and decided to go on one of his public Olympic project expeditions. And Derek Randalls and I hit it off right off the bat. We were very like-minded. We had the same sense of humor. We both loved the outdoors, hiking and camping. And we both kind of had the same ideas as to Sasquatch and how the research should be conducted. I was very impressed with the Olympic project and its data collection. And it wasn't before too long that Derek asked me to join the project.
Both Shane and Derek had their first encounter with the Sasquatch while they were adults. But one member of the Olympic project had an experience at a much younger age.
What made you believe in Bigfoot?
Well, my very possible sighting in 1986. It was my brother's birthday weekend, and we were going to go up to Big Bear for a skiing trip. My parents didn't reserve a hotel or get a place to stay. We drove up there Friday night. Everything was booked. My dad finally found this small cabin to stay in for the night. We unloaded the car. It started to snow. It was around 1 o'clock in the morning by the time we found a place. We got up there about 10:30, I think. Drove around for a while looking for a place to stay. So it started to snow. We're from the city. We live by the beach. We're like surf kids. Snow's a novelty. Hey, let's go make snowballs and have a snowball fight because we don't see snow. We were around the backside of this cabin on this road. There were street lights. The other side's woods. We're playing snowball fight, just kids, normal kids type stuff, laughing, giggling, throwing snowballs. And then someone noticed somebody or something standing on the road watching us. And I was fully aware of what Bigfoot was, but not in my wildest imagination did I think you'd come in contact with a Bigfoot or see something ever in history, you know. So I was a pretty smart aleck kid, smart aleck teenager, and I yelled at it, "Hey, if you're a man, say something." Because we had just stopped in our tracks and everyone's just focused on this thing. And it's standing on the road under the street light. It didn't move. It's just standing there, still. And it's snowing. And we're like, "Hey, if you're a man, say something." Just standing there. I think I yelled something else at it. And then we got scared and ran in the cabin. And that's the extent of it. My parents are like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" You know, so we're like, we just saw something. That was it. It was really fast. We went to sleep. Next day we got up and just went skiing. I really didn't know what it was. And then looking back, some people have suggested it was a homeless guy. Some people have suggested it was a guy drunk or on drugs, but it makes no sense to me. This thing was easily as big or bigger than my dad. My dad was 6'4", and it was much thicker. So I don't see what else it could have been. There was no development around. There was like another cabin to the left of us, but everything was shut down. It's 1:30 in the morning and snowing. It's dark. And just the way it was watching us and just stood there and didn't even respond, that's what freaked us out. It's like, this thing is not, it's not normal. So we ran. Yeah. I couldn't see any details, couldn't see any facial features, but the full silhouette under the street light and standing there against the white snow on the road, it's quite obvious standing there. So.
What was the first time you heard about Bigfoot?
Oh, as far back as I can remember, probably when I was like 4 or 5 years old. Aside from that, I'd already been reading books and checking out books in the library, like in elementary school and junior high, and you have all the documentaries on TV, and then you have the Patterson Gimlin films. So
Todd's interest in the Sasquatch as a child, combined with his very possible sighting of one in Southern California, led him to start researching the phenomenon on his own.
Well, as soon as I got the internet, I was looking at Bigfoot stuff and reading reports and reading a lot of books. But as far as getting in a vehicle with the purpose of going to look for these things, the first time I did that was probably 97, 94. I can't remember exactly, because I would print out reports from different websites and drive up to the mountains and go to those locations. And that was my kind of entry into research. And I was alone doing it. I didn't know anybody. So I would go by myself quite a bit and just walk around in the woods or walk around the mountains and looking for tracks or anything. And, you know, the chances to find anything are like slim to none. You're basically just going in the woods, walking around looking for stuff. Real, what I would call research, even though we don't have a type specimen, with the intent purpose of going to an area where these things are known to be, really started for me in 2008, I would say, where I actually was meeting people and going to areas with actual gear and like on a Bigfoot trip, you know, a Sasquatch trip, versus what I was doing in the past. I talked to Shane Corson in 2013 about Southern California because I was listening to his podcast and I knew he was from Southern California originally. So I messaged him on Facebook and told him about my Big Bear stuff in Southern California, and we talked on the phone. And when I moved to Washington in 2015, a couple years later, I got in touch with him. He was living in Oregon at the time. I was invited to Beachfoot, met Derek and some of the OP people, went on an expedition, and then the rest is history.
Once they met, Todd and Shane became fast friends. But before their iconic friendship, Todd had yet another experience, this time in the Pacific Northwest.
You hungry, Shane?
I am hungry. I wish there was tamales.
So we are up in the Mount Rainier area. My family and I had just moved here in August of 2015. It was November of 2015. We came up here to cut a Christmas tree. It was the weekend before or the weekend of Thanksgiving. I don't remember exactly. I'd have to look back. We were driving up and down this road looking for a small tree to cut. And we were driving back this way. And we passed this little turnout. I saw some smaller trees off in the distance there. So I told my wife, hey, there's some small trees right there. Let's park here and get out and cut them. Okay, because we've been up here for hours. Whole place covered in snow. We parked about right here where Shane's truck is. Get out like normal. The kids go running towards the trees and I said, hey, wait for me. Because I was going to put my gun on. I said, we're in Washington. There's cougars here, bears, you know, stay with me. My kids were little. So I got the gun, started to put it on. And as I walked this way, my wife and kids were right here. As I walked this way, something in the trees over there started moaning. And it was loud. It was echoing all through the woods here. And my wife was like, what is that? And I'm like, I don't know. Let's see what happens. I wasn't really nervous or scared or anything at first. So I'm just like, it's an elk or something. Whatever, I got a gun. Let's go get a tree. So they're right here. I'm walking this way and I have the saw and my gun. And the trees I want to get are over there. They're a lot bigger now, but when I got to this area, this thing started moaning more and even louder. And it was echoing. And then my wife's like, forget this. We're going back to the vehicle. We don't know what that is. It could be a bear. I said, that's not a bear. It's not an elk. I didn't know what it was. So she and the kids got scared. They went back in the vehicle. And I started thinking, this could be a Sasquatch. I'm excited. Like, this is cool. I want to see this thing. So they got in the vehicle and they started the engine and they're like, let's go, let's get out of here. I'm like, hold on, I want to see this thing. It sounded like it was right there. You see those two trees and see the small firs right behind them? It sounded like it was directly in front of me, but I couldn't see it. And they're yelling at me, get in the car, get in the car. I'm like, hold on. I want to go down and see this thing. So I had my weapon out and I'm standing like getting closer and closer and I'm like looking straight ahead. And then I don't know, the echo part of it started sounding like, am I sure it's in front of me or is it to my left? The echo was so big, I couldn't really tell where the sound was coming from. So then I started going, oh shit, is it on my left behind this tree? And then I said, okay, I'm going to get back in the car. I get back in the car and I got in a huge argument with my wife. I said, this is a golden opportunity. If this is a Sasquatch, I can see it right now. I want a daytime sighting. And they were freaking out, man. And that's the gist of it. But something else I forgot to mention, I could hear this thing breathing. It sounded huge. The lungs, I could hear it breathing and it sounded, I know a lot of people say this on podcasts and reports, it sounded gurgly, like congested. And that's what made me start to think this might have been a Sasquatch. But it was just the weirdest experience. And I was pretty mad when I got in the vehicle because I wanted to pursue this thing. You know, I don't know what would have happened. I don't think it was any known animal. I think it was a Sasquatch, but I will never know because everyone started freaking out and made me get in the car. Hindsight, I might actually went down there and try to get closer, but you never know what you're dealing with either. I mean, I told you it was really, really fast, really short. I didn't really know anybody in Washington at the time. We'd only been here 3 months. I'd only talked to Shane on the phone. I hadn't seen him in person yet, and I didn't really have anybody to tell about it. You know, it was kind of just our little family thing, and then met these guys, told them about it, but that was like my first thing in Washington.
Are you scared being here now?
No. Like I said, we do so much in the woods. I don't really fear much in the woods. Now, if stuff starts to go off, like you're getting Bigfoot activity around your camp with knocks or yelling or rock throwing, that could be a little bit tense, but no. Nothing in the woods scares me anymore. I can't even say that I wasn't even scared that day. My wife and kids were. I wasn't. I wanted to see the thing. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But I really thought that thing was in the trees right here, and I wanted to run down and check it out, no matter what happened. So, to me, it's a lost opportunity.
Go walk away.
What are you doing, Corson?
Thing out of the way.
It would only seem logical for a person having seen something out of the ordinary to begin to investigate what they saw. But this is often not the case. For every person who has a sighting and then later becomes a researcher of the Sasquatch topic, there are at least 10 people who either never discuss it with anyone or even have a desire to share that experience. For many people, to admit that they saw something like a Sasquatch would be to openly declare themselves as crazy and untrustworthy. The loss of friends, or possibly even their livelihoods, are too much of a cost for many people, especially today. With full knowledge of this societal stigma, why would anyone not only declare that they've seen one, but that they go out in the woods to look for Sasquatch on a regular basis?
You know, I don't spend an incredible amount of time looking for Sasquatch, but I do spend a lot of time looking for trace evidence or evidence of Sasquatch. Of course, we're out there trying to obtain video footage and thermal footage, but why? Because it's a mystery, and I love mysteries. And this is one of the greatest mysteries in the world. Every time out in the woods, you have that chance of obtaining something new, whether it's audio related, visually related, you know, therm camera, or you find a track impression, footprint, handprint, hair. And I get to do this with the people I love to work with. And we have an absolutely great time. But why? Because it's a passion. It's almost as much of a job as one could have without getting paid, but it is a job or a hobby that I absolutely love. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
I want to look into its eyes. It's just a personal goal of mine. I don't care about proof. I don't care about the public. I don't care about YouTube. I want to film one in the daytime so I can watch it. I've said that before. I want to see one in the daytime, clear, close-up sighting. I want to see its face. I want to see its eyes. That's mainly the reason I do this. And that's been my goal for a long time. I haven't got there yet. What's going to happen if it happens? Is it going to freak me out? Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen. Am I going to stop after that? Who knows? I don't think so. Because you're still in the woods, you're enjoying nature. Sometimes being in these woods, in my opinion, there's no better place to be when you're on foot and you're off trail with nature. The air's clean. The weather's not always great, but when you're ever in great weather and you're in the Pacific Northwest, it's one of the best places on earth, period. With no cell phone coverage, no vehicles, It's like complete escapism. You escape your home life and work and bills and all that bullshit. That's another reason to do it, to get away from it all. I'm sure most people can understand that. People do different things to do that, but you know how good it feels if you're backpacking and you don't have any cell coverage for 3 days? It's great.
What if it's not real though?
Sasquatch?
Yeah.
It is. There's no what if it's not real. Period.
If it's not real, that's not even an option for me. I know these things are real. Absolutely 110%. I mean, there's not even a question. I've already passed that a long time ago. That ship has sailed. I'm looking as to the when, the why, and the how. You know, how did they survive? What are they eating? Where did they go? Are they in groups? You know, are they solo? That's the questions, you know. As I go along this marathon, knowing that these things are out there, I'm excited about the stuff we're obtaining.
With such resolute certainty of the existence of Sasquatch, brought on by personal experience and thousands of hours of research, one has to ponder on how their lives might be different if they had decided not to pursue the Sasquatch.
Honestly, I don't think my life would be a lot different because I was already a wilderness person. I was already a woods person. I was already a hunter, and I still am all of those things. I think my life's better because of it. I think a lot of researchers would probably argue that point, but I don't, because I've met some amazing people, and I've been able to work with, you know, Dr. Meldrum, Dr. Bendenagel. You know, I've got to meet John Green and all these people, Grover Krantz. I've been lucky enough to share time with them, work with several of them, and then just the people that are in the Olympic project, they're like family. And I've just met the biggest array of wonderful people. So I think it's enhanced my life. I don't think it's detracted from my life. I think there was about a 10-year period where I was gone too much. You know, I started a business and put a staff in place with the idea of being able to do that and to be gone a lot and still make money. And I did exactly that. If a sighting happened anywhere up on the West Coast, I would go. You know, and then I started working with Dr. Meldrum in, I believe it was 1996 or 97. And whenever he would have a good sighting, he would say, here's the sighting, here's the guy's name, here's his address, and I could drop whatever I was doing and go and interview the guy and hike the area and look for tracks and do all this stuff. So it was fun. It was a blast. The only regret I have is it's probably gone a little too much for that period of time. But when I got a handle on that and I stopped putting Bigfoot first in my life, life came back to normal more. And it's been fun. You know, it's been a blast. Even though you're ridiculed and a lot of people don't believe what you're doing, it's been a blast. And I'm out here all the time. I'm in the woods with like-minded people. So what more can you ask for?
Well, my life would be very different in some aspects and very much the same in others. I'm a family man. You know, I work and I got a daughter I'm raising. I got an amazing wife, you know, and I spend a lot of time with them, you know, and I bring them out camping with me. I guess actually, quite honestly, I guess my life wouldn't be that different because I love to hunt, I love to hike, I love to camp, I love to fish, I love hanging out with my friends in the woods, I love taking my family out to the woods. I'd probably just be more of a naturalist, you know. I'd just be out videoing and being around nature. Same thing I'm doing now, I just have a different type of purpose. You know, I'm actively investigating the Sasquatch. So if you just take the Sasquatch out of my life, that's it. It'd just be Sasquatch out of my life. I'm still gonna be out doing what I do and what I love, hiking, exploring, with the people I love to work with. You know, I would have different friends. Obviously, I wouldn't have met, you know, amazing people like, probably most likely not like Chris Spencer and Todd and Derek. I would have a total different friendship group, I'm sure. But I would still be doing the same thing I'm doing now, minus the Sasquatch.
I'd have more money and a hell of a lot more time for other activities. It costs a lot of money, taking time off work, buying gear, camping gear. It's a lot of time and money and a lot of effort. And a lot of times it's not even fun. I love being in the woods. I love the outdoors, hiking. I love all of it, but you can come to the point where you kind of have burnout.
Can you talk about that?
When I tell my buddies what we're actually doing with, when you go out, you set out your recorders, you're up late therming or doing night vision, and then you sleep for a few hours, get up in the morning, do everything all over. It can be quite tiring by the end of the weekend, you know. Especially in the nest area when you're hiking through that huckleberry bushwhacking and going up and down those ravines. It's not always enjoyable. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. I got to the point where I get burned out and I tell Shane and Chris, I gotta take a break. You know, I don't wanna do this I need like a month off or whatever, you know. And I don't even do it as often as they do. But at the same time, I have teenage boys and I do a lot of stuff with my kids. So if I'm gone too much, they're like, oh, are you gonna be home this weekend? You know? Or they want me to be home.
So I did get burnt out on this topic after the Skookum expedition. In September of 2000, I was tracking on the Skookum expedition, which was led by Matt Moneymaker and the BFRO. During that trip, myself, Richard Knoll, and Leroy Fish baited some muddy areas around where we were having the expedition near Skookum Meadows in Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. And along with the bait that we put in these areas, we also put the pheromone chips from Dr. Greg Bamanek. And what we were doing is going to areas that were conducive for tracks, muddy areas, wallow, you know, anywhere where if something walked in, it would leave its tracks. So we were keying on that. So Leroy Fish and I went out one night and we baited several areas, including where the Skookum impression came from. And that night we got a very large vocalization from a ridge above camp. The next morning when we went to go check all these areas, the fruit was just disseminated, eaten, and very much disruption on the ground. Long story short, we looked at it, cast it, an enormous cast called the Skookum cast. It was kind of a big deal at the time. I actually had Bindernagel, Green, Krantz, Meldrum, all of these people were at my house studying this cast for like a week. And I was in heaven. All my heroes were under my roof and eating pizza at my dining room table and studying this cast, trying to figure out, you know, what to do with it. And I was way out of my league academic-wise, you know, even just listening to all these PhDs, you know, I just pretty much made them food. I just kind of listened from the other room. But it was amazing. There's 3 signatures on the Skookum cast, mine, Rick Knowles, and Leroy Fish's, because we all co-owned it after one of the deals on this expedition was whatever evidence we found was ours to keep. Well, Leroy died, and then the cast ended up in the hands of Rick Knoll, who still has it to this day. And then I started seeing it on TV, and nobody asked me if it was okay, and legally I still own half of it. So that pissed me off. And I really didn't want any money out of it, but I just wanted, hey, is this cool if we do this? And I didn't get that. And it really irritated me. And then there was a big rift with Rick Knoll and I and myself and the BFRO and all that stuff. So that was one of them.
How do you work through that?
I think the way that you work through it is just to get older and become more mature, honestly. It's like anything else. You know, and self-help 101, happiness is a choice and so is anger. Nobody in the world can make you angry. You allow yourself to get angry over a situation. And same thing, happiness comes from you. You can choose to be happy, you can choose to be upset. So I just had to make choices that I just wouldn't let stuff get to me anymore. And that's pretty much what I did.
In January of 2024, I had the opportunity to travel to one of Washington State's largest Bigfoot conferences, called Squatch Fest. In attendance were the main members of the Olympic Project, Shane, Todd, Chris Spencer, and Rebecca Slick, as well as other notable researchers like Dr. Jeff Meldrum, Matt Pruitt, and Cliff Barrickman. In contrast to the cultural stigma of people who have Sasquatch experiences, events like Squatch Fest create an atmosphere that allows for people to come forward and share their experiences without fear of ridicule. Additionally, people come to celebrate what has become a cultural icon, celebrating in a shared interest in Sasquatch.
What's up, friend of the OP, Eddie Sanchez?
Well, slept well. Like, we almost had a sighting this morning.
What do you mean? Oh, there's one right there. Smile, you're on TV.
This is what I hate. He does this all the time.
However, these events serve another purpose as well, providing an opportunity for serious researchers to share ideas and information to the general public in an accessible way. In the age of misinformation, some researchers consider public speaking a critical aspect of their efforts.
Thanks for everybody coming. I appreciate it. We've had some amazing speakers so far. Obviously, you got Dr. Miller, and you got Kenny Gerhard and Michael Freeman. Amazing presentation. If you don't watch that presentation come out, you know, if you're very much a skeptical and non-believer, then there's probably something wrong. There's so much information that his dad collected, and Michael does a fantastic job showcasing that and building some blanks, and so.
That's a catch-22, because I don't know. For me, you know, if it weren't for the fact that I think academics and academia, those in sciences, should be looking at this further, it wouldn't be that important to me. But it is important that really solid investigators, researchers, enthusiasts, whatever you want to call us, them, they have to maintain the scientific method, and they have to be very skeptical. And there's just too many people claiming too many things with too little evidence. And nothing to back it up, and they don't maintain the scientific method. So I think those doing really good, solid investigations, testing their hypothesis, should be in the public's eye, whether that's on social media or on a program. They should be highlighted, because science needs to take a bigger look at this. There is a Sasquatch phenomenon. There is a living, breathing entity out there.
I don't think there's a lot of room in this field for bullshit. There's not a lot of room in this field for fabrication, you know, because the minute you start fabricating evidence, or you start BSing somebody about anything, the whole adventure just goes downhill. So I've always been one to just keeping it real, and a lot of people just don't keep it real. Some do, but a lot don't.
This year is my 30th year of being a Bigfooter, basically. You know, in 1994, I started going out into the woods and doing things. And then really, back then, is because I thought it was fun and cool and kind of funny in a way. And of course, I like the outdoors. And I still think that it is fun and it is cool and it is kind of funny in a way that I'm still involved in all this stuff. But my relationship with the subject has changed over the years. I would say that in the beginning days, it was about trying to find the evidence and proving something to somebody. And it's certainly not that anymore. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody at this point. Like, I know they're real. Who cares what other people think, is my thought. But I think when I got on the TV show, Finding Bigfoot, I think that's when it really accelerated my relationship change with the subject, because I realized at the time, and I took it very seriously, and I still do, that little kids are watching. You know, I'm a Bigfooter today because I was once a little boy watching these schlockumentaries in the 1970s. And I know that there are young people, back then I knew that there were young people watching this TV show and hoping someday to do something. I mean, the next Jane Goodall could be watching Finding Bigfoot, you know, and after Discovery, they could be working in the field of Bigfoot studies, like legitimately. So I took that responsibility very seriously, and I still do, because I was an elementary school teacher before I was on the TV show. And guiding young people is an important part of my life, I guess, in some ways. And the TV show kind of shook me a little bit, saying, dude, you can't screw around too much. Like, you got to kind of be on the up and up all the time. You got to watch what you say, which I'm not very good at. You got to do all this stuff because there might be a little cliff out there someday that you might change his life. And today, I think it's more important than ever because I'm still at this position of leadership or something in the community. I mean, I don't like to think of it like that, but again, I don't have a choice. And there's so much nonsense in our field, honestly. There's just so much garbage out there. So if I want the subject to be taken seriously, I mean, I can still have fun with it, don't get me wrong, but if I want the subject to be taken seriously as a legitimate field of inquiry, then I need to present it that way. You know, I'm not going to go with portals and interdimensional shape-shifting UFO writing whatevers, man. We're gonna start with biology because that's where science is. And I think that it's my duty to give something back to the subject that has given me so much, and to represent it well publicly is honestly the least I can do.
It is undeniable that Sasquatch has permeated pop culture in North America, and perhaps even beyond. And while the majority of the world considers the Sasquatch to be non-existent, there are those who dedicate so much of their lives trying to prove its existence. An illogical and unwise life path to choose, according to many. But still, people do it. Over the past several years, as I've traveled across North America investigating the Sasquatch, many researchers have confided in me that they feel compelled to pursue this undiscovered hominid in the woods. They feel like they've buckled their seatbelt as life pulls them towards whatever their ultimate destination is. Relating to this feeling myself, it is only recently that I have discovered that this feeling has a name: the Sasquatch curse.
There are many traditions that say that seeing a Sasquatch is a bad thing. It's a bad omen. You're going to die if you see one, or something bad is going to happen to someone you love. There's other versions of the Sasquatch curse that have leaked into modern day thought as well. And I think there's some truth to it, but it's not a supernatural curse in that sort of way. It's something to do with, I think, the people who become interested in Sasquatches. The interest itself has a way of taking over, essentially, taking over one's life. I think the researchers, and myself included, especially when I was younger, it's easy to become obsessed with this, you know, and you look at the horsemen, you know, Dehinden and Green and Byrne and Krantz and all the early time. I think that they had a touch of this as well. I mean, Rene chased these things for decades and decades, like 50, 60 years or more. I don't even know how long. And he never even saw one, but it took over his life. I think that happens to a lot of people with Sasquatch research. But at the same time, it's not something that you choose to do. Like, I choose to be obsessed with this animal that nobody else says is real. That's not a logical choice. In some ways, I feel like it chooses you. Like, I personally, in the position I find myself now, at least in the Bigfoot community, you know, like the TV show and the museum, and I get a lot of emails, and, you know, people put me on a pedestal for whatever reason. Like, I didn't choose this. This isn't like something a sane person would choose. I kind of feel like I've been tapped for this, and it's not like, oh, God chose me, like I'm special. It's just like, why would you choose this? This is crazy. I can make a lot more money doing this other stuff, but I'll tell you, I can't make what little money I do make having more fun. I love this.
I do kind of feel like this subject chooses you. I think it chooses you when you have an experience. And then it's interesting, it's almost like a case study to watch people after they have an experience, how it affects their life, which direction they go. It's a trip, man. For me, it was like when somebody dies, you go through all these different stages. You go through hurt, and then sadness, or anger. Finally, you hit acceptance, you know, with a bunch of stuff in between. With a sighting, it's the same way. You see this, and you're afraid to tell anybody because they're going to think you're crazy. And then after so much time goes, that completely shifts. And it's like, well, I need to prove this. I just got to prove this. And then, again, there's several steps to this process until you get to where I'm at now. You know, I'm 58 years old. I've been doing this for just shy of 40 years. And I've just accepted it now. I don't care what people think. I could care less if anybody believes me or not. I've shied away from doing film stuff, shied away from interviews. I don't speak at conferences anymore. Now Bigfoot, I do it on my terms when I feel like doing it. And to me, it's the best out of all of it, because now I'm still into the subject, I'm still rabidly interested, but it doesn't run my life, and I do it when I feel like doing it. I just remember when I needed to prove it to the world. You know, I needed to prove it to verify my own sanity. And then you leave that behind, and it's like, I don't care. I just don't care anymore. You know, I know they're real, and everybody that I work closely with knows they're real. Everybody in the Olympic projects had an experience. You know, so it's not a group of, you know, people that are hoping. It's a group of people that know, that are just simply trying to learn more. So it's cool. I like it.
We come right back to the basics again, to the, you know, the cynical, ruthless point, and this is produce the creature. And everything else is all nice, it's interesting, makes life very exciting and so on, but that's about all it does.
Obsession certainly has its downsides. One of the four horsemen of Sasquatchery, the Swiss-born Rene Dehinden, spent most of his life searching for the elusive creature. His interest quickly became a vehement fixation to possess the best evidence of Sasquatch. As a result of his zealotry, Dehinden's family left him, and he ended up living in poverty in a trailer on a gun range in Canada. However, Dehinden exemplifies the extreme end of Sasquatch research. Few, if any, get as obsessed with the topic as he did, and many people, including members of the Olympic Project, express much healthier attitudes towards their research.
No, this was definitely my choosing, because I can get out anytime I want, no matter what I do. There's no Bigfoot curse for me. When I grew up in Scotland, I was already interested in this. I would have ended up, if I'd stayed in Scotland, I probably would have still been interested in Sasquatch and Bigfoot. I might have been studying the Nessie, I don't know, Nessie or some sort of other cryptid. But I chose this. I did a lot of hard work to get to where I'm at, and I chose my paths. You know, I have a great life, great family, a great supporting cast. Like I said before, I went and traded for the world. This is, it's an amazing, I'm very humbled to be involved and know the people I know and work with, but it's an amazing journey that I'm gonna see through. You're not gonna see me one day up and quit, even if they're discovered or never discovered. It's still a mystery. It's one that I can't let go of.
I was into this topic as a kid in elementary school, and I thought it was just the coolest thing if these things were out there. Reading the books and the reports as, you know, a preteen, I thought it was just amazing. Like, it captivates your imagination. Once this thing gets in your blood and you find things and see things, it's really hard to stop. It's a constant pursuit. I wouldn't say it's an addiction, but for some people it could be. For me, it's a hobby. Some people in my personal life think I'm obsessed with Sasquatch. I don't really think I am, but you know, that's them looking in. But me, compared to some Bigfoot people I know, I'm not nearly as deep into it. Everything I've done, I feel like I just kind of fell into. It's just kind of happened. I'm into all kinds of other things like racing and music and other hobbies. And I've told Shane and Chris, this is still a hobby to me. It's not my life. And I will do it as long as I enjoy it. If I'm not enjoying it, there's no reason to do it. I'm not going to be the person that brings one in for proof.
The life of a Sasquatch researcher is far from a simple one. From physically exhausting oneself during field research to engaging with the public at conventions, the pursuit of Sasquatch can be both tiresome and unrewarding. The potential for obsession is far too real, and as many have said, it can take over your life if you let it. But there are many who balance that line, taking care not to burn themselves out on the topic and providing for their families, while at the same time treating the subject with respect. Level-headed researchers like Cliff and the members of the Olympic Project provide an example of what good research is and bring us furthest along the road to discovery.
I woke up sometime after midnight.
And I kind of remember like coming to, like I had maybe passed out or whatever, but
Trying to get through that moment, you're praying, okay, I need to just get out of here. So we didn't want to run.
But after that, I was like, I want to investigate this.
For many people, the search for Sasquatch is a happenstance endeavor. People of various backgrounds and life experiences come together to search for the Sasquatch, connected by their own individual experiences with the creature. But as different as each person may be, when observed as a whole, the Sasquatch topic forms a curious through line in each one of their lives. A prime example of this is Olympic Project member David Ellis, who did not begin his own investigation into the Sasquatch phenomenon until much later in life.
I'm David Ellis. I live on Whidbey Island. My prior job experience was in the lighting industry. I worked for a large lighting manufacturer selling to distributors and contractors. So that's kind of what my work history has been. I'm currently retired, fully vested in the Bigfoot conquest, so to speak, and in the middle of writing a book about unknown sounds.
David's introduction to the Sasquatch topic was a dramatic encounter he had when he was very young.
My grandfather had an 80-acre farm near Battleground, Washington. And sometime in the late 40s, early 1950s, he had an experience that he told the grandchildren about. So I recollect I heard this story about 1958, 59, somewhere in there. Maybe 6, 7 years old at the time I heard it. And the story goes that he was cutting hay, it was in the summertime, and up jumped a 5-foot-tall monkey and ran across the field and hopped the fence and was in the woods. So from the time I'm 5, 6, 7 years old, there's been this notion that there are monkeys in the woods. So now fast forward, I'm 11 years old, it's 1963, and a group of kids from the neighborhood, we went to our local haunt, which was called the Stump Field. And it was called the Stump Field because it was logged with the old buckboard method where they would springboard and go up about 12 feet in the air and then chop the tree down from that, leaving these large edifices behind. And the reason they did that is they wanted straight timber. So there's this 140-acre field that we would go to that would have these big, tall edifices, and we could hide and we could play all sorts of fun games. So it was a great little place for us to while our hours away. It was a Saturday afternoon, maybe 4 o'clock-ish or so in the afternoon. There were cows that we had to kind of negotiate, and for some odd reason, we thought it was peculiar, but they were all huddled down in one corner of the field. So as we get to the other side of the field, one of the kids picks up a stick and whacks a overhanging limb of a large maple tree, and from there, all heck went crazy. We really couldn't see too much inside of the fence line because there was so much brush, but I could see that there were alder trees and they were doing this. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The next thing that I recollect is I thought maybe something was tumbling out of the trees at first, but then I realized no, limbs were being snapped off of the tree, maybe 2-inch size limbs, and about 12 feet up in the air. And I couldn't fathom what I was seeing. And then something cut loose with a scream that I later described to my dad as an elephant trumpeting and a lion roaring all at the same time. And this vocalization lasted 10 to 12 seconds. It was really long. And I kind of remember like coming to, like I had maybe passed out or whatever, but whatever that vocalization was, I was less than 50 feet from the source. And it was overpowering, so it just literally knocked us to the ground. And when it stopped, I can remember kind of coming to and just yelling, "Run!" And away we went. That was my experience with something that was unknown. And then the following week, we had a library class. And in that library class, the librarian would ask us, usually, did anything interesting happen over the weekend? Up shot my arm like a rocket, and I told the story of what we just heard, and she thanked me for such a colorful story, and yeah, have a seat. And then about 30 minutes later, when the class was all reading a book, I feel this tap on my shoulder, and it was Mrs. Holcomb, the librarian, and she said, "David, I want you to come talk with me for a minute." So I went with her, and I thought, well, oh God, now what? Am I in trouble or whatever? And then she opens up with, "Now, can you tell me a little bit more about that scream that you heard? Do you think it could have been one of the cows down at that you said that was in the field?" "No, I know what a cow sounds like." "Could it have been a cougar? You said it had a kind of a high-pitched scream." "No, I know what a cougar sounds like." And the more that I described it, the more she started nodding her head. And then she says, I think I have a book for you to read." She said, "It's an adult book, but it was just published a couple years ago, and I think it may have answers for you." And that book was Ivan T. Sanderson's Abominable Snowman, Legend Come to Life. It was published in '61, and my experience was in '63. So how my librarian knew about this book, makes me wonder what she knew. Because she said it would have answers for me, and it did. So that's kind of how I have grown an interest in the subject. It wasn't an obsession like it is now. It was an interest. And then, of course, when the Patterson-Gimlin film came out, I was all behind that. I could tell just by looking at the movement that wasn't a man in a suit.
At the age of 15, David had been exposed to not only the most famous film footage of a Sasquatch, but also one of the seminal works of Sasquatch research with Ivan Sanderson's book. It would seem that he was prime for a lifetime of Sasquatch research, but this was not the case.
First there was girls, then came marriage, then came kids, and get kids through college. So it was kind of after all of that I was following things on the internet. There was lots of different blogs, and I think there was Henry Franzoni's Internet Bigfoot Conference page that I went to quite a bit. The BFRO had stories that I loved to filter through. So that kind of rekindled my interest. And it wasn't until 2005 when I decided, okay, that's it. I'm going to a conference and I'm going to see what this stuff is all about. So I did, and got to rub shoulders. And it was so funny. We were in a meet and greet line, and in front of me was Bob Gimlin. And I went, "That's Bob Gimlin," to my kids. And I'm, starstruck, eyes this big. "Bob Gimlin, that's Bob." And Tom Yamarone, he saw that I couldn't take my eyes off of Bob, and he goes, "Excuse me, do you want to meet Bob?" Well, of course I want to meet Bob. So yeah, I got to meet Bob. And so now I'm all starstruck. And then at the conference, you know, is one right after another of people that I've been following on the internet, telling their stories, telling why this is real to them. And then, you know, Dr. Meldrum just kind of cemented the whole thing with as much evidence on foot morphology as you could handle. And the whole thing really inspired me to the point where I called Tom Yamarone about 4 or 5 months later, and I said, "Tom, I got to get out into the field. I got to find out what everybody is seeing and hearing and experiencing." And he says, I got a few people for you. And he sent me to Paul Graves, was one of the people, and then Christine Walls. I got to meet Christine, and the group is called Washington Bigfoot Research, WOBFR. They helped me get into the field and take me to places where they had experiences, and I started to have my own experiences. So it just kind of blossomed from there.
David's personal journey into Sasquatch research eventually led him to joining the Olympic Project in 2010. While many in the community now consider him to be an audio specialist, David's skills extend further than just audio analysis, and he has been involved with the collection of multiple tracks and other pieces of evidence over the course of his involvement. The one aspect of all this research that stuck out to David more than the rest, however, was the aspect of audio recording and analysis.
Going back to the WOBFR days when I was working with them, there was 3 or 4 folks that were using what's called a bionic dish, which is a method of enhancing audio from the environment. It gives you an ability to hear more clearly and some of the softer sounds at a distance. Sounds we couldn't hear without using this particular device. And they were hearing things in the brush moving around, and that just enthralled me to no end. In the year 2006, my kids gave me a bionic dish as a Christmas gift. So between Christmas and New Year's, we went to a location that we were having all kinds of activity. And usually the activity involved, when you got there, a wood knock that would announce your presence or that you were there. I had this bionic dish, and I could hear sounds and things that were going on that others could not. And I was hearing something that was walking, starting at my 1 o'clock and then into my 2 o'clock and then to my 3 o'clock. But there was also something that was at the 12 o'clock that was doing the knocking sounds as well. Something was trying to get behind us, near as I could tell. We would move forward, and when we would do that, there would be this rapid fire wood knocking. Bam, 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 bam. So we stopped, and that whatever it is still moving behind us, and we moved forward again, and then the same thing, bam, 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 bam. Like it was not very excited that we were coming closer. So we decided that, hey, we're probably upsetting whatever that is, and that we should maybe give it some relief and leave the area, which we did. But that's just a story that I can tell you. That wasn't recorded. You have to take my word that I heard what I did. And I thought, that's not very scientific. The way that this should work is I should get that recorded. So that week, I went out and bought a digital recorder, and then I figured out how to run audio to a recorder and also monitor it in the field at the same time. So the following week, went back to that location, hoping to get, lightning to strike twice. As I'm putting my gear together, the researcher that's with me says, "Did you hear that?" And I said, "No." And she said, "I just heard a wood knock." So now I'm scrambling really fast to get the gear all together. And we jump into the wood line. She grabs some rocks and starts hitting the rocks together. And we got a response, like right away. And then, so we got a back and forth interchange, and I'm recording all of this.
Another one. Are you moving?
Yep. I'm gonna hit rocks.
Okay.
I'm gonna get bigger rocks.
It just answered.
Yeah.
Try it again.
And I'm just ecstatic. You can hear yells, you can hear screams. I was just literally beside myself because now, besides this story, I have actual proof that that happened. So that was really exciting. So from then on, I just kept working on my gear, trying to get better gear, get better recording equipment, and kind of got a reputation around witnesses and other researchers. And so that just inspired me to keep doing more and more and more. But it wasn't until I started working with witnesses and convinced them that if they were to record every night, we would have way more data. So it ended up being the case. I started working with all kinds of different witnesses, and they would record overnight. And now I volumes of audio recording are coming my way. And it got to the point where I couldn't keep up with it. And I had heard this gentleman that goes by the name of Monongahela in the Bigfoot world. And he is a cryptolinguist trained by the government to identify sounds. So he and I started conversing back and forth, and he got me to understand that reviewing audio visually through a spectrogram is the way to go. Because I was complaining to him that, Mono, I'm reviewing this audio and I've fallen asleep. Because it's a 1 for 1. It's 1 minute of recording and 1 minute of listening. So, thousands of hours adds up, and you just don't have that kind of time. So he explained to me the advantages of going that route, which I ended up doing, learning how to review audio visually and correlate sounds that are suspicious to possible biological animals that could make these sounds, and got to the point where I'm now comparing through the use of the Macaulay Library of Sound catalog. If I thought maybe this could be a coyote, I would go and review coyote audio and learn the voice prints, if you will, that coyotes, when they make a vocalization, what those sounds look like. Not only what you hear, but what you see. And that became very, very, very powerful tool to me. And so once I started doing that, my analysis, I'm spending the same amount of time, but I'm covering so much more territory and learning so many things.
Unbeknownst to David at the time, his work analyzing audio and spectrogram would go on to inspire many researchers and reshape the way the Sasquatch community approaches audio research. One such researcher is Chris Spencer, whose own introduction to the Sasquatch topic also happened at a young age.
As a kid, I wanted to believe in Bigfoot, but I kind of took my dad's stance. My dad was extremely skeptical. But it was always cool to think about Bigfoot. my mom always told me, you never know what's out there. We don't know everything. So I was intrigued with the stories and stuff growing up. And I've told you about the experience I had with my dad in Packwood. But it wasn't until like the early 90s when I went to college and I took Anthropology 101. I had Grover Krantz as a professor. I had no idea that he had anything to do with the subject. And evidently, he would devote one lecture a year to the topic of Sasquatch. I walked into the classroom and there was the Gigantopithecus skull that he recreated, plus a bunch of casts on the counter. And I was like, what the heck's going on? And he proceeded to give a lecture on the topic. He went through how he recreated the Gigantopithecus skull, went through Cripplefoot cast and what his thoughts were on that. And then he had the Patterson-Gimlin film. He had I think a third generation copy, and he actually played it on a projector. And up to that point, I'd seen it on TV. And back, in the 70s and 80s, TV was not that great. So you had this jerky footage on not great TV. It looked like a guy in a suit. And that's what my dad said, that's a guy in a suit. But when I watched an actual copy of the film on screen on the projector and Grover went through it, I left that lecture believing that animal was real. And he explained it perfectly. The other thing I was in awe was here you had an actual accredited scientist interested in this topic and validating it. And I would say that lecture is what changed my opinion on the subject. From that point on, I absolutely believed they were real. And I started following the topic a little bit more. So.
In a similar fashion to David Ellis, Chris didn't get involved with the Sasquatch subject until much later than his initial exposure to it.
I followed it like everybody else, and in the late 2000s, YouTube was really becoming a thing, and I started watching YouTube. And of course, the podcasts were coming on, and I started listening to Sasquatch Chronicles like everybody else. And I was interested in it. I really liked the idea of doing the audio recording because I'd heard David Ellis talk about it a number of times. But, I wasn't like going to go out in the field looking for it. But I want to say 2011, I'd been fishing Rife Lake with a friend, and we had an experience where there were some knocks on shore. And Rife Lake, you have the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest butts up to the south end of it. And we'd been fishing for smallmouth, and we'd had something large breaking branches and moving along the shore as we were just trolling down the shore throwing buzz baits. When we had stopped for a while, we fished, and something knocked when we went to leave a half an hour later or so. But that was intriguing to me, and that's when I found the BFRO. And I actually filled out a report for that, and I talked to a BFRO guy. But anyways, fast forward to 2013, I was definitely into the subject. I was following it, but I wasn't actively doing anything on my own. In 2013, my son and I, he was 13 years old. I'd gotten him a 2-man tent for Christmas from Walmart, and he wanted to go camp in it for spring break. And his spring break started April 5th. It was raining. It was a cold year. The snow level was probably 2,000 feet, and it was raining over on the west side. I said, well, we'll jump on Highway 14 and we'll go east and find a campground east to camp on. And we came to the Skamania County Campground. Weather was better, and it had opened April 1st, and we were the only people there. It's basically a sliver of timber, 3 to 5 acres. You got the Columbia River on one side, and then you got Highway 14 on the other side, and there's actually a baseball field behind it. Well, we set up the tent and just did a little walk. We camped right next to the river, and we walked up the river, and we came to a spot where someone had walked down to the river, and there was an old degraded track. And ironically, my son was like, "Oh, look, Dad, Bigfoot," and we kind of laughed about it. And we walked up into the timber, and there's a little trail that went back to the camp, and we started walking that trail. And as we were walking that trail, I was noticing freshwater clams, and they were all open and clean, just laying piled up on this trail. And they weren't broken or chewed on. And I thought it was odd. It could have been very well been like crows or even, some kind of corvid bird dragging them back there. But usually you find them broken, usually you find them chewed on. But I noted it, and we start heading back to camp, and we kind of come around a bend, and there was a vine maple that was 6 feet up, and it was twist broke and wrapped around this fir tree, this old fir tree. And right below it, in the fir needles, was an impression that you could see toes in. And that's when we're like, wow, this is crazy. We went and got my tape out of my Jeep, and that print was 18 by 9. And so now we're like, okay, this is interesting. And we started looking around the camp, and we found another 18 by 9 impression in the leaves. And these were just impressions. They weren't, I never even thought of casting them, but it was all fresh stuff. And we found some other trees that were broken off at the top that was just really weird. Well, we were excited because that limb twist was cool, and that impression in the fir needles, I took a picture of it, was impressive. I mean, you could definitely see the heel, and you could see toes in the fir needles. Well, we went fishing after that, and we're excited about it, and came back to camp, and while we were roasting hot dogs, it started sprinkling. So I had 2 small blue tarps and some paracord, and his Walmart tent didn't have a rain fly, so I tied those up in a way that it covered us so we wouldn't get wet. It got dark, and Jameson went to bed about 9:30, and I was getting creeped out, admittedly, because I started, everything's cool and exciting when it's light out, but as soon as it's dark out and we're literally the only people there, it was getting creepy. And I finally went to bed, and Jameson was out. I woke up sometime after midnight to movement around the camp, and my first thought was elk. Because the snow level was still so low, I know the elk would go down and feed in that baseball field and be down around close to town, and so my first thought was there's elk moving in there, but it didn't sound like elk. It was just ever so often some movement. And just as I was about to fall asleep again, something grabbed the tarp, one of the tarps, and started pulling on it, and those tarps were moving back and forth. And I just sat up and I cursed, and Jameson woke up, and I told him, oh, it was just a bad dream, go back to sleep, and he did. And I sat there, and because I was right on the cusp of falling asleep, I laid there and I was telling myself, did I really hear what I heard? Because I'm like, you're psyching yourself out, you're thinking about that limb twist and that track. And I was just at that point where I'd talked myself out of it and kind of starting to relax a little bit. And it happens again. And this time, though, I had the fob to the Jeep. I hit the panic button and set off the horn and the lights. Woke Jameson up again. I was like, it was an accident, go back to sleep. I didn't go back to sleep after that. And I sat there. Nothing ever approached the tent. And that's the thing. I didn't hear any movement approaching our tent when this happened, which you would think you would. But after that, nothing happened near the tent again, but I would ever so often hear brush movement or movement in the campground. And at one point I actually heard splashing in the water. And I'll be honest, I was so scared, I was actually shaking. I'm fighting with myself in my head, get out of the tent, and I had my handgun with me. But I couldn't do it. I was just I totally freaked myself out. Well, it was around 4 a.m. There was 2 knocks. I used to say 1, but I went back and actually looked at my notes the other day, and that's a testament how bad your memory is. There was actually 2 knocks, and they were power knocks. It sounded like a rock hitting a tree right behind our tent, not far at all. And I sat there, and for whatever reason, about 10 minutes after that, I was like, this is silly. I'm getting out of the tent. I got out of the tent. I built up the fire, and I waited for Jameson to get up. And when he got up, I asked him, I go, what'd you hear last night? He goes, I heard you cussing, and then I heard the horn on the Jeep going off. And then I told him what I heard, and he just looked at me and said, Dad, I don't want to stay here again. And I'm like, we're not. And we packed up and we left. But after that, I was like, I want to investigate this. I'd listened to Shane, I'd listened to David, and I was like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to put a recorder. I'm going to find a place to record because I like that idea. That was 2013. I spent all of 2014 ambulance chasing, as they call it. I went to the BFRO public site and I was chasing reports that were around Skamania County, mainly because that's where I had my experience. And it was close to the end of 2014. I was actually on my way home, and I was driving up through the mountains and coming out around on the backside of St. Helens, and it dawned on me, it's like, you dummy, you know where the elk herds congregate in the winter. You get huge elk herds on the north side of Mount St. Helens in the Toutle. It's the North Fork of the Toutle River. There's actually a mountain range, it's called the Toutle Range, that runs between the North and South Fork of the Toutle. I know in the wintertime that elk congregate down there, and there's usually a large die-off, because the elk, at that point in time, the elk herd was so big, the state was even having issues because they weren't getting enough food. And I was like, well, if I was an apex predator, that's where I'd be hanging out, especially in the wintertime, because you have a lot of die-off. And then in the spring, you also have calves being born, and bears regularly prey on calf elk, and as well as cougars. So I'm like, well, if there are Sasquatch around, they're going to be around those elk. So I think it was February of 2015, I went into an area called X1, and I started leaving a Tascam recorder out and visiting. I was up there twice a week through 2017, doing recording and just hiking the area, and actually recorded some stuff, and basically that's what started it.
The location known as X1 was Chris's first dedicated research location, and almost immediately the area showed signs of a variety of activity. Located near Mount St. Helens, Chris took me to the location to share some of those experiences in the same spot where they happened.
So in 2015 February, I decided I was going to start coming into this area to try recording, because I knew a lot of elk were in this area, especially in the wintertime and in the spring. As I was walking down here by myself, I had my little Sony digital recorder. I got down here, and it was a warm, for February, there was no snow on the mountain. It was a warm, dry year. And about 11 in the morning, I get right about where we're at now, and this coyote starts just scream howling, just constantly. I know now what it was. It was doing a warning scream howl. But as I got further down the road here to the bend, there's a marsh right there. It was coming towards me, and it freaked me out. And I decided to leave. I called a friend, and he's like, yeah, get out of there. And he said he'd come up with me the next day. But it was just one of those instances I was just freaked out. But there was a coyote warning location call in the middle of the day, and the coyote was just repeatedly scream howling. Well, after that, we came back the next day and started hiking around, and I picked out my first stump, which is right down here, put a recorder up, started recording here. And where we're going right now, the first suspect thing I ever recorded was in March, about a month after I started recording, and it was a power knock. It was definitely not, there was definitely no one up here when it occurred, and it was cool. And from there on, that's when I started coming here on a weekly basis for about 2 years. Pretty much every weekend I was up here. You'll notice that it's an old growth stump. This used to be a cedar and pine forest before it got logged in the early 20th century, early 1900s. So there's all these old growth cedar stumps and white pine stumps around this area. And at the top of them, there's red huckleberry growing out of every one of them. But when I first started, that's where I would stick my recorder in the middle of one of these stumps. And this was X1A. And this is, I recorded some stuff here, but like I said, we can't go down to X1B anymore. It's off limits. But X1B is where a lot of stuff happened. And what reason I moved down to X1B, I tried all over in this area, but X1B, that seemed to be
the focus of where our target subjects were hanging out, and there's a marsh right above it and a bunch of cedars between another marsh below it, and there was a big stump in the middle that I would put the recorder in. But the reason I started recording there is in early May, up to May I had gotten some knocks, and I got a couple suspect stuff that was distant stuff, wasn't sure, vocalized. Now I'm pretty sure it was probably coyote, but I was getting some knocks every so often. But me and a friend of mine, Ryan Williams, he's an iron worker like me. We both were kind of laid off between jobs at the time, so he did a lot of hiking with me. We came in, I had put a recorder out on the side of this trail, and it's a road now, but it was just a trail by this particular marsh. And as we're walking in from this point, we started hearing this whistling. And it sounded like another human being whistling down in this general area. And Ryan's like, is someone down there? And I'm like, there was no one else parked where you can park to come in here because it's a gated area. And for about 20 minutes as we walked down, we would hear these whistles. And luckily my recorder, which was down there, was still going, so I captured the whistles. And it sounds like a person, but they're just like monotone 2 and 3 note whistles. And it sounded like a little kid who just learned how to whistle and didn't know any tunes. And that was like 9 in the morning. And so that's when I labeled that marsh area X1B. We got to the recorder, heard the last whistle, and I turned to Ryan and I go, well, we can either go towards the whistles, which was back on the other side of this marsh in this cedar grove, or we can walk away and see if it follows us. And Ryan goes, let's see if it follows us. And I was just as nervous as him because it was just odd, it was bizarre. And so we walked out, nothing happened. We never heard anything. But 3 weeks later, we walked back in there where we'd heard the whistles. Okay, once again, we're behind the marsh over there where the track was found and the game camera is. We're in the timber, and we wanted to come back through here because this is where we assumed the whistling was coming from. But here's a big bed. Something laid down right here. Got all these ferns dead inside of it. And we found this area where something had pulled up the entire root wad of 3 big fern plants, picked all the ferns off, and there was like a mat of ferns on the ground between 2 trees. Just an odd place for... I don't see an elk laying on this hill like this. It's just odd, and there's no other beds around it. And you got all these, look at all these ferns that are, obviously they've been broke and laid down in it.
Don't theorize it could be a bedding type situation?
It's probably all perfectly natural.
Is that what old ferns?
It's just weird, those ferns have been ripped up and put in there. One fern frond was actually up in the tree, like 8 feet up, but it was just like someone made a little sit-down spot of ferns right behind this marsh. Yeah, there's the end. It's been ripped off. It's been put in here. It's been broke off and put in here. All these dead ferns were put in here. I don't know that deer and elk do that. And I did go through it looking 3 weeks after the fact, looking for hares, and the only hares I found I sent to Cindy Dost, and they end up being elk and deer. But it was just one of the oddest things I've ever seen, and it was right where we were hearing those whistles come from. And that's what started. I recorded 8-fit in that same general area. Multiple times walking in here had stuff happen. I came in by myself, which I never liked coming in here by myself, but I came in by myself and I'd actually come down the trail over here after walking through the marsh up there. And as I was over there, I heard the elk calling, and this was early July and they'd calved late. So there was a lot of calves in here, and you'd hear them, I called them squeakers, you hear them calling back and forth, and I could hear the elk moving through this timber between that trail and this trail, and I was coming to this trail, so I'm above it, and I hear the elk running through the brush and the forest, and I hear the squeakers, the calves calling, and then I get down to this bend to turn to go down this trail, and everything goes quiet. And I had this Air Pro video camera at the time, and at this time I didn't wear a recorder on the back of my head. I had my recorder stuffed in my hoodie pocket right here, which doesn't do any good at all. And I'm holding this Air Pro camera talking about the elk. And I get about 50 yards down this trail, and it dawns on me everything's quiet. And about the time it's dawning on me everything's quiet, up on the hillside over here, what the was that? And I just froze. If you watch the video, I sit in the same spot. I stand there for 2 minutes and 36 seconds and I don't move. And I say, what the F is that? And I'm talking to myself and I'm like, it's gotta be a bear. Hey, bear. It wasn't a bear. And I'm like, I really want to get to my game camera and recorder. So I actually, holding the Air Pro, I pulled out my 357 and started walking down the trail finally after standing there forever. Wow. I hope audio picked that up. I don't know what that was. I've never heard that in my entire life. Hey, bear. Or whatever you are that made that noise. How about you stay up there and let me go check my game camera, and I won't go up there and bug you. I didn't get more than another 50 yards. It took me a long time. I was walking slow. I got another 50 yards down and I heard heavy movement, stomping and brush movement above me, but also below me, so that I had two somethings on either side of me. And at that point, the light switch went off in my head and I was like, okay, this. I'll check the game camera Friday. I'm gonna go. I ain't going back here anymore. There's stuff moving on both sides of the road now. I'm leaving. And I hiked straight back up here. I was really scared, honestly. Hey, the elk are down there. It's gotta be. But something else was up here and it freaking, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a man grunting, but it was loud. And I got shit moving around me now. Picked a good day to come by myself, evidently. Holy. So I don't know what I encountered down there. Well, I'm pretty sure it was Sasquatch, but it wasn't the elk that yelled at me, and they didn't stomp around me. But that was probably one of the most intense experiences, and I don't think
I would come in by myself to this point, but I would never walk down to X1B again after that by myself. And some other stuff happened. Interesting, a lot of times when stuff would happen that we would actually hear is when I had a female with me. I had a gal that I was dating at one point. We came in here and there was a power knock. Another gal who was just a friend. We were coming out of here one year, I think it was 2016, and we had rocks thrown at us from above and they hit the tree. Rebecca and I came in here the first time I brought her in here. She'd gone off trail just for a second to take a leak, and as she's coming back to me, there's a sharp, just one whistle, and she looked at me, she goes, elk, and I'm like, yeah, shaking my head because it wasn't an elk and it was really close to us. I don't know, it seems like a long time ago now, but it's kind of cool being here right now. The place still gives me the creeps. It always did. I never felt comfortable here. Even with people, I've never been in X1 and not felt a little iffy.
The forest around St. Helens covers a swath of several hundred square miles and is located in Skamania County, the county with the highest number of reported Sasquatch sightings in Washington state, according to the BFRO website. One such report was investigated by none other than Rebecca Slick.
So I took a report on the BFRO for a Sasquatch sighting or Bigfoot sighting out here. There were some people coming back from one of the overlooks late at night, and there's a whole bunch of bridges on this road, and on one of the bridges, as they were coming down in the dark, they saw something in the middle of the bridge, and it wasn't a bear. Clearly wasn't a bear. And the one girl starts yelling, "Monkeys don't live here! Monkeys don't live here!" as they're driving past something with its arm up in the headlights as they go by it. And that happened in 2014. And I didn't see the report until years later. Turns out that was around the same time period that Chris was researching in the same general vicinity, and he found that interesting because of the size of it that was described. It was a smaller Bigfoot, and he's always thought that the area that he was researching, there might be a juvenile involved. So it was just really interesting that that was the exact same time period. The lady hadn't reported it until a year later, and then I didn't find the report until a few years later after that. So at the same time he was researching, there was other activity going on.
You interviewed the lady?
I did. Yep.
And she seemed credible?
Yes, definitely. And I actually she was able to get me in contact with the passenger in the car as well. So I was able to speak to both of them on the phone and put all the pieces together. So.
Always seen in the field together, it is difficult to imagine Rebecca or Chris investigating independently. Yet both of them started in just that way. As is the case with many people, Rebecca's path led to a life of Sasquatch research in a very natural, yet unplanned way.
I don't know how old I was, but I was little. I was growing up in Western Pennsylvania, but my dad's family would come out to the West Coast pretty much every year to visit family and do road trips during the summer. And over the years, he had picked up stories about Bigfoot, and specifically he talked about the story of the female Bigfoot that would kidnap children and throw them in the basket on her back. And so that was scary as kids, and we didn't really think of it as a real creature. These were Native American stories that he'd picked up while traveling. I don't think we really took it too seriously. He talked about how there were some Bigfoot sightings
in our area in Western Pennsylvania, but then he also clarified with, well, but those people were on drugs in the 70s. And so, oh, okay, we just wrote it off. He also talked about the Yeti. And for some reason, I feel like growing up, we latched onto the Yeti more than Bigfoot. I think because it was something in another country, and that made it really fascinating. Meanwhile, we had the Chestnut Ridge right there and didn't even realize the significance of it. Yeah, just little kids running around pretending we were growling outside the tents trying to scare each other as kids while camping. But we didn't really take it too seriously. It wasn't really part of our lives other than that.
In the car, you said you met Stan Gordon?
That was later on. That was, he was speaking at the Greensburg Library. My sister and I went and got to listen and chat with him. That was neat because I'd read one of his books. I was in my 20s then. I had started to have some interest in Bigfoot after kind of putting together, I guess you could call encounter. It was a situation while hiking that I wasn't sure at the time what it was, and then later on learning about Bigfoot, put together that it was kind of standard Bigfoot behavior. And so I started reading into things and came across his stuff. And I didn't even really, at that point, know the significance of Pennsylvania with Bigfoot until later moving out here. I just hadn't put it all together yet, all the information.
Well, do you mind talking about that experience you had in Pennsylvania?
In 2005, I was hiking in West Virginia and honestly just went out with someone for a picnic on this overlook. Beautiful valley, you could see the bridge from there, and stayed too long, hadn't packed flashlights, started walking back in the dark, just enough moonlight. We're like, okay, we can see the trail, we're good. Started hearing movement in the woods below us because we're hiking on a ridge, and off to this direction we're hearing movement that was sounding a lot louder than just a deer. And I grew up on a farm, so I'm running through all the scenario of, okay, is someone's horse out, someone's cow, you know, we don't have elk out here, just going through all the different animals. And then it starts clearly being footfalls, like a very large person. Very heavy footfalls. And every time we would stop so that we could hear it better, we'd hear one more and then it would just be silence. And so we'd go a little further and we'd hear that and we'd stop, one more footfall, silence. And then after a while, we started hearing, for lack of a better term, speech. And it wasn't anything intelligible. It wasn't any kind of language that you know, that I'd ever heard on a movie, ever learned in school. It was nothing. It didn't sound normal. And the only thing I could think of at that moment, unfortunately, at the time, was that it was demonic because of how guttural and how menacing it sounded. And at the time, thinking it was demonic, it was like you're just trying to get through that moment. You're praying, okay, I need to just get out of here. So we didn't want to run in case it was some animal. And we ended up running into some people that I guess were going to stargaze or something that had headlamps on. It was a group of about 15 people with flashlights. We probably looked like we'd seen a ghost because of how worked up we were. Because at that point, before we saw those people, the whole way going down that trail, I actually thought we might die because I did not know what to expect just because of how evil it sounded. And I don't even think we talked about it on the way home. I mentioned to one other friend who had hiked there before
what had happened, and she said, "Oh, I've heard demonic screaming in that same area." I was like, "Okay, I don't need to go there again. I'm going to write this off as just some kind of really creepy experience I never want to have again. I'm never going to go there." And I just kind of wrote it off and tried not to think about it for a lot of years. And then I heard the Sierra sounds, and the one that they call the samurai chatter was the closest. That hearing that took me right back to that moment and actually made me have to deal with everything that I had filed away from that. And it got me interested in what it was. And the more I read, the more interested I got in it, and eventually heard of the Olympic Project. And that's why when I got to come out here for an expedition, I was so thrilled. And I don't know, I'm so glad that happened that way. I am not happy about the experience the way it happened, but I think it led me here. And there's so many wonderful friendships that have come from that. And you can't put a price on that. So I don't know. It was worth it in the end.
For many people, this experience alone would have been enough to drive them away from the topic of Sasquatch entirely. But it only speaks volumes on Rebecca's bravery that she began to dive deeper into the subject.
Well, I was still in Pennsylvania when I was reading all the books and starting to find the groups online that were doing things. Believe it or not, I was just starting to get access to the internet outside of the library. And so I started trying to read everything, and I heard about the Olympic Project, and I had family that was living out here and came out to visit. They had already been to an Olympic Project expedition. There was going to be another one, so they took me along, and I got to meet people and hike around up on the OP property and up behind there and everything. And that was really neat because there was a little bit of that factor of, oh, these are people I've heard about, and they're doing great things, and the nests had just been discovered. And so there was all that going on around that. And I got to talk with Derek. I had just been reading a whole bunch of Bigfoot books. I had tried to concentrate on finding things like John Green and Dr. Bindernagel and people like that. I was showing a lot of interest in Bigfoot in general, but wanting to help out somehow, and just, I don't know, we were just talking for a while. Eventually I became a member, and eventually I got to actually got to go to the nests, and then just kind of fell into doing this with them. So it's been pretty fascinating, and just kind of, I'm still surprised sometimes how it happened.
As part of the Olympic Project, Rebecca is one of the few people who study the nest area on a regular basis. Additionally, her skills in plant and animal identification have been an essential element of the team. However, I believe her greatest contribution to the group are her documentation practices. While many members of the Olympic Project record audio and take handwritten notes, no one has gone as far as documenting the daily practices of Sasquatch researchers as Rebecca has. During the course of creating this series, Rebecca has provided me with hours of footage that she's filmed over the years, capturing important events and situations as they happen, lending credibility to the other members' stories. More so than just basic documentation, however, Rebecca's camera work displays clear intentionality in framing and subject matter, revealing a natural talent for filmmaking. Without her contributions to the Olympic Project, much of this series would not have been possible. Although the majority of her documentation work has been shown in the episodes regarding the nests, it wasn't long after relocating to the Pacific Northwest that she began to work closely with Chris and lend her documentation talents to the area of X1. In the next episode, we'll take a look at some of the incredible audio recorded at X1, as well as a piece of potential video evidence captured in the area. The study of Sasquatch is no easy task, even more so if you're by yourself. But this subject has an interesting way of drawing people together. Friendships and camaraderie now exist between the most unlikely people. And as long as each new generation builds on the last, and people come together to find an answer to this mystery, we'll keep moving along the road to discovery.
They started down below the camera, and one of them came up, and it came behind a tree and was kind of doing this behind the tree.
And I found an alder that was snapped off right about this, and it looked like it had been purposely broken and pulled down.
I am actually excited to see who gets it. It's just a matter of time.
Before his time with the Olympic Project, Chris Spencer investigated an area near Mount St. Helens that he called X1. For a period of 4 years, Chris collected audio from the area and had several tense experiences. Although Chris no longer focuses on X1, the audio he has recorded over the duration of his Sasquatch research, as well as the accompanying analysis done by him and David Ellis, has allowed them to begin to focus in on patterns and categorize the sounds. One such category begins with a sound dubbed Mr. Grumpy Pants.
At the end of 2015, my friend Ryan, who was coming up here with me, he was at the time living behind Silver Lake on another friend's property, and he was staying in a fifth wheel. Well, I want to say it was around Thanksgiving. At the time, I was working out of town, and he had called me, and he was like, "Hey, man, I'm hearing knocks." And I kind of blew it off. I was like, "Okay, whatever." He's like, "You got to come out and walk around, because there's stuff going on down here." And that's like, as the crow flies, that's about 13 and a half plus miles up over the Toutle Range from here. I mean, it takes you by car, it would take you an hour to get there. At that period of time, the elk moved down closer to the lake. You have a congregation of elk wintering down there. And of course, the snow level at that period of time it's snowing here. There's really nothing in here at this elevation at that time period. So everything's moving downhill. Everything's going to lower elevations. So I go out in December. We put a recorder out behind the house. And I was just kind of, doing it for my friend. To be honest, I didn't really think that something was happening. I thought he had Bigfoot on the brain, because I love Ryan, but he tended to have Bigfoot on the brain when we were in the woods. But we put the recorder out, and we went back, and when I reviewed that recorder, it was like not even 10 minutes after we left the recorder out behind the property, something came up next to the recorder, and pow, wood knocks. And so after I reviewed that, I told Ryan, I was like, well, there might be something to your story. So I started recording in a cedar swamp close to their house. And our other friend, the property owner, he had I want to say she was a 12-year-old daughter and then a 5-year-old son at the time, who were outside playing a lot. And this cedar The swamp across from their driveway, it was all these old growth cedars. You could sit back in there unseen and watch anything that's happening on the property. And I was like, that's a good place to put the recorder. I'll put the recorder there. And sure enough, January 1st, I went out there and it was almost dark. It was 5 p.m. I put the recorder out at 5 p.m. and it was snowing. It was snowing pretty hard. So no one was really outside doing anything. And of course, in the cedar area, where the swampy, marshy area, it's exactly what we talk about. It's going to be a warmer area. It was so the cedar trees created a canopy and cover, so there's no snow getting down to the ground in that area. Well, first there was a couple knocks, and then at 7:37 p.m., you get Mr. Grumpy Pants. When I first got it, I was like, what the heck is that? And I emailed it to David Ellis, and he goes, oh, you have a Mr. Grumpy Pants. Because David had a piece of audio where he called it Mr. Grumpy Pants. And so I guess technically mine is Mr. Grumpy Pants too.
What's interesting is that Chris came up with his Mr. Grumpy Pants on his own. Didn't have any idea that I had recorded something that I called Mr. Grumpy. So that tells you that there's a tonality in the voice structure that is, get off my lawn, kind of a vocal. So, and it's definitely not a person. You can tell that right away.
And after I reviewed the audio, of course, I went back up there and started looking around, and I found an alder that was broke off, snapped off right about this high, and it was a very live, fresh break. It was a very live tree, and it was a fresh break, and there wasn't really any wind that night, and it looked like it had been purposely broken and pulled down.
Okay, this is really cool. In the recording from Sunday, I heard a lot of branch breaking back here. Bailey led me right in here. I'm kind of following her around. As you see, she's sniffing around. And so she wouldn't come back here in the recording, but obviously no one's here now. This, I'm almost positive, was broken Sunday night. Maybe sooner. I mean, the ground's hard to tell if there's any kind of tracks around here. But I heard branch breaking and all this stuff, kind of things being broken around. But something broke that. I wouldn't even think anything of it if it wasn't for the recording. In the recording, there's branches being broken. Recorder's just over there, maybe 50, 75 feet that way.
And there was just a little game trail there, and going perpendicular to the trail, there was an impression, a 13 by 7 inch impression.
Hey, this is an example of what I call an ambiguous track. Something with weight created it. And it's 13. About 6 at the widest. This is probably left foot. That's where I'd consider toes. Got this little kind of rise here and a heel. Who knows? This could have been created by someone with a boot. I don't know.
I've found several like this back here where someone was making noise Sunday night. All it showed was like the heel and the front pad of the foot. No toes were visible. And I actually cast it. It's just an ambiguous impression, but it was right there with that break, and then I recorded Mr. Grumpy Pants. So, and it was impressed in the ground about 1.5 inches. I couldn't even put an impression in the ground. I actually did this, and I think I maybe went in 1/8. So whatever it was heavy, and I believe it broke that branch. So that's Mr. Grumpy Pants.
These grumpy sounds only make up one category of suspicious audio, and perhaps the most eerie category of sounds is yet to come.
There's a category that I call singing that is recorded all across North America, and it's an undulating sound that reminds me of somebody that's maybe humming a tune or, singing a song. It's not any specific tune, and it's not the same song. It's not a sound that is a rote, if you will, if that I can use that term correctly, where it's an automatic thing that, like a bird does. A bird has a specific call, and once it gets triggered, that call comes out. I don't think that's what we're dealing with in the singing category. There's enough difference between the characters that it fits a category, but it's not specific.
you have any theories as to why they might make that sound?
Well, no, but maybe for the same reasons that we sing. You know, it's soothing. It helps them in some fashion. I don't think, I could be wrong, that it's a communication from one to another. I think it's just something that one or two of them will do.
Fairly similar to this collection of singing vocals is a clip that Chris recorded at X1, titled Opera Singer.
Okay, so Opera Singer was August of 2018, and I want to say it was a little bit after 7 p.m., so it was still kind of light out. That was down in X1B once more, and it's just a very high-pitched howl that ends with a high-pitched whoop. And what's interesting about it is it's definitely our target subjects visually and spectrogram. And of course, with the whoop, and I've talked about this before, when they do howls, there's a lot of times they're not just doing a howl. There's a lot of times they do a whoop after the howl, or there's a whoop before the howl, or there's a knock. There's always something else, whether it's them or another one responding to it. But in Opera Singer, there's a high-pitched, almost a long howl. It's not quite that long. And then whoop. And what was cool about it is 2 months before that, in May, me and Rebecca had been in here in the evening, and we had just come out, and as we got up to the car, we were unloading all our stuff, and by the time we got to the car, it was almost dark, because at that time we would come in the evenings to set up the recorder and stuff, and that's because we knew that stuff was more likely to happen in the evening anyways, and we might elicit a response, just our presence being here. And we were unloading, and all of a sudden the coyotes just start going nuts. And we're kind of laughing, oh cool, the coyotes. And then we got in the car and we drove away. Well, if we'd hung out for like 2 more minutes, my audio recorder down here picked up some howls that weren't coyotes. And one of them is the one and only real, I consider, long howl. It's only 12 seconds long, but it is classic. Ah, and at the end of it, there's a powerful whoop. And so that was after the coyotes, so that was cool. I was really excited about that. But what's interesting about it, it was a deeper, mature animal that did this. Opera Singer was a younger animal, I'm guessing, but they were similar except for the tone and pitch of the call. So it was like almost, I felt like when I got Opera Singer, in August, I was like, I bet you that sucker's trying to copy Dad. You know, that was my impression. I don't know for a fact, but it's funny how you have this long howl with a whoop at the end of it, and then in May, and it's obviously an adult animal, and then you have this high-pitched Opera Singer howl and a high-pitched whoop at the end of it in August in the same exact area. So makes the wheel spin.
Perhaps the most popular Sasquatch vocalization is what is called the long howl. The most well-known long howl is an audio clip called the Ohio howl, recorded by Matt Moneymaker in 1994 in Columbiana County, Ohio. Although long howls have been discussed within this series, there are no unifying theories as to what a long howl could mean.
I think it's a location. Now there are roars, so not to be confused with a roar, but I think the long, drawn out 10 to 12 second howl, Ohio howl is usually the term that people use to help you identify the type of call that is. But I believe it's just a, hey, where are you? I'm over here. I was in Tillamook in 2006 when I heard 3 long distance calls come from one ridge, and that were immediately answered by 3 long distance calls. And there was maybe 2.5 miles separating the two, but they were identical, obviously not the same individual, but so there was communication. Where are you? I'm over here. I mean, that's my speculation.
Whether howls are meant to communicate location or the presence of a male is unknown without further information. But there is a possibility of a more territorial vocal.
Sometimes they will what I can literally describe as a roar.
These roars have been recorded in both the nest area and X1. One of the most interesting aspects of Sasquatch vocalizations that would most likely rule out a human origin is the concept of what David and Chris call a high-low.
Let's go back to my experience when I was 11 years old. There is this description, and you can see how people struggle with it to describe it. And sometimes the best they can come up with is that it had a high component and a low component. Other times they'll say there was a high-pitched scream and a low-end sound. And then some people describe it like Christopher O'Brien. I don't know if you're familiar with this author. He wrote a book called Stalking the Herd. Anyway, he was on a show regarding Bigfoot, and I thought, well, that's interesting. But he had a personal experience on Mount Shasta, and he had an encounter with one. I don't know if he actually saw it. I don't think he did, but he definitely heard it. And he said that there was a high component and a low component, but the high component sounded like an elephant trumpeting, and the low component sounded like a lion roaring. And you could have knocked me over with a feather when he said that, because that was my exact description to my dad when I was 11.
The wide array of sounds attributed to Sasquatch goes far beyond the ones presented here. Yet even with this limited data set, the age-old question arises. Why do Sasquatch make sounds in the first place?
Well, I believe it is for communication reasons, the same reasons that all animals make some sound or another, is to send out a signal of their disposition. Where are they? What's going on with you? What's going on with me? So it's no doubt that they are utilizing a little bit higher degree of communication skills than just a rote. They're not just bird calls or a call that's triggered by something that they can't help themselves. They're going to make that vocalize. I think there's thought behind it when they choose to vocalize. The wood knocks seem to be a stealthy way of communication. And when I say wood knocks, that's air quotes, because I don't believe that they only use wood on wood. There's too many circumstances where a knock has been solicited and got an immediate return. Well, they're not standing around with a stick ready to hit a tree. They got to be doing some other thing. And so I believe that they have organic methods of creating a popping sound. And I mean, I can do a...
I personally think the knocking is a way of communication when they're close to humans. I think we miss a lot of stuff when we're in the woods. I know I do. And we've talked about it before, is like a lot of times when we're out and I think I hear something, I go back and look at my recorder in spectrograph and there'll be nothing there. But then there's the times where I go back and look at the audio and, oh man, we didn't hear that. I mean, we had an instance not long ago. Todd, my son, Shane, and Rebecca, we were in the nest area, and we thought we'd heard a couple things on the outskirts, but you never know. And I checked my audio, and we actually had some whoops above us. We were down in the nest area, and up on the ridge, there's some whoops occurring as we were coming up. And when we got to the top of the ridge, and we were almost to where we had the trucks parked, I thought I heard a knock, but I couldn't tell because we're moving. You got the brush moving. Well, Todd had his recorder by our trucks. And I did hear a knock because one of them power knocked by the trucks as we were coming up the hill. It was announcing, okay, the humans are coming back up to the hill. I think that happens a lot.
Some of the most famous pieces of Sasquatch audio are referred to as the Sierra Sounds. Recorded by Ron Moorhead and Al Berry in 1974 During a trip to an isolated camp spot in the Sierra Nevada mountains in California, their dramatic experience was caught on battery-operated tape recorders. The strange vocalizations have stumped many skeptics. Most interesting is the fact that the audio files have been analyzed by many different scientists and experts. The most notable and often the most quoted conclusion comes from Scott Nelson, a retired cryptolinguist for naval intelligence, saying, "We have verified that these creatures use language by the human definition of it." Over the years, many people have compared what they have heard in the woods to the Sierra sounds, including the Olympic Project's own Rebecca Slick. However, despite the commonality in the sounds heard across the country, the idea of Sasquatch speaking in a full language is still debated.
I'm warming up. There seems to be I may be using this term wrong, but proto-language, the early stages of language. I've noticed and have gathered and recorded short bursts of morphemes in like a bimorpheme, which is a two-phrase morpheme, or a trimorpheme, three distinct sounds that could be the precursor to language. Obviously, it's a communication of some sort. And again, it's something that's recorded all across North America.
I hate this question. Everything has a language. Killer whale pods have distinctive languages from pod to pod. Whales have language, obviously. Chimpanzees have their own language. Gorillas have their own language. Yes, Sasquatch has a language in that respect, as far as I'm concerned. As far as having a language that you could put into writing like ours, a complex language like ours, no, I don't believe they have a language like that. I think they have a form of communication, which is a language. And that's all I got to say about that.
Language or no language, the audio that Chris recorded in X1 was not the only possible evidence to come from the area. During the 4 years that Chris researched there, he brought in several different people to assist him in his research endeavors. One such person was Geralt Mills, who was involved with collecting the most interesting piece of possible evidence to come from X1.
I'm Geralt Mills. I am retired. I was originally a machinist, so that goes along with a lot of what I do because I know how to measure things. I grew up in the 60s during the Patterson film and everything. I actually got to see Roger Patterson in the Columbia Theater here in Longview when he was going around with his show. That was really neat. But when I was in junior high, I used to go through the library and find every book I could find on cryptids. I always thought that they were out there. It came about, Mitch Townsend was doing a special interest class at Lower Columbia College on Sasquatch. My wife saw that and she says, "Oh, why don't you and Aaron, my son, go and see the class?" So we went to the class. It was interesting. I don't think I really learned that much new. He did present well, and he went over most of the stuff that I already knew because, like I said, I was reading about Sasquatch back in the 60s. And so I kind of kept up on it. When we finally got the internet, I was looking at BFRO reports and everything, just out of interest. But he mentioned an experience that he had up north of the mountain, and he was hiking through that area and he found some bones and he brought them to class. And so we all got to look at them, and there was some interesting marks on the bones. And I just thought, well, that's kind of interesting the way he found them. There was a couple logs he sat down on, and they were down in between the log, in kind of a pile down between the log, and neatly disarticulated. And I think he said there was like several deer involved from what he could tell. That was kind of how it got brought to my attention about the bones. Well, later on, my son and I, we like to go up, run around up there, like to explore, drive the roads, camp the area, enjoy the forest, hike around. And that's what we were doing. We went clear to the end of a logging road up near the Boundary Trail, which crosses the Dark Divide. We went up over the ridge and down the other side, and we could hear something tearing a stump apart in the area. So I picked up a couple of sticks and whacked them together, just to see what would happen. And it got really quiet, and then all of a sudden, whatever was down there just took off. I think it was a bear. Just took off running. He was probably a couple hundred yards away from us, but we could hear him crashing brush. And so we went down to see if we could find the stump that he was tearing apart. And we wandered around down there, and I walked up part of an old skidder road and back in behind some huckleberries next to a stump, which there was kind of a little bank. And I came around and I found this pile of bones laying behind the huckleberries. I looked at that and I thought, oh man, it looks like something could have just sat right here and munched on these bones. And I looked at them, I picked them up, and they were in a nice stack. Like something was eating ribs or something, and just set them all down there. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. And I looked at them and I found the big teeth marks in the bones. So I thought, So I collected those, and on our way out, we found a set of tracks. We actually backtracked the tracks about 100 yards. They were like 17-inch tracks. And what had happened is it looked like something had been eating huckleberries down the creek. Something had spooked it, and it came up out of the creek and crossed the old road that we came down on. There was a layer of hemlock cones, and we found 3 tracks across the road in these hemlock cones that actually squashed the cones down to the road. And just perfect outline of the tracks. I took some pictures. I actually took a cast. That one didn't turn out very good because when you pour the casting on the cones, they just kind of flow away like this. And that's where the track impression was in those cones. The second set I found when we were elk hunting, and that was in the next year, 2015. In September, we were elk hunting, and that was about 10 miles away from where we found the first set. But this is out of the first bunch of bones that we found. And this is what I look for when I'm looking at the bones, is these big, wide gouges out of the bones. And like this is a bite through, so it definitely shows the width of the impression. And then down here are some smaller impressions that definitely look like they had mammalian impressions on them. And that was out of the first set of bones. This is from the second set of bones. We've got these large impressions here, and down here, this we figure was probably a mink that made these canine impressions right there and broke a chunk out.
What's so unusual about these impressions?
They are larger than carnivore teeth, especially this one here. You can really see this one here is probably twice as wide as most carnivore teeth. And carnivores can't bite in like that because their canines get in the way. And the other thing is these are neatly disarticulated, which means they were taken off of the vertebrae. I actually lost an elk one year up when we were elk hunting, and my hunting partner found it about a week later. So I set up a camera on it, and 2 bears were coming into it. So I got a good idea what bears do to a kill. You know, when they're feeding, they make a mess. You just lay right in the middle of it and just spread everything out and break the bones. And then the coyotes, they come around and grab something and run off with parts of it. But to find the bones, in both cases, the bones that we found for our research, they had the teeth marks in them. They were in piles, or they were on top of things, you know, like a bunch of bear grass. They were laying on top of that. So it's just kind of odd that these bones are either stacked in a pile, nicely disarticulated, not totally destroyed, not spread all over the place. They're just stacked together. So that's one thing that I saw.
As a result of his findings, Geralt went on to write a report that was presented at the 2015 Sasquatch Summit, where Geralt would meet Chris Spencer. Shortly after their meeting, Chris invited Geralt to X1 to aid in researching the area. Geralt's efforts in X1 would lead to one of the most interesting pieces of evidence to come from the area.
Okay. Geralt's got this neat little camera that takes pictures and video with sound. Costs $19.99, and it'll record for about an hour and a half. And it's small. It's perfect, we're thinking, as a drop camera that you drop on your back trail. You pick up on your way out and just see if anything comes in. Get a couple of these, place them around the area you're investigating. It, you never know, and it's so small it's easy to hide.
He took me in there and we just kind of scouted around, you know, because he was setting up his recorders then. And a little later on, I started putting out trail cams and put my plot watcher up in there, which is a time-lapse camera. We scouted the whole area, even up on the ridge up above. Of course, I was looking for bones. You know, and Chris knew where some were, so he took me to these different places where he had found dead elk. We didn't really find anything definitive in there. We did find some that we were pretty sure were cougar had fed on them because they were still whole. Found other ones where they were kind of in stacks. I think we found 3 or 4 of them where the bones were kind of all together in stacks, but we didn't find any identifying teeth marks or anything in them. Of course, we found skulls on trees and on stumps, and just, that was weird. But I think a lot of people may walk through that area too, so you can't be sure who or what is doing that. See, I think we'd probably been going through there about a year or so, and I'd set up my camera probably, I think it was in the winter. I set the camera up, and it was looking down through a sort of an open area where they thinned a path through the trees. You could see the stumps. And it could see about 70 yards. It was really funny with the elk. I put a piece of camel cloth, a hole cut in it for the lens because there's no flash. Put a piece of camel cloth and thumbtacked it to the tree, you know, to hide the camera. The elk would walk up to it and pull that camel cloth off. And that was really funny. I thought, you know, I can't hide this camera from anything out here in the woods. They know it's there. But I was persistent. I kept putting it back. Anyway, in March of 2016, I was reviewing the images that I got off of the camera. Well, I saw something as far as the camera could see, about 70 yards out in front of the camera. And that caught my eye, so I stopped it and looked at it, and I went frame by frame. I could see where two individuals, they were dark, that's all I know, two individuals showed up down as far as the camera could see, and it was right at first light. The camera comes on automatically at first light. So at that time, it was about 6 o'clock in the morning. Two separate individuals, like I say, they were dark, and they showed up, and one of them was kind of moving around a little bit off to the right, and I got 17 frames. They started down below the camera, and one of them came up, and it came behind a tree and was kind of doing this behind the tree. I could see it, you know, got a frame of them looking around the tree. Came up through the trees, and one of them was a big one, another one was smaller. But it got off to the left of the camera, and it was standing upright, right between the trees. And it looked like to me it was maybe holding something, but I couldn't really tell, you know, and one of the other ones it looked like it was holding something, I don't know. Anyway, it was standing upright there, and then this little one, smaller one, I saw it pop its head out from behind the tree in that same area. I got a picture of it, like it was looking right towards the camera. And the bigger one squatted down, and then they were gone. That was 40 yards away from the camera, which I said was covered with camel cloth. So it looked like to me that they spotted the camera. That's 40 yards away. I don't know how, but that's what it looked like. The thing is, we went down and reenacted it, and I left the camera running. I was down there. I had a blue shirt, a light blue shirt on. Chris, you know, I think he had something white on and everything. But anyway, you could tell all these colors. The thing's really pixelated if you try to zoom in on it because it's only like a 2 megapixel camera. And the funny thing is, the second frame has a really funny pose that it did on its legs, and it went down on one arm and stuck one arm up in the air. It was just weird. And I did that. And so I got pictures of us in there doing all. You could tell we were people. You could tell our colored shirts and everything else when we were down there reenacting it. I think it was a week later, I actually got a mushroom picker that came through the area. You could tell he was carrying a bucket. You could tell he had color on his clothes. You could tell it was a person. So I don't know what we got, but it was interesting.
While many skeptics would be quick to point out the low quality of the images, I think it is important to note the distinct differences seen between the recreation shots and the mysterious subjects. Even at this low resolution and distance from the camera, clothes are still clearly visible on Chris and Geralt. Additionally, when these photos are presented alongside the audio that Chris recorded in this area, it creates a compelling body of data. While no one piece is conclusive on their own, when viewed as a whole, many people would be hard-pressed to find a solution that fits every piece of the narrative. Despite the fascinating results of X1, Chris was soon invited into the nest area by Shane Corson and began focusing his research there. In a similar way, the nest area has resulted in tons of different types of evidence, and when viewed all together, creates an incredibly vivid picture of an undiscovered species of apes living in North America. The only piece missing, however, is photographic or video evidence of the creature. In the minds of the skeptics, this makes all the work done by the Olympic Project speculative at best. While crafting this series together, I began to wonder why people look for Sasquatch if the results of their efforts are largely ignored. What significance does the search for Sasquatch have for people like Chris or Rebecca, and what keeps them searching?
Because I'm fascinated by it. I'm always considered myself a learner. I love learning new things. And, you know, as a kid growing up, I loved dinosaurs. I loved the mystery, the Loch Ness Monster, the mystery of it. And then on top of it, you have an ape in North America. And I know it's real. I've got recordings that it's real, and I've cast tracks, and I've been out in the woods, and I've had stuff thrown at me. I've been yelled at. You know, I've had a possible sighting. I've had too much stuff happen to just ignore it. Now, if I'd gone out there and recorded nothing that first year, and I probably would have given up on it. I probably wouldn't have left the subject. I would still follow it, but I was lucky enough. I picked a place that there were several Sasquatch in that area, and I was getting stuff, and I was having experiences there, and it just got into me. I wanted to document it. We all want to get visual photographs, but the audio really kept me going, and it's important. I mean, no one else is doing it, and I feel like it's important to me, and I think that maybe someday what I do will help someone else smarter than me do even better than me I am. I don't know. It's just important. I get irritated when people make a joke out of it, but I get it. To me, it's just too important of a subject to just ignore and make a joke out of. There's not very many of them, and who knows what's going to happen in the future with them. But they exist. I mean, once you know they exist, how can you walk away from that?
There's a little part of me that kind of just, it's gonna sound weird to say, just be done with it already and just, you know, have one discovered. It's not that I want to see one dead so that it can be taken seriously, but there's a little part of you that just kind of wants it to be real already and not just something that you're trying to prove. I've never thought that I will be the one to get the footage or I will be the one to get I still carry cameras and I'm diligent because if something does happen, I feel a weight that I should be responsible enough to try to capture it and hopefully have the presence of mind in that moment to do it. But yeah, there is a little bit of a frustration that and just wanting it to be discovered. I also know, though, that a lot of the mystery would be gone. There would still be a lot to figure out about them, even if they are proven to exist, but it would be nice to... I've heard a lot of people that say that they don't think it'll be discovered in their lifetime, and that makes them sad. And I don't want to... I mean, even though I believe they're real, I kind of don't want to be in that boat years down the road, you know what I mean? Kind of with all the tech and everything at our disposal now, I feel like it's just a matter of time that someone will get something.
This is my passion. This is, you know, I actually feel like this is what I'm meant to do, but I would love to see them proved. And yeah, I hope that what I do helps in that endeavor. I don't have any delusions of grandeur that I'm going to prove anything, but I hope that the data I do collect helps add to that puzzle piece, add to that overall picture that others can use in the future. So yeah, I do hope to prove it. I hope in my own way what I'm good at doing contributes to that all-around discovery by actual science.
Well, with the Olympic project, with the idea of
collecting data, there's that aspect. But I do want to research and collect data for myself, honestly, because I do obviously really interested in it and want to understand it. But there is that little bit of that feeling of I can get out there. I do get to be blessed enough I can go out and spend time out there. And so there is a little bit of a feeling of I need to film everything I can, or I need to try to pay attention to anything I can, or yeah, it's a little of both, a little bit. And I do really want to help somehow, because I know there's a lot of people that don't have the time or the opportunities to do this. And there's a lot of people that in a time period when you were marked as crazy for having seen one, they didn't have any of the opportunities or the technology to document what they saw. And so I kind of don't want to drop the ball anytime I have a chance. Although I should journal more. Chris is really good at the journaling. Not so good at the journaling. I think some people can be interested in it and go after it without having any kind of encounter or anything. I'm a little jealous of some people with that, because I feel like I didn't really have a choice in the matter, just because I like to understand things. I like to understand things in nature, and this was something that I did not understand and that I had possibly been very close to and had no idea about it other than just some childhood stories that I wrote off as fiction. And there I was in the woods thinking that something was gonna take me. But like I said, I'm a little jealous sometimes of people who can just, they don't have that interest in it. For a lot of people, I don't think you have a choice. It just it'll either eat at you, or you just gotta figure it out. You wanna understand it. It's just one of those unanswered questions. And you can be so close sometimes. It's like they're right there behind the wall of Huckleberry, It's just frustrating. But it's just not the right time yet.
Call it what you will, but the way my life has played out has led me to where I'm at right now. I made a lot of mistakes in my life, as everyone has, but I don't regret anything, because I wouldn't be the person I am today without all those mistakes. And that's how I look at this subject too. We make a lot of mistakes, but we learn from those mistakes. And a lot of the mistakes I make now, we learn from. And I think that a lot of people miss the fact that science is a series of mistakes. I didn't grow up thinking that I would be doing what I'm doing today, but that's true for all aspects of my life. What I envisioned myself doing when I was 10 years old is nowhere near where I'm at. What I envisioned myself doing when I was 21 years old is like nowhere near that. I'm 51 now, and I keep waiting for that day I'm gonna wake up with wisdom, because in my mind at 21, I was like, oh, by the time I'm 50, I'm gonna have it all figured out, and I'm gonna be good to go. You know what? I'm like, when's that gonna happen? So.
When I first got exposed to it, it was just something, a thing, not necessarily something that I would have studied, but it was that it never went away. And when it never went away, it finally got to the point where I had to go find out what was going on. And I believe I've answered that satisfactorily for myself anyway. No, it's a wonderment. I feel bad for people that don't have wonderment in their life. Wonderment is what keeps most people going.
I'd still go looking even if it was discovered, just because I feel like that would just be the first step. That would be an exciting first step for it to be recognized.
Well, plus I don't know if you can go cold turkey off of Bigfooting after you've that's kind of been our lives and our circle of friends' lives for quite a while now. So that would be difficult. They'd have to lock us all out of the woods. I would still go looking for myself and for the fact that that's been the source of so much time with good people and so many memories too. You can't just cut that out. I mean, I'm sure we could just go camping, but it wouldn't be the same. And plus we have all the tech, and then we could still get more footage to go with whatever anybody else has at that point. I am actually excited to see who gets it. Because you're starting to get more thermals out there. You're starting to get more, gosh, the LiDAR apps and for tracks, and it's just a matter of time.
It's just like anything else. There are people that are really into known animals, bird watchers, nature photographers. My fiance, Rebecca, she loves nature. And she photographs, and she has an interest in everything. The plants, the animals, the insects, the amphibians. And I do too, to a point. I mean, growing up as a kid, I spent most of my time running around the woods by myself, just discovering whatever I could around the creek, and just overall, I love nature. So I'm gonna be still doing what I'm doing, and what's more incredible than a freaking large ape walking around North America? Yeah, if it's discovered, I will be out in the woods still doing exactly what I'm doing right now. If science accepts it as a real animal, I will still be doing what I'm doing regardless.
What if you never find Bigfoot?
I'm good with that. I mean, I would say I have found Bigfoot. I would say absolutely I have had experiences with Bigfoot. I haven't had that me to you visual, but I know they're there and I've recorded them. So if where I'm at right now, if this is all I ever get, I'm good with that, because it's pretty darn incredible. I feel lucky. I feel really lucky to have found the things I have, to have recorded the things I have. I feel blessed, honestly. I mean, I'm kind of riding on a high right now because of that Trackway. I never thought I would find more than 1 or 2 impressions. I call them ambiguous impressions. And I've found a lot of ambiguous impressions in areas that I know these things hang out, but I've never found anything like this. So, yeah, I'm good. I'm good with everything right now.
The level of dedication to Sasquatch research that members of the Olympic Project have never fails to amaze me. Their devotion to the subject is inspiring, but it is their frustrations that make them relatable. The elusivity of Sasquatch has rendered many ardent researchers hopeless in the past. But still, Chris and Rebecca continue on, relentlessly pursuing the truth with all the resources they have at their disposal. Researchers like Geralt bring unique and new methods of looking for evidence to the table, creating a larger data set pointing to the existence of a large ape species in North America. The casual interest in Sasquatch by many does not bring us closer to any true conclusion on the subject, but the hard work conducted by serious researchers does. People who are compelled to go beyond their books and maps and step out into the woods with clear heads and discerning attitudes takes us one step further along the road to discovery.
He says, I have a target on the side of the road, just went into the trees.
And so I whipped the camera around, and it looked like a big dude in the woods.
The computer immediately locked onto our target subject. 63 feet from the camera, 7 feet tall. Is it me, or does this look similar?
Mount St. Helens, a beautiful mountain known for its potential to cause devastation. While the volcano may be most well known for its eruption in May of 1980, St. Helens itself is filled with Bigfoot history. In the previous episodes, I showcased the work of Chris Spencer, Rebecca Slick, and Geralt Mills, who began their foray into Sasquatch research in the shadow of the mountain. However, as I learned in September of 2023, they were not the only researchers in the area, when Chris and Rebecca took me to one of their old friends on the mountain.
Down the road. Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi!
Hello.
We brought people.
My name is Joseph Bongiovanni, and I have a place called North Fork Survivors. It's actually twofold kind of career, one being Bigfoot research with the Cascade Sasquatch Research Organization. Our research area is the Mount St. Helens vicinity, roughly 30-mile circumference around the mountain. On the other hand, also have a museum that we're putting together, and we're going to showcase information about the people that were involved with the eruption.
Rebecca, you're excited by the banana slugs?
I just thought those were, I mean, look at that.
I'm out riding a banana slug.
It's adorable. Look at its face.
Okay, what's only
It's a plush slug. Totally different.
Hey Rebecca, would you ever eat a banana slug? Why?
Because that's nasty.
Chris walked in here just literally off the street because we have a Bigfoot themed shop here. He just came in and we started talking, and great personality and just somebody that stuck, right?
Hello.
Chris is always eating.
I'm always eating.
I think in the beginning he was doing his own thing, and then he was interested in the CSRO and what we were doing, and it just kind of didn't pan out of to do anything further. And then he got involved with the Olympic project further, and so now that's like his baby up in the Olympic Peninsula, and he does sound. However, Chris still works with us doing sound for us, remote recorders and analysis and all that kind of stuff. So we have this kind of joint effort now with the Olympic project. Another group of people that's just outstanding, knowledgeable people that are doing it right and getting really good data. It's an honor to work with them.
Joe's interest in the Sasquatch topic was sparked by an encounter he had in 2010 in the nearby Gifford Pinchot National Forest.
Two friends of mine and myself were on Forest Road 30 out in Gifford Pinchot National Forest, and we're looking for a campsite. We're supposed to go camping the following weekend, and we're looking for a campsite that was kind of off the beaten path, off the main road. And so they're checking these side roads, come up to a left-hand curve in the road, and there's a two-track road that goes into the woods to the right. And I turn to my friend and I say, hey, what about this road here? And at the same time, hit the brakes to stop there so I don't pass it. And all at the same time, while I'm doing this in this short stop, all of a sudden, something comes out of the trees on the right-hand side, runs across the front of my car, through the blackberry bushes and the rhododendrons, and disappears. Looked like a man, about 6 feet high, very dark. Couldn't see the face, but the face, there was a contrast to say dark brown on black. Moved very strange, kind of a forward-leaning motion, kind of an arm flail, almost like somebody being chased by bees, and very, very fast, very fluent, and gone. We hung around for a while. Naturally, it crashes your afternoon, right, when that happens, trying to figure out what this was. My friend that was with me actually just came out and said, I think that was a Bigfoot, because we couldn't figure out what it was. It was in middle of September, so, you know, dry road, gravel, no footprints, no evidence, whatever it was. I don't know, it kind of all of a sudden was like, there's something to this, right? Seeing is believing, and it was pretty darn clear. Yeah, so what we did was started kind of going out in the woods. Didn't know anything about Bigfoot, didn't know about field calls and all that fun stuff. We would put apples high up in tree about 10 feet off the ground and put a bell on it. And then we'd kind of go through the woods and be looking, using flashlights and stuff like that. Didn't have gear, didn't have thermal imaging, night vision, didn't have any of that. And just started learning. Shortly after that, the TV show Finding Bigfoot started. And I remember calling my friend up and saying, hey, we're not crazy. They're doing a TV show about it. So there's other people out there that are doing this. And just started evolving and learning and kind of came up with our own methodology throughout the years. Didn't really pay attention to what everybody else was doing, just kind of came up with what we thought worked best.
Joe's efforts to find an answer to what he saw in 2010 coalesced in the formation of his own research group, the Cascade Sasquatch Research Organization.
So Cascade Sasquatch Research Organization started about a year after that event happened, 2011. The biggest event with that is we had 4 t-shirts made, and we had t-shirts that had our name on it, right? The hopes was to become some sort of a big regional organization with a lot of like-minded people, and we found that actually the smaller specialized group was working better. Like-minded people with skills that can go out and efficiently collect data. We say Cascade Sasquatch Research Organization, very loose organization. No dues, no fees. We kind of get together, we split up cost for food, we split up cost for gas, and everybody kind of does their specialty, and nobody messes with them, and it works very well.
How's your ice cream, Chris?
Very good. I love ice cream sandwiches, especially when they're made with chocolate chip cookies. I get one every time I come here. Sometimes I get 2. But don't tell Rebecca that.
While Joe may take his Sasquatch research seriously, it is far from the only thing Joe has centered his life around. The key to this is in the very name of his museum, the North Fork Survivors Museum.
Through the 1980s and the 1990s, there was a group of people that would meet here that were all survivors from the eruption, and they would come up here and they'd have this kind of yearly get-together, and they were referred to as the North Fork Survivors, and that's where the name of our place actually came from.
May 18th, 1980 marks the deadliest and most economically destructive event in U.S. history. When Mount St. Helens erupted, it took the lives of 57 people and destroyed 200 homes, 47 bridges, and 185 miles of highway. The mountain's height was reduced by over 1,000 feet, leaving a 1-mile-wide crater in its wake. Ash covered the surrounding countryside for miles, leaving people to clean it off their houses and personal belongings for weeks. Even 44 years later, ash from the eruption can still be found in some of the towns surrounding St. Helens. The eruption affected everyone, including future Sasquatch researcher Geralt Mills.
It was sad, because I loved that area up around the mountain. Spirit Lake was one of the most beautiful places I'd ever seen, you know. And hiking up around Spirit Lake, you know, we went up into the smaller lakes up north of Spirit Lake, Obscurity and Grizzly Lake. And it was just kind of sad that all of the trees are gone now. You know, they're starting to come back, but the mountain really changed everything. experiencing that down here, we had an apartment along 7th Avenue in Longview at that time, and the Sunday that the mountain blew on May 18th, we looked out our window and we could see the mushroom cloud from the mountain going up. It shook everything in our apartment. I couldn't figure out, what was that? I had some wind chimes hanging up and it rang those. But other than that, we didn't really hear anything. It just kind of shook everything, and looked out the window and could see the mountain erupting across the soccer fields. Later on that day, when all the mud flows started coming down the Cowlitz River, it was like looking at concrete flowing down the river. It had everything in it, great big truck wheels and parts of shacks and everything, just chunks of concrete, everything. It was so thick that everything was just kind of floating on top of the river. I think we lost a lot when the mountain blew.
But the eruption didn't affect everyone in the same way.
All right, so we go back to May 18th, 1980, right? Here I am, a young kid, just getting interested in science and so forth. Mount St. Helens itself was kind of the first scientific event that I kind of looked at and said, that's amazing. How did this happen, you know? Swept ash off of the car. Dad screamed at me because I'm taking the finish off of the car while I'm doing it, but it was a completely fascinating event. The thing that also fascinated me about the whole event was the people that were involved with it. It's kind of this iconic story that surrounds this mountain from March 20th, 1980 until May 18th, 1980. And then, well, up to present day, 44 years later, we're still kind of dealing with the repercussions of this eruption.
Much of the artifacts Joe has on display are actual surviving remnants from the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens.
Back in the 1980s, the most I had as far as collecting anything was a single piece of glass that was made of Mount St. Helens ash. Fast forward now to about 12 years ago. So my friend Clara, she was a museum operator in Toutle from roughly 1981 to 1983, and then the museum went defunct. And then I knew her after that in the 2000s. She's a historian like me, right? Was interested in this kind of stuff. And so she and I would talk about stories with the mountain and so forth. I was always fascinated with it. And she'd say, yeah, you know, I have a pretty extensive Mount St. Helens collection, a lot of artifact stuff that nobody's ever seen. Right away, I'm like, oh, can I see those? No, you can't see them. Would you ever sell them? Would you ever consider selling them? We can put them in the shop. No, I would never sell it again. And I'm thinking to myself, why are you telling me this? Just to torture me, right? And so for 12 years, I have to sit and wonder what it is that she's talking about and never think about it again. Well, unfortunately, about a year and a half ago, I get word that Clara had passed. And so we go through that whole thing. And then her grandson contacts me and says, have something quite extraordinary here. She wanted you to see. I show up and there's an entire building, about 60 by 20 building, filled from one end to the other with items from Mount St. Helens eruption. And I'm not talking about items like newspapers and trinkets that you buy in a store. I'm talking about original items that were associated with the eruption. Personal items from people that were involved with it, items that were recovered from the blast zone that were melted, along with numerous vehicles that were involved with the eruption. And unfortunately, the vehicles that I've recovered, they're all associated with somebody's demise. So when you receive a vehicle like that, it's a very, very special item, right? This is not something that you get off of eBay or you put in your living room just because it's something cool, right? This is somebody's story. This is the end of their life. Absolutely needs to be protected with respect. And so I came to the conclusion that all these items should not be sitting in a building tucked away. So we are going to put faces and stories to the names on the plaques, and we're going to give these people the respect that they deserve. So the work begins. have all of these unique items, things that I never thought I would ever see in my life, have come through the door here and are in boxes, and every time I open another box there's something else that's even more extraordinary. What we're trying to do is finish the conversion of our building and put these items on display so that the general public, school children and so forth, can see them, and instead of looking at pictures in a book, they can see these items firsthand. My dad used to say, fate can make a plaything out of a person's life. And in fact, I keep going over deciding whether or not I should get a tattoo of that, because it keeps being proven true over and over again. For 10 years, I had two friends, Ron Rainier, Blair Barner, that owned this place. In that 10 years, they had this place, well, they put it up for sale about 2 years after I'd met them. And I used to joke around with them saying that I'd love to buy it, right? I originally lived in Castle Rock. In 2017, I'm talking to Ron and saying, you know, I'd really love to buy this place. I'd do a little gift shop and stuff like that. And we're into Bigfoot, so it kind of fits. And Ron and Blair turned around and said, you know what? We've had offers. We've had people that wanted to turn this into a marijuana farm and raise the buildings and put condos here and all these crazy things that had come up. And they were not into that. And so they said, well, we'll sell it to you. I said, I want to continue the story where you left off. Not only with the Bigfoot thing, but also my knowledge of Mount St. Helens. It's just been like obsessive with it for 44 years now, and it's obviously gotten worse. It just seemed right, and so we came up with a deal, and the deal was too good to pass, and so we moved here. It's a joint project between myself, my wife Diana, and my mother-in-law Laura Lee Curcione. So all three of us have kind of pooled together to make this happen. And we all live on site, have my daughter Phaedra here with us, and it gives her a really, really cool environment to grow up in. Being 7 years old, she has a helicopter pad outside. She gets to see items from this national historic event that's right here. She gets to ride around in a Humvee and do research stuff, and it's kind of a neat thing. I wish I had that kind of childhood growing up, right?
Just outside of Joe's shop is a tiny roadside marker that lets people know they've arrived. A 22-foot tall statue of Bigfoot.
So the statue was built by a lady by the name of Beverly Roberts, and she was known for making concrete animal statues all around the Northwest. Prior to her building that in 1994, there was a Bigfoot statue that was out there. It was made with chicken wire and carpet over it. And we had neighbors that lived down the street here. They had a bunch of young boys who were pretty rambunctious, and one of them set the Bigfoot on fire in the middle of the night, and it burned down. So when somebody burns your Bigfoot down, what do? You rebuild it out of concrete. And so Beverly Roberts came here. It took her 2 years to build it. She basically built it like a 3D printer. She started at the feet and went all the way up to the top with scaffolding. And now we have Bigfoot out there. This program that I'm working on, outstanding program, brings you unique things. I'm going to actually tell the world something on this show here that that nobody has ever put anywhere on the internet, and that is that the Bigfoot outside, his official name since he was built is Barney, and nobody knows that. So you guys are number one. There you go.
Well, thanks. As of recently, business at the North Fork Survivors Museum and Interpretive Center has been slow due to the closure of the Johnson Ridge Observatory. While the road itself is open to a certain point, road closure signs placed at the start of the road have inadvertently harmed Joe's business.
So there's a large landslide. Johnson Ridge Observatory is closed. And we don't know if it's going to open this season or not. It's still up in the air. My guess is probably not. However, the road is open up to milepost 45.4, I believe it is. And that would be Hummocks Trail, Coldwater Lake, Coldwater Visitor Center. How do people help? Come in, visit us, come and walk through, talk. The other thing is too, is as a museum, we're open to donations. Is there anybody out there that is a history buff like me? I have unprecedented items here that nobody has ever seen. The fact that they exist is absolutely amazing, and they need to be preserved. And you know as well as I do, it's extremely expensive. And unfortunately, I have to preserve all of this out of pocket right now. And that's pretty difficult to do.
An additional side effect to the lack of traffic at the North Fork Survivors Museum is the lack of Bigfoot reports.
So most of the people I get through here are tourists, but I see a lot of people that are local from the Pacific Northwest, Northern California, come through here, they tell stories. If you go through town where we live here, if you could walk up and you could knock on the door and introduce yourself, and they don't think you're a madman for just walking up and knocking on the door, but we'll say in a perfect world it actually works, and you said, hey, when was the last time you heard or saw a Sasquatch? I am pretty sure that 9 out of 10 homes that you knock on the door, especially in this area, that they'll say, well, about 2 weeks ago we heard one up in the woods, or I was hunting last fall and saw one or heard one, or they'll all have a story. It's to the point where it's almost like you can go to your neighbors and say, you know, there was a Bigfoot in my garbage yesterday. And they would just turn around and go, was it a big one, little one? What color was it? Like we're talking about a bear in your garbage, right? There's more people out there that have seen them than you would think. The thing is that they don't disclose it because of ridicule. There's always the people that are passing judgment rather than listening to the stories and the commonalities of the stories and so forth, the regional commonalities, and putting the information together.
The North Fork Survivors Museum and Interpretive Center is a rare and unique location due to its focus on the preservation of historical artifacts, but also its attention to Sasquatch. Joe's meticulous attention to detail in both subjects makes him an ideal researcher for his chosen location, and perhaps the only person perfectly suited to answer a highly specific question that involves both Sasquatch and the St. Helens eruption.
Can you talk about the bodies, the supposed bodies?
The bodies at Mount St. Helens. So being in this field, dealing with Mount St. Helens history as well as Bigfoot, we get all different walks of life, right? And so that story comes up pretty often. Talked to numerous people that claim to have been involved with that. Older gentlemen that had come in here and said that they were part of the National Guard, reclamation logging team, search and rescue people that were up there. Let's look at the facts of what we know, right? So in 1980, 230 square miles flattened. The estimation from the biologists that were up there, 175,000 animals killed. That's everything. Bear, deer, elk, birds, chipmunks, whatever, right? A lot of animals killed. Now, as teams are in there and they're looking for victims and they're doing reclamation logging and so forth, these bodies strewn around the blast zone pose a biologic hazard. So the decision was made to remove the bodies, burn them, and dispose of them so that people are protected. Field biologists get involved and they say, well, there's a lot of data here. We can look at populations and so forth. They start categorizing these bodies. You got this pile of deer, elk, bear, etc. going down the line. Numerous people claim that there was a pile of bodies that looked like burned human bodies, and they were kept underneath a cover, like a big tarp. There were National Guard personnel that were kind of watching over this to keep people away from them. And then at some point in the evening, a lot of people claim that these bodies were kind of netted up and flown out under cover of darkness to who knows where. Now, the story goes a little bit further, too, in that some people claim that an individual was recovered, was still alive, a Sasquatch, and that was given medical attention and put in a Jeep, driven through the blast zone, looking for its friends, family, or whatever, making calls into caves. That part I'm skeptical with, right? Because we're looking at a blast zone where the entire forest is on its side. Where are you driving a Jeep? Well, we can look at facts. Michael Lemieux is a cinematographer, very talented, was in the blast zone around May 25th with that eruption. Takes him 8 hours to walk a half a mile, and yet supposedly they're driving a Jeep. So that part I'm not really comfortable with, but the part with the bodies that were recovered, after talking to numerous people, they give details of where individuals were stationed around this pile. It's a consistency of 6 to 8 bodies that were under there. I haven't met anybody yet that says, I know exactly how many, but it was kind of an estimation. They describe hands, feet, that burned hair, blackened bodies that they had been killed by the heat blast from the eruption. And they all talk about what type of aircraft took them out, and the details fit up, and these people fit together, and these people don't know each other. I wasn't there. I don't know if I'll ever know the answer unless we get some kind of declassified documents. But I can say that knowing that Sasquatch exists, it would be foolish to surmise that none were killed in this gigantic eruption. So it's absolutely possible. And I think they would have, if they find the bodies of deer and elk, they probably would find bodies of Sasquatch.
While the truth of whether Sasquatch bodies were recovered and subsequently hidden away during the 1980 eruption may never come out, the story brings up an interesting question for the Sasquatch researcher in general. Where are the bodies? If there is a population of human-like creatures living in the Pacific Northwest, surely someone would have found a body by now.
I don't know, I haven't seen any. So all we can do is speculate at this point. My thought is that's a multifaceted answer. There's only 3 answers to go with it. 1, Pacific Northwest. Now I can only speak for Pacific Northwest. We have Bigfoot sightings all over the country, high desert, out in Pennsylvania, Florida, in the Carolinas, all different terrain, right? So I'm gonna speak for the Pacific Northwest. Wet, acidic soil, right? We have porcupines, we have mice, rats, all of that. Large animal dies, decomposes. There was a study done using the body of a deer to see what the decomposition rate was in the Pacific Northwest. About 2 weeks, including bones, everything, right? Well, where'd the bones go? Well, they are mostly eaten by small rodents and porcupines because calcium is a very hot commodity in nature. So that's one possible answer right there. Acidic soils don't preserve anything. Number 2, we're looking at this like an animal, right? So large predator out in the woods. In the years I've been doing this, I've asked countless people, have you ever found the body of a bear out in the deep, dark woods? Ever find a body of a cougar? I've never come across anybody that's ever found one, unless they were hit by a car. But to just find a dead cougar out in the woods, I don't know of anybody that's ever found one. If anybody ever has, I would love to hear about it because that would be the first one. It just doesn't happen. Probably because of 2 reasons. 1, the soils, decomposition rate, animals that scavenge looking for calcium. Number 2, large predators tend to go to places that are safe. Deep, dark brambles in the woods, small caves, under logs, something that usually, if they're not well, dying, ill, injured, kind of hunker into something. Do they die there and we just don't find the body? And then the breakdown process takes place. We don't find anything. Number 3, we talk about hominids with, basic social structure, more developed frontal cortex, language, thinking, reasoning, curiosity. So who's to say they don't bury their dead? We see it in other animals, bury their dead, so it's not that far-fetched to surmise that these guys may bury their dead also. Dead individual to a small family group would be a very, very dangerous situation. Gives away your location, calls in other animals, predators, not a good situation. So maybe they bury their dead. I don't know. My hopes is that one day there's going to be one of our glorious Pacific Northwest landslides, and that there's going to be some kind of like what elephants do, where they have an elephant graveyard. Maybe there's a Bigfoot graveyard somewhere where they've been putting all the bodies, and this mountain's going to open up and it's going to be full of bones, and we'll go, huh, there's our answer, right? But we'll have to wait and see.
Aside from accounting for natural decomposition, or the theory that Sasquatch may bury their dead, another intriguing question has to be raised. Just how many Sasquatch are there? While the Bigfoot world may debate possible population guesstimates, members of the Olympic Project have their own stance on the matter.
As far as researchers go, I'm way on the low end of numbers. Like if we were to take the entire Olympics, if I was going to guess how many were in the Olympics, I'd say maybe 20. That's not a popular guess. I think most researchers would say 1, 2, 3, 400. No, I think if there was those kind of numbers, I think this game would be over. I think that there are much fewer. I think they're quote unquote going extinct. Because with today's technology, everybody walking around with a phone, everybody can record, you know, even the kids. And when's the last good film we got? Roger Patterson, 1967. Think about it. If their numbers were growing, and now all these humans everywhere has this recording capability, we'd have much better film by now. So I think they are dwindling. I don't know, I could be wrong. But I also think they're just uber smart and they know how to avoid us. But I also think we're kind of their Achilles heel too. I think that we do provide a lot of their entertainment. Think about it. You know, they probably don't have a lot to do as far as entertainment's concerned, but when we come out into the woods, you know, you can hear us from a mile away and we probably smell funny and we look funny. We do funny things. They have to be curious, and that's why they're seen so often around campsites. I think this gives them some entertainment.
I don't think there's that many of them, honestly. Honestly, there's a lot of people that go missing that we never find anything of them, which is unfortunate. But there's a lot of wilderness out there, and there's a lot of animals. I think you're gonna have things get cleaned up pretty quickly. I will say that I lean towards there's less of them than a lot of people think, but I don't think there's so few of them that we need to close all the forests down or something to protect them. I don't, there's, people like to yell the word endangered a lot. The thing is you have to have numbers in order to prove something's endangered, and you also have to have had, the animal has to be accepted by science first. So at this point, even just with the audio that Chris has collected, I think that there's enough pockets of them throughout the state, and I would just picture that there's a lot of states with similar situations to where there's a viable population, you know, and they can move farther than we can in all that tough stuff. So I really don't think there's a problem that they can't migrate to find mates if it gets down to that. I think they're doing a lot better than we think. And I think we tend to, as humans, we like to get involved in every aspect of nature, even though we know so very little about it. I think we could very easily, while being well-meaning, mess everything up by having to tamper with it.
Like any researcher, Joe has tools to aid in his research endeavors. But he has probably the most unique instrument I've ever seen. Joe calls it the MCSV SEP-3, or the Mountainous Cryptozoological Survey Vehicle, Systems Enhancement Package 3.
Okay, there we go.
So what are we looking at?
This is a research vehicle for the Cascade Sasquatch Research Organization, basically repurposing something that the government would have thrown away, right? So in the end, it's a M1025A1 Humvee Marine Corps issue truck. What we did is modified it for basically night operations for wide area scans of areas up by Mount St. Helens. There's actually two different systems that are on here. The one that's right here is a short-range thermal imaging system. It's a figure from truck to about 300 yards. And then there's a long-range system up top there that's a turret control, and that one can reach out about 2 miles on a human-sized target. The idea with the long range, you can't really use it when you're moving, is to kind of sit stealth up on the top of a hilltop or something, look at an entire valley, around a lake, whatever, and be able to cover large areas without letting anybody know that you're in the area, and kind of let our subjects do their thing and not know they're being observed. In interior-wise, this is obviously driver's area. We have controls for 940 nanometer IR lighting, and then we have a monitor here. It's kind of a cheap monitor from the imaging side. I put that in because I got tired of the imaging guys saying, "Hey, that's really cool. What is that?" And I can't see. So I have a cheap monitor. You can take a look at that. In here we have the short-range thermal imaging, and this is long-range thermal imaging. It's also all of the video recording goes on to the drive there. GPS, so that we can kind of pick elevation and locations and so forth. This is a joystick control for short range thermal imaging, and then the one right here fits on a kind of a leg mounted system that allows you to work long range thermal imaging. Again, it's only used when it's not moving. A lot of people will look at it and say, "You're a total idiot for driving that around. It's loud, it smells, it's big and bulky. Why would you use that?" Well, that's a multifaceted answer. One, it's a diesel engine. All of the wildlife in the woods is used to the sound of a diesel engine. Weyerhaeuser goes through logging roads every single day, everywhere in the Northwest. All the animals know the sound. It's a smell that they're used to. It's not anything different because, again, Weyerhaeuser in the woods.
I've gone out with Joe 3 or 4 times now, and we usually ran the Toutle Range, which it's a mountain range that runs between the north and south fork of the Toutle, and it's pretty impressive how running lights out. Joe uses night vision. He has IR headlights, and then I would run the thermal unit on the passenger side. And when we're lights out, even with the noise of the vehicle, the animals didn't. They would look at us, but they didn't run off. They weren't scared. I don't know how many elk and deer we've seen. I've seen some big bucks in places that I've never seen big bucks before. The road will be covered with rodents constantly running. And what's funny, as soon as Joe goes to full headlights, all those animals disappear. And so they see lights coming and they leave. Like we kind of did a test. We ran half a night with no lights, and I was seeing deer and elk and rodents everywhere. Then we ran with the headlights on, and I'm using the thermal still, and all those animals were gone. They would see the lights coming, and they would hear us, but they associate the noise and the lights, and then they disappear. So it was impressive. The noise did not bother the animals. They were like, "What's going on?" They can't see any headlights. They don't know what's coming, and they just kind of stood there.
It gives you the capability to sit right in the middle of wildlife in the woods, and they go about their business and like you're not even there. In regards to Bigfoot, obviously they're a lot more intelligent than a deer or an elk or something like that, right? Sentient being, he's working out what's going on. And the idea is to create confusion. If you're approaching a road and it's dark, what's the first thing you look for? Headlights, right? Is there a vehicle coming? So now what if you hear a vehicle coming, but there's no headlights? Is it stopped? Is it moving? Is it on another road going up the side of a hill? What's going on? I don't see any headlights. Well, it might be safe to cross. And in that 10 seconds of making these decisions and crossing, we're already approaching and can image these individuals. So it's basically designed to create the second guessing. Right now it's running a self-check to make sure that everything's doing what it's supposed to. Fun fact about the Humvee is actually referred to in our paperwork as the MCSV SEP 3. So what in the world is that? It's the Mountainous Cryptozoological Survey Vehicle. Ooh, big cool acronym, right? SEP3, Systems Enhancement Package number 3. And the reason why we would use SEP 1, 2, and 3 for enhancement packages is that when we fill out a report and something goes down, if you see on there SEP 3, there is a predetermined set of capabilities in the vehicle that you don't have to describe in the report because that SEP 3 identifies it. So SEP 3 right now would be long range and short range thermal imaging, upgraded IR illumination, and so forth. SEP 2 was short range thermal imaging only. SEP 1 was actually a light package that was on there that has completely been scrapped at this point. This vehicle, actually, when I got it, it was a tub and 2 seats, and it wouldn't start. And so I redid the engine, the transmission, transfer case, all new body restoration, the geared hubs, and then the interior's completely new, all the wiring, and then the imaging. Both systems are custom built, and it took 8 years to do that, but one little piece at a time. Every single component was put together by myself.
How much do you think you put into it?
Oh boy, yeah, we're probably looking at close to $250,000 at this point. Yeah, terrifying.
But worth it, hopefully.
Yes, it has proved useful. It has gotten good information for us. It's definitely played its part and has been worth it.
Joe has experienced success with the MCSV, not in just remaining hidden from animals, though. Joe believes that they have captured a Sasquatch on their close-range thermal. But first, an introduction is due to a member of Joe's team, Colby Russell.
My name is Colby, and I don't know how to answer. What do I do? I guess I look for Bigfoot. I like to hide in the woods. Big backpacker. I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's that.
I'm Colby. I'm just a guy. Yeah. So I've always had an interest in anthropology and the human condition. And you combine that with a love for the great outdoors. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, you're naturally exposed to the Sasquatch concept. And so being somebody who's interested in anthropology, more the biological anthropology, less the sociocultural, but and something that's very similar to a human potentially living in this area definitely grabbed my attention pretty quick. So when I was about 14 years old, I was in so basically I grew up in a smaller town and everybody kind of knew everybody. And one of my friends, he was not an outdoorsman, and I don't think he is still, but his family owned a piece of land out in Grays Harbor County, about 1 acre, surrounded by privately owned timber company. So it was private access. Point is though, long story short, he knew I was a big time outdoorsman. And so he's like, hey man, I have to go on this camping trip with my family, boo-hoo, you know, why don't you come along? So I have someone to talk to, I'm gonna have fun. It's like, okay, great, I'll go along. So like I said, about 14 years old, and we're out there for about a week. We usually hung around the river, the creek that was down there most days, but on the last couple days we started to venture out into the surrounding woodland to kind of just check things out. And it's just, like I said, there's not much out there at all. It's all just privately owned timber company for just miles and miles and miles and miles in every direction. We're probably about 4 miles from his campsite one day, and it's probably about 4 o'clock in the afternoon as well. So we were gonna check out one last clearing, then turn around and come back. We saw an old camper out in the bushes we wanted to check out. That's what caught our interest for this clearing. So we went out to check out that old camper. And as we're walking out into the clearing more so, I just out of the corner of my eye, I see something up on a ridge. It's a big clear cut. And just up on the ridge, we have an individual standing up there. My entire encounter probably lasted about 3 seconds. It was not very long at all. What really caught my attention was the glutes of all things. At first, I thought it was just a strange tree up there. And then what caught my attention though was just the glutes on that thing. It just the way it was shaped was not like the other trees and stumps that you'd see up on that ridge up there. And so I glance up there for a second. The sun's kind of silhouetting it. I'm not able to make out a lot of details, but he is standing upright. And I look up at this shape of this figure and I just see a head turn down, turn back up again, and then snap back. And at that moment, I basically grabbed my buddy. He's just sitting there, blah, 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 blah. He's not paying attention, right? I grabbed him like, we got to get out of here. This is weird. And so we take off and run. And so what we see here is It didn't quite look human enough is the problem. It kind of had that I don't want to say cone shaped, but that more kind of sagittal crest look you see on a gorilla skull. And that's kind of what caught, again, looking up there, seeing that head turn. That did not line up well. Not to mention there was, granted this is land, there could be people out here. There is an abandoned trailer down here in the bushes somebody probably was living in at one point. But just the way it turned and looked, the way it turned and looked again, it was really dark colored. It wasn't wearing any clothing. You could kind of see in the way the sun was shining on it, because the sun was kind of shining over his back left shoulder. You could kind of see down in the lower back left side of him a little bit of a sheen of some fur and all that. So, I mean, it's like, it is what it is, right? And so that was the moment where kind of it clicked into place that perhaps there is some significance behind these Bigfoot encounters. In the moment, it was kind of a flight or flight. You know, you see a large animal out in the woods. I mean, I've seen bears, I've seen cougars, I've been chased off Mount St. Helens by billy goats once a couple summers ago. Anytime you see a large, dangerous animal, you kind of go into fight or flight. And so that was the case this time as well. We get back to camp. My sleep was very broken that night, obviously. It was kind of this reality shift, like, you know, there's something out there, right? And overall, though, I think it's triggered more curiosity than anything. I'm not afraid to be in the woods now because of it. Some people, I've heard stories of folks who will never go in the woods again, right? That's not me at all, because you can't take Colby out of the woods. It's just like that wouldn't be myself anymore. But yeah, no, it's just more curiosity. And it's not like I go out there only looking for Bigfoot. I just like being outside. I love the mountains. They're beautiful. But there's curiosity now, and there's some awareness now that I have, and as I start paying attention and looking for little things, saying maybe if things don't add up, maybe this could be something here. So in the long term, it sparked curiosity and in a way kind of more hope, because growing up, I was kind of under the impression that we had discovered everything and that science was taken care of and that the world wasn't quite the mysterious, cool, fantastic place it was as a kid growing up, right? There wasn't that wonder and awe of the unknown, but now there is again. So I think that's a good thing overall. I think it was a positive influence there. So
Colby and Joe have worked together for a number of years, exploring the forest surrounding St. Helens and searching for Sasquatch in the MCSV. Yet their greatest success was in 2022, while on a research outing with Chris and Rebecca and several other researchers.
We were doing a survey northeast of Mount St. Helens, and we were called in by some team members that are working this particular area, and they've been doing it for a number of years and broken it down as to kind of where individuals are moving and so forth. And the general consensus was that there seems to be a single lone male in this area that's going through and scaring some campers. People are seeing him. He goes and screams in campsites and seems to be a little bit different and also pretty bold. So Chris contacted me and said, hey, would you be willing to help out? We'll go do a survey. I said, okay. So I contacted my imaging specialist, Colby Russell, who came out with us. And in fact, this was after training, this was actually his first trolling mission to go out and do. So it was a pretty cool area to go into. So we go out there, we ran 21 miles of logging roads, running at about 2 miles an hour or so. Some parts were a little bit faster to get to different locations.
I'm in the camera seat, Joe's driving, we got 2 guys in the back, and right around midnight,
researcher in the back, and he sees out the window that there is a thermal hit on the side of the road. And he's using a passive thermal that wasn't recording. And so he says, I have a target on the side of the road, just went into the trees. I continue up.
And so I whip the camera around, and our little box highlights the hit very, very quickly. And it's only on there for about half a second. So we back up, we pull forward, we try and see if we can find him again, and he's gone.
And the MCSV or the Humvee, when that's operating under an imaging mode, the person in the right seat is driving the vehicle, and the person in the driver's seat is following his commands. So I'm literally looking straight ahead, driving, that's all I do. And so he says, stop, back up. I'm doing exactly what he says.
You know, Joe is asking, what'd you see? What'd you see? And it's like that. It looked like a big dude in the woods. Because at first I couldn't tell if it was a deer with its tail up, but I remember distinctly seeing a head and a shoulders.
And that's absolutely what was on the thermal imaging. So here we are looking at the thermal imaging hit. It's actually a snap from the film. First thing, disregard the date. The date was completely wrong on the computer that particular day. So when we scanned across, caught our individual right there, computer locked on him. And then what I've done is I've blown this up so we can see him better now. Here's where we were talking about. You can see the glutes right there. Small, the back is kind of darkened, right? It's cooler. Head is much warmer. This is his left arm right here. He's turned back looking at us in front of this tree. 63 feet from the camera, 7 feet tall. The feet look cut off because he's standing in low brush, right? There's a lot of ferns and stuff growing on the ground, so we can't see his feet, but we can kind of see the bend in his legs. What's interesting is this particular point of view with our target subject on here. In looking at it, if we had filmed a human being, anatomically you look at it and you can say, that's a person. We don't know whether male or female, but it looks like a human being, right? This particular individual, even though it has 2 arms, 2 legs, standing upright, it doesn't quite fit. It's bulkier than a human being, right? It's also not wearing any clothes whatsoever. We don't see pants, we don't see jacket, we don't see like he's wearing a ghillie suit or something like that. It's obviously not wearing any clothes. From this perspective right here, to me that looks familiar. And so I pulled a snap from the Patterson-Gimlin film, and we're gonna flip over here really quick. It's glutes, kind of low rear end, the back with the legs. If I flip back and forth, is it me or does this look similar? Not the same creature, but the same type of creature. And we can flip looking at this, and we're gonna flip one more and one more. There again is that kind of low rear end, kind of the same bulkiness of the midsection. So quite interesting.
While not definitive, what is captured in the thermal image is distinctly humanoid looking. However, I had one question immediately upon seeing the image. What is the yellow box?
So it's a short-range thermal imaging system. Say within 600 yards you can get a target. It has been changed a little bit because there is a proprietary addition on it that allows it to differentiate or look at the temperature differential compared to the ambient air temperature of the environment. And it looks for 98 to 102 degrees. Should it find a target that fits within those parameters, it will put a yellow box on that target. And the reason why I built it that way is because the original generation overhead thermal system that we use did not have this feature. And what would happen is we would do a survey and we would see a target in the woods that looked human-like or interesting, or somebody crouched down or something, and we'd keep looking at it. Then we'd have to get out of the vehicle, and you'd go and look towards it and go, that's a rock. That's a termite mound. It's a stump. Total waste of time. Now, when we look at termite mounds and stumps and warm rocks and all of that, the computer completely ignores those. As soon as it sees something alive, yellow box, and there you have your hit. Now, with the thermal hit northeast of Mount St. Helens, the computer immediately locked onto our target subject, indicating that he was within the range of 99 to 102 degrees, which immediately rules out leftover sun from the day, warm spot, some sort of artifact that the computer's looking at, right, is a definitive hit. So not only do we have a computer locking on it, saying that it's a living thing between 98 and 102 degrees, but we also see anatomical features, glutes, musculature of the back and so forth, that indicate that it's a bipedal hominid that we're looking at. And also we see the heat distribution of the being itself that matches perfectly with what we would expect from a living being, and it's not some kind of flat single temperature item that we're looking at. We can see the structure of it, right? So quite interesting hit.
As mentioned earlier, the thermal hit is not definitive. However, it is extremely compelling, and as is the case with any piece of compelling evidence, it must be followed up on. So after conducting interviews with Joe and Colby, we returned to the location where the evidence was captured to recreate the scene, giving us a size comparison and more knowledge on the lay of the land.
Cliff Barkman once said to me, and I live by this now, bad day Bigfooting, nice day camping.
Do you feel the same?
Oh yeah.
What are you doing?
Just doing a range of motion.
Okay, so
Clear right.
clear right.
Clear right.
Okay, so you see how the system is targeting Chris? I got you. This is where the team members saw the target on the side of the road as we came up and around. And then Colby swung the camera around to the left.
You guys were going this same way?
Correct. This is the spot that the thermal hit was taken.
Right about here's where I think he said, oh, it's a dude. But I think the thermal hit occurred right about in this area.
Okay. And Rebecca's down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we roll a little bit further past me and then back up slowly, and Colby can start recording as well. You're recording all the time. Yeah?
Right.
Colby can pan until he sees her, and I'll move her to a different position, and we'll just go back and forth and have Colby panning like he was.
Okay.
And we're putting her in several different positions, and then we can look at the film and see, oh, she's closer or she's further, and hopefully pinpoint the tree. Because it's hard to tell right now. It's been 2 years.
Absolutely.
It's thicker than it was last year, that's for sure.
Come left on the thermal more. A little more. Right, so she's dead at 9 o'clock. We can't even see her. Nope.
You found her?
So you see how it's targeting? So these trees right here are warm, but it targeted the individual in there. Move it to the right just a hair. Left. Down a little bit. There you go.
I think the targeting system will work better as the sun sets.
Oh, absolutely. The bigger the temperature differential, the better it works.
Yeah.
But it is grabbing them. That's not the tree, though. I can tell you that much.
It was a dug first.
Yeah, that's definitely not the tree.
No. Move that. Rebecca, go over there. I think it was in there somewhere. Over here.
Wait, Rebecca.
What?
Tell me what you're doing.
Trying to recreate a thermal hit.
And you're the bait.
I'm the bait, that's right. Trying to find the exact tree. Lots of trees. Well, it looks pretty big in the picture, so I don't know how far much. Huh.
They said it was like 63 feet from the road, which it wouldn't be any further than this.
Yeah.
I think it's probably. Can you see me now?
Are you to the right, further back?
Yeah, I'm the furthest one back.
I got you.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in here, the way the trees are slanted. I'm looking at the picture too. I think it was coming down this trail in a hurry when you pulled it.
You look a lot smaller.
I'm going to assume it was hauling butt, and I only took like two or three steps, and there's like a fir tree right here. It could have gone hauling butt right behind this fir tree, and that's why it only caught a split second of it.
That's kind of what the thermal head looked like when it was in front of a jump there.
See, as they get closer to us, now the size is the same. But it was no way that close to us. Oh yeah, it's not even the same. You can see all his clothes and everything.
Yeah, the hat.
You can even see his beard is cooler.
Yeah.
You guys aren't even the same in size or anything like that. I think it was further away. Now, the question I have is the trail, does it kind of go out this direction and anywhere towards the right?
It goes down and around and goes down. There's a road right there.
Oh, it does.
Okay, because when we looked at the film, it kind of looked like he took off. He went about 1 o'clock position. Took off.
Yeah.
Does that make sense down there? Okay.
So that's what I mean. I think it was on the trail.
Using the trail.
Yeah.
Tell people all the time, does this prove Bigfoot exists? Not at all.
No.
It's a thermal imaging hit.
Yeah, thermal imaging hit.
Yeah. Another piece of evidence. However, deer, bear, elk, they don't run away on 2 feet. Just saying. When the scene was reconstructed, basically Chris and Rebecca went back and they kind of reconstructed what had happened there. They determined that it was about 63 feet from the camera and was 7 feet tall. There was a small trail at the base of the tree that it was in front of. As near as we can tell is that this individual was, his lower half of his body was facing away and he was turned around looking back at us. And the Humvee was completely blacked out. We know he can hear it and he can smell it, but we think that there was about maybe 10 seconds of confusion. And that, is the vehicle in front of me? Is it still coming down the road? What's happening here? And at the last second when I pulled forward, I think he realized it's right in front of me and he took off and ran away. I was pretty happy with these results because the system that we use, that's absolutely how it's designed. It's designed to create that 10 seconds of confusion where our target subjects aren't quite sure what is going on. Is the vehicle there? Is it moving? Is it stopped? What's happening? And that gives us time to get a picture of them. Because if we go down the roads with the headlights on and the overhead light bar and stuff, they're out of the way, miles before we even get there.
Through the aid of Chris and Rebecca, Joe and Colby were able to get more information out of the thermal than would otherwise be possible. Conducting these recreations are a necessary part of the research process, as they provide further context for the proposed video evidence. Without any type of data collection, all it would be is an image and a story, but thankfully, it is not so. However, for Joe, the work is not complete.
So ultimate goal for the CSRO, should we discover Bigfoot? So let's just say we get a video or something like that and bam, we nailed it, right? I think the ultimate goal would be protection. There's a controversy back and forth about you need a type specimen and all of that. Don't know how that's going to happen. Don't really want to get involved with that. Don't want to injure, maim, catch one. Don't want any part of that. My goal is to get video proof, physical evidence that is indisputable. At that point, could we get some sort of federal legislation to protect them before somebody with a gun goes out and shoots one? We need to know what we're dealing with before there's even the thought of a type specimen. We don't know how many are left. We don't know what their distribution range is, and we don't know anything about them, right? So my thought would be endangered species right off the top, right? Because they're so rare, they can't be a mainstream animal in the woods. I think we're seeing something that's very, very rare. So in a nutshell, it would be protection is kind of what we're looking for. Now, should somebody else hit it, there's all these people out here that are doing Bigfoot research and they're hoping that They're going to be the one to find it, name it, all of that. Well, that would be fun. It would be fun to name it and so forth. But frankly, I really don't care if another team, for example, Olympic Project, right, doing great work, they go and they get this indisputable evidence, right, proof Sasquatch exists. Yay for the Olympic Project, because it's yay for me too, because what that does is every researcher that's in the United States, if Olympic Project proves Bigfoot exists, it validates the work of every researcher in the United States, which means that when somebody comes into the shop here, instead of them looking at tracks and asking questions like, do you really believe in it? Is it real? Now they're gonna come in and want information. What do you know about the Sasquatch in the Mount St. Helens area? What have you guys learned? Hey, we can use a little bit of funding. We can use some help here, right? Because again, we pay everything out of pocket. People might be interested in saying, hey, we want to help you out to further the research in the Mount St. Helens area. So a lot of the Bigfoot researchers that are out there, they get naysayers and so forth. And I've had everything in the world said to me about, you know, whether you need medication, you need to get a life or whatever. This is a fantastic question that is being asked, right? Either Bigfoot is real or Bigfoot is a story, right? There's only two answers. Either it's not or it is. If it is, absolutely fantastic, right? What is it? What's the lineage? All of the stuff that we can learn. If you proved it wasn't real, well, it's still a remarkable answer, because that means that this story has survived since Native American times and is in our culture. It's ingrained. Little kids know about it, right? Completely ingrained in our culture. That in itself is fantastic, that this cryptid has managed to kind of become part of our whole civilization, right? So both answers are equally inspiring and fascinating. The thing is, though, is that you're not going to get this answer sitting on the sofa, watching a TV show, typing on your computer with opinions. You need to get up off of the sofa and go out into the woods, go out into the areas where there are Bigfoot reports, and do the science, get the answers, come up with conclusions as to what exactly is going on.
The most admirable trait about Joe is his dedication to his multiple interests. To Sasquatch, to the 1980 St. Helens eruption, to his family. Joe has the tenacity to commit himself fully to projects and see them through, even if they take years to complete. As Shane Corson said in an earlier episode, the search for Sasquatch is a marathon, not a sprint. And Joe certainly has what it takes to see it through for the long haul. And it is people like Joe, Colby, and all the members of the Olympic Project that will take us further along the road to discovery. I never ask anybody these questions. I never ask anybody, are you scared of Bigfoot?
Keep your skepticals on. The deeper I've gotten into the subject, the more skeptical I've become.
Let me get all my gear on and go walk a Bigfoot down. It's not gonna happen. I don't care who you are, it's not gonna happen.
Over the course of this series, I have explored the research efforts of the Olympic Project and how they, as a group, have shifted over time. From its inception with Derek Randalls and his trail cams, to the forward momentum brought on by the audio analysis of Chris Spencer, the Olympic Project is a group that focuses on what works, something I've realized over the past year that I've documented them. I won't hide the fact that this series means a lot to me as both a filmmaker and a human being. And I feel the need to document my own personal journey to properly conclude and commemorate the experience of creating it. We're blazing new trails. My introduction to the Olympic project was in 2021, working on the very first project I ever did with Small Town Monsters. So I got here the Mega Bigfoot coffee from Bigfoot Java. The flavor is extreme. I think it's Bigfoot Extreme Chocolate or something like that. It's got 5 shots of espresso in there.
This guy's gonna be, his hands are gonna be like shaking.
Yes, I'm gonna chug this all before I meet Seth Breedlove for the first time. It was my first time meeting the Small Town Monsters crew, so you could say that it was a pretty good trip right off the bat. And the first day, while at Mount Rainier with Alex and visiting the nest site for the first time, I felt amazing. However, when I woke up the next morning, I was as sick as a dog. Oh boy, that looked rough. For the rest of the 5 or 6 days we were there, I was chugging Dayquil and ibuprofen as I hiked through the nest area, which is not easy, even when you're not sick. Crap. I've been on this hike up and down, more times than I can count, more times than I care for. And I'm probably gonna do it a couple more times today. But it wasn't a miserable experience by any means. I had a ton of fun meeting Seth for the first time.
Action.
What's up? Welcome to my crib. My name's Seth Breedlove. This is my boy Eli Watson.
I'm Eli Watson, and you're watching Disney Channel. And of course, meeting the main focus of this series, Shane Corson, Todd Hale, Chris Spencer, Rebecca Slick, as well as other people who didn't make it into this series, like Cindy Cadell. One of my favorite memories from that first trip is when Cindy gave me a book about baboons, just out of the kindness of her heart.
If you want it, you can have it.
No.
No, honestly, I've given it away before.
This
so,
is too much.
Let me make sure that I don't have anything in there.
Yeah.
$1 bills.
Yeah. But it's all yours.
That's
You'll
incredibly
enjoy
generous of
it. Oh
you.
no, it's
Thank
not.
you.
I love his work, and you will too.
Oh my
So
goodness, this is crazy.
it's really cool because he goes between human nature and baboon nature from chapter to chapter, and it's like he doesn't point it out exactly, but it's so obvious he's trying to compare them.
Right.
Yeah, so you'll like it.
Oh shit. Sorry, Cindy, I still have not read that book. What I didn't realize at the time was just how unique that filming experience was. While I wouldn't say I've ever had an outright bad film shoot, I haven't had any that compared to how that trip went. From the stunning vistas of the Olympic Peninsula, to the way that the OP just took me in and treated me like one of their own. It was truly an experience like no other. And as I traveled the country and quickly realized that not all people are that welcoming, the desire to return back to Washington and to work with the OP began to grow in me. And so in September of 2023, that's exactly what I did. I returned to Washington to make this series, except this time everything was different for me. When I came out in 2021, I was filled with excitement to start this Bigfoot journey. By September of 2023, I was not. I had almost no interest in Sasquatch at that point in my life. I didn't really want to make a show about people looking for Bigfoot and film people knocking on trees and doing howls. The subject matter, and I'll be honest, a lot of the people involved with the research were making it very difficult to find any kind of enjoyment making these kinds of documentaries. But I actually think that helped me make this show what it is. Let me explain. I had a rapport with the Olympic Project. They liked me from the time I went out there in 2021 and from other visits I made to the PNW where I saw them. But I feel like a true bond and friendship was formed during this September trip. We spent several days at the Olympic Project cabin, and one night we camped in the mountains behind it. It was here during that night that the typical roles of interviewer and interviewee were reversed, and the OP guys grilled me on why I was making this show.
So like everything I want to do with this project and all the reasons I'm asking, the questions I'm asking, is because I never ask anybody these questions. I never ask anybody, are you scared of Bigfoot? I never ask anybody, what if it's not real? You know?
Right.
I never ask these questions, and I know you guys can handle that and answer honestly. And it's like, for me, it's almost like all the questions I'm asking myself. And I'm like, okay.
Dude, you should include what you just said right now. You should include that in your.
I'm
that
planning
actually,
on it.
the way you worded that sounded actually, I mean, raw and honest.
That's where I'm at.
That's
and I'm
really
like,
cool.
And that's why I'm asking about the frustrations.
I've always attributed a healing factor to the Pacific Northwest. Every time I go, I have experiences that change me in some way, and that night was definitely a pivotal moment for me. I was able to talk to the OP about my life in a way that I don't often with other people. I was able to open up and really just relieve some tension. And all that tension forced me to pursue a different direction for this series than I might have otherwise. It pushed me to dig deeper into a journalistic approach than I ever had before. I didn't want to create a Bigfoot fluff piece. I wanted to tell a story about real people and why they search for what many consider to be a mythical being. My openness also created a bond with the OP that I don't think would exist if it hadn't happened that way. I was able to completely trust them with my frustrations, and they completely trusted me to film them in their most raw moments.
You're on camera now.
Oh, great.
What do you have
My
to
messy garage?
What do you have to say for yourself?
You don't want me to start. I have nothing to say about myself.
Nothing?
I don't know. What do you want me to say?
How hardcore are you?
I'm softcore.
Softcore?
Softcore, yeah.
Softcore Corson. That's your new name.
I get called a lot of things. If I'm called softcore, I'll live with that. That's pretty easy to go with. That's nothing. Yeah.
I consider them my friends, my true friends, and I'm very thankful for that. And so, I would like to discuss why they're all my friends.
How you feeling, Shane?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. How do you feel bad with a view like this?
Yeah.
Shane is the type of guy who would give you the shirt off his back. Shane's generosity goes as far back as the first time I met him, when he let me borrow some extra camping gear because I didn't have enough. And from camping with him in Mount Hood to working with him on this series, Shane is the most giving person I think I've met.
Let me get a whiff.
Oh!
Knock you over.
The fourth one, actually I have four, but it's underneath your tent, so.
Yeah.
He's let me crash at his house so many times that I actually feel a little bad because I appreciate him so much and I don't want to take advantage of him. So back in December of 2023, I treated Shane and his family to a trip to the San Diego Zoo. Hardcore Corson goes to the zoo.
Rocky. Are these the orangs over here?
Yeah, you want to see them?
Oh, yeah. It's the orang pendek. Looks like a dookie in here. This is pretty cool. There's a little Todd. Look at that little Todd go. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Hey, Todd, come back. Oh, going for a nap.
Typical Todd. The Hellmeister going for a little nap. Oh, yep. Night, night, Todd. You little red-headed son of a gun.
It's your cousin, Shane.
Yep. Cousin Eddie.
Oh, you're therming.
Indeed.
Shane, what are you doing?
I'm just trying to get some heat signatures from the different animals here. Now I'm looking at an elephant. You know what's funny? This thing's peckers hanging down and it's super hot.
Incredible flavor.
Thanks, Todd, for suggesting that I bother Shane by filming him on a family vacation. And thanks, Shane, for being such a good sport about it.
Thanks.
Shane is just one of those genuine people. He has a genuine love for the outdoors and for wildlife and, of course, Sasquatch. And he's just a good soul to be around.
Todd wanted this to be 2 hours, and I don't think I can even get 1 hour out of this.
No. Sorry. That's all you get.
And I truly appreciate everything he's done for me, including filming me while I sang karaoke. Yeah, that's enough of that.
Wait, so what are we gonna do?
I don't know, probably jumping jacks, push-ups, pull-ups.
I was thinking about doing a kickflip.
Now that takes us to American badass Todd Hale. Now Todd can be real rough around the edges.
That bird and you.
So rough that some people don't even like him, including myself when I first met him. You see, the first time I ever met Todd was the first time I went to the nest site. It was raining that night, which is honestly probably why I got sick. And Todd was standing by a fire, cussing up a storm as he talked about how much he hates the rain. And I just thought, wow, they really let this guy just hang around. But by the end of the week, Todd and I were best friends.
Hey, Eli.
What's up?
How's this?
Oh, wow, that looks... You know what? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Do it again. I'm going to take a photo.
Turns out that under that tough exterior, Todd is just a cool dude who likes fast-moving vehicles and looking for Bigfoot.
Alright, we're going to start with the basic questions. You ready?
I guess.
What is the Olympic project?
That's what we're starting with?
Yeah.
And while Todd may claim that he doesn't like to be on camera, he's always offering to film more.
Elias. Knocked up above us.
I heard you guys talking about it.
I didn't hear it because I was moving in the tent, but it was when Chris got up. He was walking around the Pearson place. We still got to film the stories here for the daytime.
Yeah.
In many ways, Todd provides the intangible glue for the OP. And don't forget, he's been swinging hard since '76.
Dude, I've been swinging hard since 1976. You better ready, boy.
Ready, boy.
Now let's talk about Chris and Rebecca. I'm going to talk about both of them at the same time because they are the dynamic duo of the OP. And my relationship with them is interesting because I don't think I hit it off with them as well as I did with Shane and Todd back in 21. My friendship was really formed during the making of this series, and I don't have enough good things to say about them. Chris is just a real person. He says it like it is. He doesn't exaggerate or embellish. He's also so scientifically minded, it's crazy. Like doing survey work in the nest area so that he can create a mathematically accurate representation of the nest site on paper. Or plotting out the trackway that he found and documenting it so thoroughly that there's essentially no doubt of what left those tracks. And that doesn't even begin to cover the insane amount of work he put into the audio project. Chris is probably the most dedicated researcher I personally know. The amount of work and the quality of work Chris puts into his research is inspiring.
Chris, can you take me home?
Not right now, Eli. We're doing important work here. And you're part of it.
Why don't you tell us what we're doing?
I'm going to take you out to a specific tree and duct tape you to it, and then smear peanut butter all over you. Set up a therm on you.
Okay.
And Rebecca is a true naturalist. She really takes the time to look at the plants and understand the ecosystem of an area in a way that I just don't have a grasp on.
Is that a blackberry?
Yeah.
No kidding. Is this good to eat?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she will really take the time to look around her. And when she's studying the environment, she is completely fearless. Just completely comfortable by herself out in the woods.
The guys are leaving me. So it's the one good thing about hanging out with these guys is they treat me so much as an equal. But they don't wait for me and worry about me when I'm in the woods getting left behind. And those berries were bitter. Oh my.
And she's probably the most camera shy out of all of the members of the OP, preferring to be behind the camera, which I have to say, her camera work has contributed so much to this series. Her documentation of the OP throughout the years has really defined this series, and it would not be the same without her contribution. And additionally, she helped me film plenty of stuff while I was making this series, flipping the scenario on me and shoving a camera into my face.
Film me now.
Why?
Hey guys, it's Eli Watson, and you're watching Small Town Monsters.
One of the most fun things about Rebecca is her last name, Slick, which is famously the same last name as one of the first, if not the first, Sasquatch benefactor, the Texas oil tycoon Tom Slick, who funded many expeditions in the 50s and 60s. While Rebecca shares no relation to the late Tom Slick, it doesn't stop me from making an easy joke.
Do you have anything to add, Rebecca?
No.
Why don't you tell us about your grandfather, Tom Slick? He had a lot to do with this field.
I should never have told you that I was in witness protection because you just keep blowing it.
But there's a third member of the Chris and Rebecca household who hasn't made his big screen debut until now. And that's Nugget.
Hi, Nugget.
Nugget is a quail. The first time I met Nugget was when he was an egg.
It's okay. I know there's a stranger. Stranger danger. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew. Pew pew.
And then he was a baby. And then he tried to attack me.
He's like, who are you and why are you in my house?
Ah! He's attacking me. He's attacking me.
Easy now.
And then he became best friends with my girlfriend. If Nugget was a person, I would have a lot of things to say. But aside from being punked by a quail, the way the OP has treated my girlfriend is another reason why I'm so thankful and proud to call these guys my friends. Back in January, I took Jasmine to Squatch Fest, and we stayed at Chris and Rebecca's. And Todd picked us up to take us to the event.
What, I gotta take my shoes off?
Yeah.
I ain't doing it.
We're civilized.
Get in the truck.
And we surprised Shane because I told him I wasn't going. And Jasmine fell in love with Chris and Rebecca's cats, and so she bought them catnip toys from one of the vendors, which someone ended up throwing away. And obviously, Jasmine was very upset by this, and Rebecca stepped in and comforted her. But then Shane saved the day because he found them in the trash, and they were in a box, in a bag, in the trash bag. I don't know how he did it. But those are just true friends for you. And it's hard to come by. But there's more to this series than me just being friends with everyone. Meeting the Olympic Project back in 2021 was my first introduction to any Bigfoot group ever. I was meeting everyone for the first time. And so while now I have a small collection of Bigfoot casts, back then I only had one. This tiny little foot right here. And that's actually what it's called, Littlefoot. And while I didn't know when I received it, it turns out that it was found and cast by a member of the Olympic Project, David Ellis. So of course I had to hear the story for myself when I interviewed him back in March of this year.
So when I first started going out into the field, I wanted to learn all aspects of it. And one of the things that became critical for collecting evidence was the ability to cast impressions. You never knew when you were going to run across something. It was in the summer of 2006 at a BFRO expedition that we were at a reservoir where I found some barefoot impressions, and that wasn't really what inspired me. It was the look of the impression. It was really deep. It was really long and thin, not a typical Sasquatch impression, but it just caught my eye for whatever reason. I'm not sure why, but it did. Well, this particular foot I called Skinny Foot. And every year I go back, I'd find that impression, but it went from 11 inches to 14 inches to 15 and a half inches. So even though it looked really, really human to most people, there was something odd about it. It was the flat-footed nature of it. The shape didn't even look like a person's foot, which kind of has an hourglass look to it. This didn't have that. So anyway, I kept going back to this location because I wanted to get more impressions of Skinny Foot. So my wife is with me and another BFRO investigator, Scott Taylor. And so I'm over in one area and my wife and Scott are over in another area. And I get a call on the radio and it's my wife, and she said, I found some really small impressions. You might be interested, you might not, but I think you should take a look at them. Okay. So I pack up my gear and I head over and I find them, and they look childlike. They're 5 inches, 6 inches. And I tell her, well, since this is your first find, I will cast this for you. I don't think that they're related to what we're here. They don't look real suspicious, but I'll cast them anyway. So we continued on, and I did find some larger impressions that I did cast that day and spent the most of the day documenting and doing all of that. So now it's like 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon, and it's going to get dark, and I could tell my wife was ready to hit the road. And so we walk back, and I just about get to the car, and I realize, oh, I got to cast those impressions for my wife. And I said, give me 20 minutes. And I didn't take any of my gear that I would normally take to document what it was that I was finding. Usually I would do a write-up and all that. Cast the 3 impressions, and I had, oh gosh, maybe this amount of hydrocal left, and I was looking for a place to throw it down, get it out of the way, get it out of my bucket so I could clean it. And there it was, Littlefoot. And it was like 4 inches from my knee. I almost knelt on it. And thankfully I didn't. Thankfully I had enough hydrocal left over that I could smush it in there, because I didn't bring any more than what I had taken to cast those little impressions. That turned out to be quite a find. It's 3 3/4 inches long. Across the ball of the foot, it's like 2.5 inches. And the heel is like 1.5 inches. It stepped on a stick. And there's so much fat on the bottom of the foot that the stick was swallowed up by the fatty tissue. And there was another displacement that was made. If you look at the foot, you can see that there's a mid-tarsal break to it, and that the foot, Dr. Meldrum uses the term supinated, where you could tell that it was kind of grasping. And that's not a typical 1-year-old trait to do with their foot. Later, when I cleaned up the casting that I did for my wife, I oriented the feet to how it was standing in relationship to where Littlefoot was found. And it kind of was an epiphany to me that whatever these 5 to 6 inch foot impressions were, they were holding Littlefoot, because it only got 1 foot down. When I found Littlefoot, I scoured the area to see if there was any other impressions, and there was not. So it was, like I said, kind of an epiphany that I realized that it was holding on to Littlefoot, and it kind of wriggled free and got 1 foot down, and then it was picked back up. I don't tell this to too many people. I'll let them notice it themselves, but Littlefoot only imprinted 4 toes. A big toe, and then where the second toe should be, it's mud, then the 3 other toes. So in total, it only has 4 toes. Well, what's interesting about the 5 and 6 inch footprints that were cast with Littlefoot, 1 foot only had 4 toes.
The missing 5th toe from Littlefoot is actually something I did not notice, and hints towards something more strange going on there. Possibly something I might look into in the future. But for now, I'm content with the full circle moment of finding out the story behind the first Bigfoot cast I ever owned. And David himself is an absolute joy to be around. He's very open and honest about his findings, and will admit, just like in the case of Littlefoot, that sometimes the best finds are an accident. Now there's one more person I want to talk about, who only appeared in the very first episode of this series, and that's Mark Mersell. Many of you watching may know Mark as the guy who discovered the Ape Canyon cabin. But there's another interesting aspect to Mark that I want to showcase here that very few know about. So let's go back a little bit. After that night of camping behind the cabin in September,
Chris and I drove to Westport, Washington, where Mark runs an aquarium. What's up, Chris?
Not much. Just enjoying the nice ocean atmosphere.
It's pretty chill out here, huh?
Didn't even know you were there.
Who the hell else is wearing an OP shirt around here?
Yeah, I kind of stand out, don't I?
Yeah, I know.
Almost all of the tanks are all the original tanks built in '57. We've gotten to know almost all of the owners that have owned it. Coming from Aberdeen by the Elk River Bridge, there's Old Man Brady, Brady's Oysters. His dad started the oyster biz down there, and he was a high school student when his mom and dad built this. And the funny thing is about the tanks is that Brady's dad must have been like a concrete genius, because he just took his pickup down to the beach and loaded it up with sand, and he used the sand in order to do the concrete. And I would think that with the salt content in the sand, the concrete just would have like, you know, but there was a window that was plexiglass, and I wanted to replace it with glass. So I took the plexiglass out, but then I had to, with a rotohammer, had to like rabbit out a place for the new glass. And this concrete is so dang hard. It's like incredibly hard. It almost like it crystallized and got even harder through the years. It's really incredible.
Mark is one of the most interesting people I've met in my life. Every time Mark and I get together, there's usually a lot of drinking and playing guitar until the sun comes up.
Talking about Yolanda, Queen of the South, Yolanda, break my neck, Yolanda, make just the way I like it. I'm gonna take it out now.
He is insanely detail-oriented when it comes to historical Sasquatch research, or just anything historical at all. He can and will talk your ear off for hours about weird, obscure historical facts. I wish I had more footage of the Westport Aquarium, especially footage of Mark talking about how he got it or why he decided to buy it, because you would see immediately what I mean by everything I'm saying. I mean, just listen to what he has to say about historical research here.
Why do we preserve the pyramids? Why do we preserve Stonehenge? Why do I and my family preserve a 1957 aquarium? It's because those physical things that were laid down in the ground, whether it be a building, whether it be a site, whether it be George Washington's coat or his teeth or something, those items, those things, and the provenance of it, the story behind those physical items provide a touchstone for all of us as humans in a civilization to understand and have an inspiration or have an idea about what happened before us. And ideally, archivists, librarians, history nerds, historical researchers have perhaps a starry-eyed ideal that with that research, with pursuing historical research, perhaps we'll be able to provide inspiration and provide something to different kinds of culture within the world, within us human beings, where it's like, well, what happened yesterday? Oh, I don't know. Doesn't matter. And we're just forging ahead blindly, in which to a degree we are doing 99% of the time because of humans being humans. But perhaps there's that 1% chance where we won't make the same stupid mistake that we did this morning by understanding what happened yesterday. I extend that back ad infinitum back into us since we crawled out of the ooze, that perhaps if we understand what happened before, we could have a richer future and do things perhaps better and or learn from our mistakes. With that too, needless to say, I'm a history nerd, and obviously I have a passion for history. Perhaps that by doing this within historical Bigfoot research, I may not end up solving a Bigfoot encounter that happened 100 years ago. I may not be able to prove that a large, hairy, bipedal creature actually did interact with humans in one way or another, but I'll be able to provide a bigger, richer idea of what did happen. Who these humans were, what did they do, why were they there during their encounter from 100 years ago. I'm hoping to provide a much larger story of Bigfoot history, of what is going on in my local area, as an example, in the Pacific Northwest, as humans living here, along with the rest of the animal world, along with Sasquatch. What does that mean? I don't know what it means, but my historical research, I'm hoping to provide a larger context that we can put that into, not only to, on a very primary level, to understand that humans and Sasquatch have been here for a very long time. That's on the very primary level, but perhaps more of what it means to be human and being in an area where Sasquatch reside as well.
Basically, everyone in the OP is a friend of mine, and I cannot emphasize enough how incredibly rare that is in my line of work. I've interviewed a lot of people over the years, and not one even comes close to the relationships I've developed over the course of making this series. They have fully put their trust in me and my filmmaking, and that's made this series feel a lot less like work and more like just making movies with my friends who do really cool things. And I would not have it any other way. Or maybe I'm wrong, and they're just people who deal with my flatulence.
I'm not sure what they're doing. Anyway.
Include that. You better include that.
That's what
This guy's a farting machine.
All Eli does is fart and shit and eat. He's like a baby. He's like a baby.
Fart, shit, and eat.
Which brings me to the final few things I want to say about this series. The first is a kind of behind-the-scenes look at what was originally planned for it. So, in the beginning, my plan was to include a few more stories that are no longer part of this series. One being the story of Cliff's Museum, the North American Bigfoot Center. If you've seen a lot of my work, you'll know that the NABC is very near and dear to me, and I've wanted to tell the story of how Cliff put that museum together in a documentary for a very long time. Well, I'm excited to say that I did it, and you can expect to see that on this channel come November. I honestly believe Cliff's Museum is the best Sasquatch museum in the country, and he and his wife Melissa put a tremendous amount of blood, sweat, and tears into its creation that it deserves to be showcased. And I'm so happy to be able to bring that story to you. The other story that I wanted to include in this series is the story of how Mark Mersell discovered the Ape Canyon cabin site. And if you watched the 2025 project's announcement livestream, you'll know that that story is coming to life in 2025. This was an absolute dream project of mine, and I think the way the story is being told as its own film, apart from this series, was absolutely the right move for it. You can expect to see the Siege of Ape Canyon in 2025, and I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be so epic. The second thing I'll say is that trust goes both ways. Just as the OP has put their trust in me, so have I put my trust in them, and that's partly why this show has to come to an end for now. Back in February, in the midst of me planning a return trip to film more for this series, I got a call from Shane, where he explained to me that he and some of the other OP members felt like this story shouldn't be superficially extended. What makes this series so special is that it is an accumulation of years worth of research being presented.
I didn't have to rely on uneventful night investigations to add to the runtime of the episodes. I could easily fill each one with audio, footprints, and other encounter stories to make them engaging. And so while it hurt to hear at first, I ultimately agreed, because the last thing I want to do is to make this series exactly what I was so discontented with when I started it. Sure, I could follow the OP guys around for years as they search for new evidence, filling episodes with investigations that aren't fruitful. Because although it doesn't look like it from this show alone, they don't find things every time they're out in the woods. But changing the show's format from the Olympic Project presenting their best efforts to making it a reality TV series would only weaken it. Not only that, but me being there all the time filming everything would change how they conduct their research. Part of what makes this series so special is that Rebecca, an OP member, was the one filming the whole thing, capturing Bigfoot researchers who weren't even thinking about having any of that footage aired on such a large platform. However, that doesn't mean it's over forever. The door's still open if I decide to come back in a few years, after they've discovered more. And trust me, it's already building.
Last question, do you have any advice for the young people with getting into this?
Do I have advice for young people getting into research? Yes, I do. I'm not the last word on this. I'm not the most intelligent man in the world, but I've been doing this a long time. And I think that a lot of researchers absolutely do miss the mark when it comes to seeing a Sasquatch or getting evidence. People deal with their egos. And a lot of times your ego will kind of screw up your effort if you don't check yourself. Again, there's a lot of researchers that gear up. They get on all this covert night op, all this different stuff to go out and try to film or to therm a Sasquatch at night. Well, it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Maybe once or twice, but the number of things that have actually happened and the number of people trying to make them happen is very skewed, big time. If you want to see a Bigfoot, literally, if you want to see a Bigfoot, drive your car in the forest a lot, because that's your best chance, statistically. Literally. Road crossings are the highest chance of seeing a Bigfoot. I believe the second highest one is when they are checking you out when you're camping. I think that a ton of effort is put into, let me get all my gear on and go walk a Bigfoot down, go track one down. It's not gonna happen. I don't care who you are, it's not gonna happen. So I think changing that way of thinking a little bit would help. So I think if you're coming into this, keep your eyes open, leave your ego at the door. Don't embellish, ever. Only tell it like it is, and try to surround yourself with like-minded people. Keep it real, keep it honest. There's just zero room for bullshit in this field.
You know, I've been at this for quite a long time. I won't say I've been doing everything right the whole time. Definitely not. Joining the Olympic Project taught me proper data collection. And then the fact that I wasn't doing that in the past. Wasn't documenting stuff properly, wasn't categorizing it. So my advice to anybody that gets into this, well, first of all, stay off social media as much as you can, especially Facebook. I realized that there was a lot of showboating going on, a lot of misinformation, a lot of nothing, and a lot of patting on the backs. The less time you're on there, the more time you have to spend in the woods, or even doing online research, or going to the library, or going to your local zoo, studying known animals and documenting areas. Second would be document everything. Document the known, find an area, stay in that area. You don't need an ambulance chase. You got too many people that go out there and here's a report, boom, run. Here's another report, boom. By the time they get there, usually there's nothing there. Now, there's nothing wrong with going after reports. There's a time and a place, and that's what you want to do it. But if you're really wanting to maybe have an area that you can study long-term, do that. Document everything. Document the known animals. Document the weather phases, the moon phase. Place recorders out there. look for trace sign of known animals. Learn everything you can about that area. I think that's super important. A lot of people jump into this and they just go, well, I'm looking for Sasquatch. And they're completely missing everything or misidentifying stuff because they're not familiar with a noise a grouse can make, or an elk can make, or a mountain lion, or a bobcat, coyotes, owls. Familiarize with those sounds, those animals. That way when something does happen, you can rule everything else out, you know, and you're prepared to do that. And you're recognizing that you've captured something of significance. Yeah, and then have fun. Enjoy the woods. Work with people you like to work with. But enjoy nature, because evidence is rather hard to come by. And having a sighting probably won't happen. I'll just be honest with you. You never know. Lightning could strike. I was blessed with mine. Pure accident. Wasn't out researching at all. Fishing trip.
Read a book. Read a physical publication of some sort. Don't rely on the internet. TV and the internet is entertaining, but it's an electronic drug, is what it is. And a physical book on Sasquatch, it is not a passive interaction. It is an interaction with a physical thing that you're holding in your hands. And reading a book, reading a document physically in your hands, it's a different experience than sitting in front of a TV or a monitor. So number one, there's so many good books out there to kind of get started with. A lot of, you know, mainly John Green.
Keep your skepticals on. The deeper I've gotten into the subject, the more skeptical I've become. You can't believe everything you read, you can't believe everything that people put out there, and today, especially with all the social media and the YouTube stuff, I really don't pay attention to any Bigfoot stuff anymore, because I don't care. Most of it's crap. I just kind of have my blinders on to what we're doing, because that's the only thing I can really count on is us and my circle and what we're finding. So anyone new, do your own research, do your own documentation, find your own tracks, record your own audio. You know, just focus on what you're doing and don't worry about other people's stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of crap out there.
That's about it.
That is about it. I think, yeah. Did we just discover Sasquatch?
No.
Oh, shoot, I thought we did. Well, crap.
So whether it's stumbling across a footprint find or recording 2 years worth of audio to review, Sasquatch research is made up of circumstance and great effort alike. And researchers are people who dedicate their free time and money towards the pursuit of something real. And it's not always easy. And there's often a balance one has to strike to not lose themselves in this search. Whether that's keeping their skepticals on, or taking a step back from the search, or working through a deep-seated frustration by talking about it with a good group of friends. I created this series to capture that balance and how that affects them. And I think I've done that. And I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to have made this series with. And I look forward to seeing them again, further along the road to discovery.